What's up, ladies and gentlemen? How are y'all doing today? As you all know, I have been down a postal rabbit hole. I have been in a different world of just lots and lots of gay sex. Yeah, dude, the gay sex is gay, and yeah, I'm gonna play some Postal. I'm gonna play a Postal fan game. We're gonna see how that is today. Then yeah, I don't know, dude. I had some shit coming. I got your mom coming on my mouth, which is good, I guess. We're slowly learning that the world is apocalypse garbage. Apocalypse garbage. It's a play on words. You see, it's like gay and garbage. So that's something. What? Yeah, so we're doing that. What else is new? I don't know. But I have this, whole ass. Don't play sound. What? The whole stream trash. What do you mean?
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? How are y'all doing today?
What else is new? I don't know. But I have this, whole ass. Don't play sound. Hello? What? The whole stream trash. What do you mean?
What's up, ladies and gentlemen?
There we go. We're fixed. I was just making sure it was catching up. It was weird, dude. It was like looking like it wasn't working. So I don't. It says live though, so we're good. All right. What am I playing? What was I gonna play? Oh, Postal fan game. There's Postal fan game that I'm not gonna lie, I'm a big fan of. Well, I'm not sure if I'm that big of a fan of it yet. We're about to find out. It's called The Postal Man Shoots Twice. Now, this is a Postal fan game, right? The Postal fan game. We're gonna see if it's any good. We're gonna hit new game. This was made to be part of Postal Jam, which you just fucking saw if you had eyeballs.
Another day, another shift. Better to get started while everyone's still sleeping. I'm sure they will be happy to get their packages that early. Alright, let's go.
Hold on. Packages. Are we fucking actually gonna be a postal man? So, we got the postal aesthetic. This is made to be part of Postal Jam. Why am I an actual postman? Look at that fucking wall there, dude. They're trying to trick me. I'm just kidding. I actually like when games do that shit because this is crazy. This is made on fucking Easy FPS editor. Looks good. Bro made himself a whole ass little open world. Yeah, dude, I am fucking delivering packages. We are delivering fucking packages. I don't remember. Can I punch this guy? Hold on. Can I beat the fuck out of this guy? Hold on. Pull right there. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. My eyes are failing me. I thought you were one of those Nazi officers, dumb bastards. Easy, easy. I'm just a postman. Oh, yeah? You have something for me, young man? Yes, just put your package in the mailbox. These kids have no respect. It's difficult for you to be handling packages to me. I'm barely walking here. I'm sorry. Kill him. Do I not have an attack? Okay. Am I not allowed to kill people in a Postal game? Hold on. Let me flip this dude off. Oh, you. Oh, you bitch. How do I melee? How do I melee, though? I feel like I want to kill... What does it say? I will... Mike G's... I will... Deactivate your cunt. Deact cunt. Yoklum Claft. I will Yoklum Claft. I will Yoklum Claft. We're gonna Yoklum Claft. I wonder if there's ice physics. Hold on. Nah. It's an easy FPS game, bro. I'm not gonna... There's no real way that it's gonna be... There's no jump, bro. That's driving me up the fucking wall. It's like standard with these FPS games, bro. Why wouldn't you put a fucking jump in your game? I'm being a little harsh on this. But here's the thing. I've already played Reverend Postal. And Reverend made me... What are we doing here? Hey, sure, you want to have a good time? Yes. Dude. Alright. How do I kill her? Shut the fuck up, Shuri. I don't give a fuck what time it is. Drachi TV. So, it's obviously a Postal game. Like, you can see all the Postal shit all over the... What the fuck is this? This is my hideout. Gotta finish my work first. Okay. I like the little open hub world. Not gonna lie, dude. It makes me cream in the pussy juice. Dude, I'm gonna do so. What is this? Currency exchange. I'm gonna currency exchange your fucking pussy cheeks. I hope you have a big pussy. One of those big Audi pussies. Ooh, a church. It's Rev, dude. Good morning, Jesse. Greetings, Father Winston. I can't remember seeing you that early on work. I just wanted to finish my job early so I can sleep for a while. Yesterday was a pretty busy day. I'm fucking up the Postal guy voice. I need to learn how to do it. I understand. I don't burden yourself, and I hope to see you in the church again. Will do. Thank you. By the way, you have a package for me? I'm still waiting for a pressure meter I ordered. Let me check right there. Yeah. Thank you. Cool. Oh, I'm so tired. That's what I need. Crack. Pew. Oh, when you're tired, you fucking walk slow? That's an interesting mechanic. So here's the thing. So this game I know is inspired by Postal, obviously, but the difference is you're an actual Postal man, and you're fucking the Columbine kid, I guess. I don't know, dude. Let's see what this hideout look like. It's gonna be overly edgy, bro. What is this, dude? Why did you even put that there? Alright, hold on a second. I'm gonna plug in my mic.
Wake up. Wake up. I said wake up, sleepyhead!
Fuck. There we go, dude.
Must be a nightmare.
Must be nightmare. Must be, dude. Must be nightmare.
Speaking of nightmares, do you know what's going on outside?
Who's there?
Hello, my name is not important. Remember that line?
Shut up, dude.
Where are you?
Inside your head, smartass. You expected me to say anything else? Now listen. While you're having sweet dreams here, your little town is under attack. Gonna do something?
What are you talking about?
The aliens. They're real, and they are here. You, and only you, have a greatest opportunity to save your species from this shameless invasion before it's too late.
Okay.
I guess I need to sleep some more.
You don't believe me? I will see what you will say when you see it with your eyes.
Okay. Why is everything red? Why am I walking so slow?
Where do you think you're going, tough guy? There's a fucking aliens walking around.
So?
So, no one in clear mind will go out without any weapon. I believe you have some in your personal closet, right?
How do you know?
Just check it out already. Stop pissing me off.
Dude. You're pissing me off, though. Because I have to walk slowly back down to the stairs, downstairs. Alright. There's no closet. I'm guessing it's this fucking thing.
Now we're playing with fire. Just look at this fine selection. Where did you get all this?
Honestly, I can't remember.
We both know you're holding this for a purpose. Remember what you said in that commercial? Nothing will stop us from doing our work.
Dude, I feel like this has a lot more. So obviously this is more Postal 1 hatred inspired than this is big edgy and less fun Postal. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not as big of a fan of Postal 1 as the rest of the series. It's just angry. We have the ambient music of Postal 1. Jesus Christ, dude. That alien took like 80 shots to kill. Yeah. We can kill innocent people. Let's go. Where the fuck am I getting shooting or shot from? Are they wearing police uniforms? Is like the alien invasion like a him losing his mind and killing people because he thinks they're aliens? Yeah, dude. That's what it seems like it's gonna be. Shotgun sucks, dude. Machine gun's good though. Dude, I don't know where I'm getting shot from. What shop? What shop if I want to live? I feel like they just are kind of here. Postal alien game is so far it's where am I getting fucking shot from? And people who shoot me with machine guns somehow drop pistol ammo. There we go. Somebody finally dropped a health. It's RNG based. That's what it is. It's RNG based. Stop shooting me. Fuck are you? There you are. Quick, get inside. Don't lock everything. I don't know what's this all about, but follow your device. Please don't get yourself out. Thank you. Because I can't run around buildings. Ah, perfect. Crotchy juice. There's another guy outside over here. We're gonna go save him. Fucking A, dude. I like this game already, though. The gunplay's good. The reload animations are sick. I'm almost out of ammo, and I don't want to use the shotgun because it kind of sucks. Why does bro just own a revolver? Like out of all the revolvers, why wouldn't you have like a long? So the only guy that dies is the old black man? Now what do I do? Ugh. Oh my god, dude. Let's see what we can learn about. Hey, it did some damn. Okay. What do you mean nicely done? What the fuck have I done? What have I done though? I saved 2 people. One of them died of like fucking getting shot because he wouldn't shut up about Nazis for some reason. Oh yeah, the ambient noise is like we're playing Postal 1. He's already quoted Hatred, which is kind of an L because Hatred is a mid-ass game. It's not bad. Like, here's the thing here's the props I'll give the game. The gunplay is solid, right? The gunplay is solid. This gun is ass. I don't understand why you would have a revolver be this snubby and stupid and own it. It's fucking dumb, dude. That's not even a critique on like the game. It's just I don't like snub-nosed revolvers. I think they're the most fucking garbage gun ever made. I don't understand why anybody would own a snub-nosed revolver other than like an old lady in her purse. Or like any lady. Cause like here's the thing about a snub-nosed revolver in a self-defense situation. If somebody's on top of you, you can shove the revolver into their chest and pull the trigger. You can't really do that with a semi-automatic because the slide will push back. It's not like the chances of that happening are very low, but there's still a chance. And when you're preparing for like if you want to be ready for a situation that's like the worst possible situation you can think of, having something to prepare you for that is good. You know what I mean? And not under preparing. But obviously a semi is going to be easier because you can reload faster, you can shoot faster, you can shoot straighter, you can shoot more accurate. When it comes to snub-nosed revolvers, they're inaccurate, they're slow to reload, they're kind of just garbage. Now full-size revolvers I have no problem with. Because usually they're in higher calibers and they give some bang-bang juice for your money. Okay, so I do go...
Eliza. My future wife. She's in our post office right now. I must rescue her.
Yeah, you will. But our mission isn't done here.
So things that, and another thing they did right in this game is the shovel. Giving me a shovel right away is a W. And the idea that he's lost his mind, and these are just like fucking joggers or hipsters and cops. And the old guy talking about Nazis and then getting shot by a cop and he's the only black character. Like the fact that the only black character gets shot by an alien dressed as a cop so far is definitely a sign of him losing his mind and being fucking edgy white dude. I don't know why his race has anything to do with anything. Making all enemies hit scanners was a bold choice, not gonna lie. Kind of mad annoying, actually. Right. What kind of enemy designs are you gonna go with? Have you heard of this thing called hit scanners? We're gonna make a lot of those. Dude, I almost died. Fuck, dude. Oh, dude, I know where health is. If I can get around the back of this building, I'm good. Okay, so health shit doesn't stay on the ground forever, so that's awesome. This is Postal ACAB, bro. Postal ACAB. That's what I'm gonna call this, dude. Postal ACAB. Now, do I know if this is actually, like, politically motivated? No, and I don't really care either. I just think calling it Postal ACAB is funny. And I don't like that I can't jump. When, like, there's stuff about this game that is just, like... Reason I play this, right? So there's two reasons I play this. One, I'm a Postal fan. Two, a developer I really like, posted something about FPS games of the year, like easy FPS game of the year shit, and this was on the list. And I was like, what the fuck? Somebody made, I was like, is Postman Die Twice a Postal game? Hey, buddy. So I'm playing another indie game based on Postal. Fuck it, dude. You're a developer. Do you want to just hop on? I can call you on Discord. You can hop on and we can discuss things. You can discuss game design. I'm fucking locked in, dude. Fuck. I'm dead. Because this fucking pistol takes so long to reload. Wait, how many shots does this thing fucking have? 1, 2, 3. Oh my god, dude. I'm dead. Because the shotgun sucks. The shotgun fucking blows, dude. That should have been a kill, dude. If you're gonna have a good shotgun, point blank shot should be death. Am I right? Come here, you fucking... I don't care. 2 shots from a shotgun at point blank is bad. If I'm hitting you with 2 shots from a shotgun. Like, some enemies die from 2 shots, others don't. And it's mid. But yeah, dude, if you want to pop in, I can call you on Discord. Hold on. Well, you gotta let me know, dude. You gotta let me know. I don't want to just fucking hit you with a call randomly. But let me know if you want to pop on. I'll have you on stream. You can discuss your game and shit, and we can talk game design and why you're a sadistic fuck. Okay, I have like some fundamental issues with this game. One, the only gun that's worth the shit is the machine gun. The other guns suck. I'm really not a fan of the other guns, and I feel like if this had nothing to do with Postal, it wouldn't be as popular. Like, if it was just an alien game, or not popular, I wouldn't have done as well. And here's the thing, it's a good game, dude. It's not bad. But now that you've attached it to the Postal IP, I'm going to think of the Postal games. And to be honest, this doesn't feel like a Postal game. It kind of feels like Postal 1. In a very, and that's being generous, but not really, because you don't have NPCs and shit for me to kill. So, like, oh god, you can't fucking switch weapons while reloading. Okay. Awesome, and they all have machine guns, dude, and I can't come on, we're... Oh, yeah. I need to get... I mean, it's like night and day difference how good this gun is. Like, everything else... Like, the revolver's not terrible, it's just a fucking revolver, dude. Yeah, dude, you wanna hop on? I can call you. Just hit me in chat and let me know if I'm calling you or not. I don't wanna fucking... Yeah, dude. This is getting tedious quick. What's sad is when I saw this game, the picture of this game, I was in love with the design, the open world concept in an easy FPS game. This is like way impressive for the hardware you're using. Okay, so I beat the level. I killed all the aliens. So it's just kind of kill as many people on screen until possible, kind of like Postal 1. Got it. But the thing that sucks is ammo. Sucks is ammo count, dude. That's the police station. I've been killing cops this whole game, so. Am I in the police station? No. Where am I going? Am I just going kind of map to map? I want to explore a little. God, I wish there was jump. Not putting jump in is a weird choice, too. It's like you didn't want me to move faster. And again, it seems like I'm going in this game with maliciously. And I'm not. I promise you I'm not. I'm having fun with it. I'm just kind of giving you my unfiltered thoughts. And sometimes my unfiltered thoughts come off like I'm being a little cunsy-wunsy. I'm being a little bitchy poo. And that's never my intent, but I'm going to be honest. That's who I am. I'm going to be real. And one thing that instantly turned me off is the shotgun. The shotgun's design is incredible. I mean, it's got really good design. Every design choice in this game, so I don't go that way. Every design choice in this game I feel is fairly solid. I must go to the post office because my bay's in there. The revolver sucks. And like design wise.
Eliza.
How sad. She's turned into one of those creatures. What took you so long?
I told you I need to rescue her first.
And being killed by them right when you step out. Are you out of your tiny mind? Anyway, let's finish this. You will let her suffer?
What are you trying to say?
Stop being a typical cliché movie guy with all these questions. Kill her! That's right.
This is just kind of sad. Spare.
No,
Yeah.
I can't.
Fucking useless.
So that's the end of the game? That's literally the end of the game? I haven't even been playing that long. What? What the fuck? That's it? So if you save her, if you think that he's crazy and he becomes good, he dies. Which is the one thing that this had going for it. You just have to start the game over. Is there another level if I don't kill her? No, I don't want to play. I want to start over. Because Dude, this is stupid. This is kind of.
Day, another shift. Better to get started while everyone's still sleeping. I'm sure they will be happy to get their packages that early. Alright, let's go.
So, here's the thing, dude. So, yeah, I gotta play the whole game over. Now I know what this is fucking. I have to re-deliver all these packages. Kill a bunch of aliens again, and then repeat. Sure. I know what to do now. It's incredibly fucking simple. Watch a bunch of cutscenes. Realize this is the most mid-fucking Postal game. If this is, like, we'll see what the second ending's about. But I thought maybe sparing her would be the right choice. And I'm not gonna lie. Kind of fucking lame. To be honest. I mean, here's what this game has going for it. The open world, the hub world area. This is gorgeous. This is amazing. It's very Postal inspired. Look how big and open and amazing this is. Love it. Insanely love it. But games are not just good level design. Like, that's not what makes some Postal games tick. I mean, if you're trying to go for a Postal one, right? What you would have is a bunch of fucking people and then an alien invasion. Because you can put, like, I think you can put as many sprites on screen as you want to in an easy FPS game. There's no limitation. And because of that, I feel like there needs to be way more innocents to kill. Because you put 3 fucking innocent people to kill in a Postal game? How do I skip? Skip. Yeah, bro. Yeah, this is like, what's the point of the money? The money's to buy soda. That's what it's for. Like, again, aesthetically, I was instantly turned on. And I thought it was funny that you were actually a postal man. And what you crafted here is really good in terms of world building. It's just, why would you go with a revolver when the postal guys iconically had the Desert Eagle? At least in Postal 2 and 4. 2 and 4 he has the Desert Eagle, and I think, what does he have? I think he has a Desert Eagle in Postal 3 too. Or just a regular semi-automatic.
I said wake up, sleepyhead!
Must be a nightmare.
Speaking of nightmares, do you know what's going on outside?
Who's there?
Hello, my name is not important. Remember that line?
Where are you?
Inside your head, smartass. You expected me to say anything else? Now listen. While you're having sweet dreams here,
Look at this skip. I can't clip skip.
gonna do something.
There we go. Finally.
Now we're playing with fire. Just look at this fine selection. Where did you get all this?
Alright. We're gonna try the melee weapon. I didn't try it last time, so we're gonna see if it's any good. Okay, the melee weapon fucking sucks. Alright, let's save her. Dude, where am I getting shot from? This is... So the draw distance is kind of ass in all easy FPS games. So here I am trying to figure out where the enemy is, and because I can't see them. I didn't cost any money. Yeah, dude. I'm trying to save my machine gun ammo for the next level because it's way more important on the next level. That means I have to use the shitty shotgun that seems to just be way underpowered. Jesus, dude. But again, the problem in this game is the best weapon is the machine gun. It's not even close. It's not even like in the same fucking atmosphere as the other guns. What? I'm dead. I'm trying to replay this game real quick, and I really don't want to replay it. But I want to see what the other ending's about. I died. You can bring me the baby. Are you sure? Okay. First person I'm saving is the priest, so I'm gonna run over here and save the priest this time. Yeah, dude. I have a snub-nosed revolver. I can't hit the broadside of a barn with this fucking thing. Dude, at least get a fucking speed reloader, bro. Like, come on, dude. If you're gonna have everybody be hit scanners, like, this isn't fun having every enemy be a hit scanner. Give me some secrets and shit. I just don't... Like, if I save the priest, let me... Like, if I save the priest, let me go in the church or something. Let me have a key to this. Let me have a key to that, and it be a door. But, it's just... Dude, why? I honestly expected to really like this game. I had a bunch of easy FPS games that I was recommended. I was told, oh, these are good, you should play them, and out of all the ones, I was most excited for this game because I'm a Postal fan. It's like, dude, you're literally handing crack to a baby. This is should be like an easy win. I'm gonna die because all the weapons are useless. Fucking bull. This game sucks. This game fucking sucks. The thing, this is a runner-up at a contest, is fucking retarded. This game sucks, dude. This game is not good. It's fine. It's like mid. It's mid as fuck. This is a mid as fuck game. Fucking die, dude. I don't even care about saving anybody anymore. This game's so fucking mid. I can't. I just can't. It's fucking mid as fuck. Like, it's like, I was playing that game yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. That one that other dev made, that he was in chat earlier. The thing about that game is chaos, and is, like, that game looks, like, I think that game, like, in terms of, like, initial look, like, if I were sitting here watching this stream, right, and I watched the stream yesterday and saw the gameplay of what I was playing yesterday, I'd been like, this game kind of looks bad. But the gameplay is so much fun in that game, and the chaos is so good that it's like you're there for the gameplay and the fuck you, priest. You serve absolutely no purpose. Like, these enemies just kind of seem to come out from out of nowhere, and they're all hit scanners. And there's a light post there, so I can't do anything. And I'm gonna die again. Ah, thank God. 30 FPS or 30 hit points. Yay! Yeah, this game's fucking trash, dude. This game's trash. Every enemy being hit scanners. Every fucking one of them being hit scanners. Like, and the shotgun sucking. What was your design idea here, buddy? Like, I don't even want to use the shotgun because it takes so long to load. It's like all of the worst design ideas in a fucking shotgun put into one game. Like, this game's actually bad. Oh wait, it's not bad. It's not that bad. It's just me. I'm getting a little angry because I'm a little annoyed. God, this game is fucking stupid, dude. I shouldn't have replayed. I should have just been happy with where I was at. It's not... Why is every enemy a fucking hit scanner? Why does a revolver take 400 fucking hours to reload? Why is the fucking edgy... Why is the edgy fucking hatred fan carrying a... Go to safety. Like, I don't even know where I'm getting hit from, to be honest with you. It's just like, when every enemy's a fucking hit scanner and there's no projectiles, you just kind of... You're just kind of fucking hoping and praying that you... God, this shotgun is ass cheeks, dude. Dude, and my thing too is, this might... I want to be supportive of indie devs, dude. I want to. I want every time I... But... Dude, this game just didn't prioritize fun. It really didn't prioritize fun. It prioritized aesthetic. It prioritized aesthetic and other shit over the fun factor. Dude, are my bullets doing nothing? Jesus Christ, everybody doesn't drop ammo. I fucking get hit scanned to death over and over again, over and over and over again. I don't like how this fucking game starts me every time. This is fucking gay. This is super fucking homosexual. This game rubbed me the wrong way from the beginning when I didn't have a melee and I couldn't just punch random citizens. And then to be hit scanned from directions and I can't even see them because of the draw distance. Like, at least, if you're going to have an open world like this with as much big things, give them blasters or some shit. Give me a blaster and let me see. Because if we're doing aliens, like, there's one way that this works, and it was the way that I was fucking vibing with, is it's either a fucking alien invasion where they have like cool fucking blasters and shit, or it's the Postal dude or whatever this fucking gay dude or this game's dude's name is. Postal Man Jim. It's either his fucking mental decline where he's killing people, or it's a real alien invasion. Those are the two options, right? Those are the two options. That's what you got. Those are your choices, right? Well, if it's it, and when I got to where I had the choice between killing my girlfriend Jen or not at the end of the game, the correct choice should be saving her, right? Deciding not to kill her. And that instantly killing me and being the bad ending is a terrible fucking design choice. I'm sorry. I am sorry. It is a bad idea. Oh, for fuck's sake. Die, dude. Oh my god, dude. This pistol sucks. But I know I need ammo for the next level. I'm literally only doing this because I need ammo for the next level. Now I gotta run all the way back and get health so that I don't fucking... Oh, yeah, dude. Reload. Fucking reload, dude, because the pistol does jack shit. Fuck, I'm dead. I'm fucking dead again. Dude, this game sucks, dude. Fucking go back to the drawing board, bro. Go back to the fucking drawing board. Remove this fucking weapon. It's garbage. It's trash. It should never have been put into a fucking game. You prioritized the wrong shit in making your game, bro. I'm fucking raging out right now. I don't even care. I know that half of this is a skill issue, but at the same time, like, my accuracy at a distance is dog shit in this game. But fucking enemy can be like, the enemy can be like on Elon Musk's terraformed fucking Mars and hit me. Dude. One of the worst shotguns ever made. Yeah, dude. Look how much ammo I just wasted. Thank you. Do I have to talk to everybody in this game? Or can I just, like, kill... What's my... I just have to kill 30 enemies, so I'm gonna, like... Awesome. I love when your game design is put a bunch of hit scanners on screen and have them be able to hit you from across the map. It's just honestly good game design, dude. That's what everyone, when everybody talks about good game design, every FPS YouTuber just says, "Oh, I love hit scanners." Says every YouTuber ever who's played a video game in an FPS format, they always say, dude, God, you know what? This game could have been good, but not enough hit scanners. So you really solved that fucking issue. You really made the world a better place by getting more hit scanners on screen. I know one of the biggest issues in gaming was like, oh, dude, how do I play the game with, there's not enough hit scanners, but I need more hit scanners. And you were like, dude, I got you, fam. I want them to do, like, a lot of damage And I want them to be hit scanners. And I'm gonna have RNG drops that are just kind of annoying. Ugh, fucking hit scanners, bro. Where are you? Yay. I'm gonna go kill this priest for no other reason than just to do it. I haven't killed him yet. Fuck you, priest. You had the unfortunate,
Nicely done.
Alright, let's go to the next section. I honestly don't know, dude. Don't know about anything.
No. Eliza. My future wife. She's in our post office right now. I must rescue her.
Yeah, you will. But our mission isn't done here.
So this level is actually much easier because the goal is just to stay out of sight. So if you run behind the buildings and stuff, this one should be easier. I remember thinking this one was much easier than the first open area. Sorry I'm such a fucking Debbie Downer. I just wish the other guns were more fun to use. Because it feels like a punishment whenever I run out of ammo for the machine gun. It honestly just feels like the game's punishing me. And I don't... And I don't like that feeling, dude. I don't like the feeling of, like, I'm hating this game just to hate it when that's not really what I'm doing. Like, I promise you, I want this game to be good. And I have to say, in terms of level design, again, the game's gorgeous. Especially for being an easy FPS game. But it's like cringe how enemies will just pop up behind you. And they're hit scanners, so... all of a sudden, you'll be fucking dying like crazy. Like, tell me where that fucker came from. You're just like crawling out of your ass, bro? Where the fuck did the machine gun come from? See how they just pop in? That's shit design, dude. That's really bad design, and I'm not gonna pretend it's not. You're not creating a fun, like, you're not, like, crafting... If you had, like, 30 enemies around the map, right? And organically placed around the map. You're gonna have to find them. That, to me, is better. Dude, what is it? 3 fucking rounds? What do you got a fucking... What do you have, a duck hunting shim in your fucking shotgun? Now here's what we do. We're gonna make sure this bitch is fully reloaded. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because it's 4 rounds. It's got a 4-round slide. I think my shotgun has a bigger slide. It must be a mini or something, dude. It must be like, I mean, it definitely looks like a Mossberg. I think the K... I'm not sure about how much the KSG can hold. I mean... But... Here's how I would have done it, right? If I would have put this shotgun in the game, I would have had the shotgun almost be like a sniper rifle, dude. With like fucking slugs. It would have been a slug-based shotgun.
Eliza.
Again, I haven't made any games, so I really have no room to talk.
She's turned into one of those creatures. What took you so long?
I told you I need to rescue her first.
And being killed by them right when you step out. Are you out of your tiny mind? Anyway, let's finish this. You will let her suffer?
What are you trying to say?
Stop being a typical cliché movie guy with all these questions.
Scarlet Harvest does this better. Okay, well, let's listen to the insanity and killer.
That's right.
Please, forgive me.
Okay. Do I get another level after this?
Your Honor, I would like to put to you the testimony of my client, what he recalled before all this began. He explained that after finishing his work for the day, he drank an energy drink called Drachi to try and recover from exhaustion. After he slept a while, he started to experience hallucinations, and a voice in his head convinced him that all of these hallucinations were real. He became convinced that he needed to protect his city from the alien invasion. I understand. This may sound crazy, but please listen to me carefully because it doesn't end there. 2 years ago, I started my own investigation, spending my own money to research the properties of this energy drink, and I believe that it is the cause of my client's irrational behavior. I have documents proving that this drink contains coloring E142, an element that causes the side effects my client described. And this is not the first case. My client is the 7th person who is known to have suffered from the side effects of this poison. Others have experienced similar hallucinations and other allergic effects. Your Honor, in light of these facts, I ask that you take into account my client's diminished responsibility and reduce his sentence. I also call for an investigation into the management of the factory responsible for the production of this Drachi drink. There's no way we can let them keep doing this work.
Thank you. That's enough. By listening to you, I have the impression that you are trying to make the defendant seem to be some kind of hero, which he is not. What he did was undeniably horrible. The defendant's delusions show that he was not motivated by reason, and so his actions cannot be justified. We will investigate the possible connections this manufacturing company has to this case, but I must note that at this time the correlations between this allegedly defective product and your client's mental state are circumstantial. We do not have any direct evidence to prove causation. As a result, I cannot accept your claims of diminished responsibility, and the punishment must remain the same. Jesse Black, born November 2nd, 1973, will be sentenced to a period of confinement in a mental institution, where he will receive psychiatric treatment.
Mental institution? No. So if she... Okay. Here's an issue right here. He would...
Fear, my friend. I will never leave you.
Here's an issue with this. Big issue with this. If she denies any claim... If she denies any claim of there being a side effect that caused insanity, like induced insanity, then he would then be tried as a sane individual. She basically just shut down his like the chemical creating insanity. So wait, was there another insanity defense, or was that it? And you had the option to kill. So because you have the option to kill your girlfriend at the end, you literally, You literally choose to be a monster and you deserve the death penalty. Like, I figured out what this game was going for right away, and it just... It's fine. It's fucking okay. It's annoying. No, this is a fan-made Postal game. It's like considered one of the better easy FPS games. It's fine. It's fucking whatever. But I was hitting you up earlier, dude. Do you wanna pop on stream and talk? I will happily BS with you, dude. I'm gonna play a good Postal game now. I'm gonna play a fucking Postal game that's actually good. Cause I feel like... You want me? You need me? Yes? Yeah, give me a second. Dude. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Take your time. I mean, I really would love to have you on stream. I love having people on stream. I think it adds variety and shit. So after you, yeah, dude, definitely come on. What sucks about this game, and what's the biggest problem about this game is it's all Postal 1, and no touching. No. I don't care what you have to say. I said no. I don't care if you're cute. I said no. Dada said no. Yeah, I know you're cute. Yeah, I know you want to touch it. You just like touching things. But you can't just fucking grab this stuff. You can't. Dada said no, and so you have to abide. So I'm trying to think what I want to play now. Let's see what's on sale on Steam real quick. Let's see what special deals are going while I wait here. Ow! Ah! Great grab on Daddy's hair, yeah. You're like, oh, Dad doesn't need his hair. I'll rip it out. I'll rip it out. I'll rip it out. Visuals and viewpoint. First person. Bam. The Beyond Citadel is fire. I already have that. So there's that Postal, there's a Postal game that I wanted. Yeah. Blood Kill. This looks stupid. Exosuit. This looks like an easy FPS game. Looks like a good easy FPS game. Maybe that or Z-Doom. GZ Doom. What the fuck? Battle Royale shooter. Nope. Nope. We're gonna look up, it's not on sale, dude. It's always on sale. It's always on sale. I think it's on sale on GOG, but I have to Steam in order to play. So I'd have to have the GOG version in order to play it. Do I have to have this version? I think, though, I think it's always like a couple bucks on Running with Scissors website. So let me check. Because if you didn't know this, this is how you, so if you go to Running with Scissors website, Postal 2 is always $2. Yes, I'm 17 years of age. It's always, this is, the Steam key for this is always $2 here. Same with this one. This one's not, but Postal 2 regular is always $2 on Steam as well. So, that's cool. Wait, but how? What are you doing? Why would you put this here? Exit. I will do this later. But I do love Brain Damage. I think Brain Damage is like a fucking masterpiece, dude. Brain Damage is an absolute masterpiece. I think it's one of the best Postal games. I need to make like a better video on it. Which I might just play through the game here on. Play through the game here on stream. This might be my next game. I need to finish Turbo Overkill, but I can't play that with a baby. I shouldn't be able to play this one either, but I don't know. I really want to. Okay. So I'm going to add.
You are about to enter another dimension. A dimension of sound. A dimension of sight. A dimension of mind. You are moving into a land.
The fuck? Get out of here, you Rod Serling wannabe. This is my dream. So, listen up. As I said, this is my dream. Like, you will encounter things so fucked up that the current global situation will sound perfectly sane in comparison. Once you see this shit, there's no coming back. And it all started with a TV. Yeah, I'm a simple man. I hear about that one kooky punch-drunk German director guy's best video games movie marathon, and I want to see it. Like, you know, in the name of the kink instant classic, House of Death. Fuck yeah. Fart cries? Boom. Headshot. But, fuck. There's something really, really wrong here. I wake up in a suburb of all places, like it's some shitty nightmare. A neighborhood full of trigger-happy retired policemen, saggy middle-aged soccer moms, and really angry, leg-biting, ass-munching pet pooches. Oh, and my TV isn't working. And that, my dear friend, is only the beginning. So, this is my story.
All right, we're gonna play some Postal Brain Damage now, boys. I fucking love this game. This is a great game. Dada loves this game. Dada really likes the game. Dada like this game. What? What? Did you like just staring at the dada? You like us staring at the dada? For sure? I know, you saw Mom, and you like Mom more than Dad. You like Mom more than Dad a lot. Come on. You're okay. Mama will be right back. Then Dad's gonna play some Postal Brain Damage because it's one of his favorite games. I don't know if I ever beat it. I know I played like the first half and I really liked it. Is Mama playing with you?
Could you open this for me?
Yeah.
Oh, hi. Were you hanging out with Dad?
All right. Here we go. Now I'm gonna play some Postal Brain Damage, the best Postal game.
Smells like barbecue and quiet existential dread in the air.
The best Postal game in
Must be
terms
the
of
suburbs.
gameplay. Oh, the music is so good, dude.
You load 16 tons. What do you get?
Another day older and deeper and dead. I load 16 tons. And what do you get? Another day older and deeper and dead. St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I ain't home. I owe my soul to the company store. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Well, I was born one day when the sun didn't shine. I went to the... I got a shovel and I went to the mine. I loaded 16 tons of number 9 coal in the sawball spread. Well, bless my soul, you load 16 tons. And what do you get?
Where the hell's he going now?
Well, when you see me coming, you better step aside. A lot of men didn't, and a lot of men died. I got one fist iron, the other steel, and the right one don't get you, then the left one will.
It's so good that I can almost think of drinking it.
I keep hitting reload like I'm gonna reload this weapon. Get your fat ass over here, stupid bitch. Dude, these fucking poochers are... Oh yeah, dude.
I like your viscera.
It sucks that I have to kill these guys because I'm pretty sure they're fans of my videos. Alright, best part about Postal. Postal brain damage is the exploration too is good. For a game that's linear, it has decent exploration. Dude, no sex in my game. Dude, I worked at a grocery store during the beginning of COVID, dude. And people used to call for toilet paper all the fucking time, dude. They're like, could you hold me some? And I'm like, bro, I do not have the abilities. They gave us a policy. I can't even hold it for we couldn't even hold toilet paper for ourselves, dude. Like, if we got a delivery of toilet paper at the beginning of our shift and we really needed toilet paper, it didn't matter, dude. We had to put it on the shelf, and when our shift was over, then we could see, like, we could buy it like any other customer. Like, you would get in trouble if you bought it on your break, dude. It was stupid, bro.
Now that's a fine jib.
Oh yeah, dude. This game's better than Blood West. Look at all these fucking cats, dude. Dude, what a genius idea, dude. What a fucking great idea. A chainsaw shovel. This game's perfect, dude. Okay, maybe not perfect. I can't cut down shrubs with it. I'm seeing if I missed any houses to explore. Oh my god, dude. This house has got it fucking wild. Look how much toilet paper's in this bitch. What the fuck is that thing? I forgot about those things, dude. This game has some wild enemy designs. So, like... Oh my god, you can turn faucets on. What? What? I didn't know you could do that. I forgot this is the toilet paper house, bro. I honestly was surprised that people like Civvy didn't do like a pro Postal with this. Because this seems like the type of game. Because this isn't like, this is kind of Doom Eternally. But this is more... I don't know. This is like a different type of game than Doom Eternal. I wanted to check something. Can I change difficulty at any time in this game? Yeah. Well, FOB a bit bigger. I like one where it's at. I don't know what that means. Perfect. Yeah. Everything's good. I thought it felt a little easy. I was like, confusion, and I had it on easy. I did not realize it. I just clicked into it so fast that I was like... Also, I played this on PlayStation first. Oh, dude, he definitely fucking got me. But see, this already does the hub fucking world thing better than the game that dude made. Now, because he made it last year, and this game came out last year as well. I think. This was a 2024 game.
Dark, gritty catchphrase number 1. Here, piggy, piggy.
And the thing, like... I just feel like he was like, oh dude, I have this idea for a game. It'll be like a cool Postal, like it'll be a tie into Postal. They're doing that competition. It'll all be cool and real nice and jizzy. Oh, this is the first house, dude. Huh. And it just didn't work, dude. I'm not gonna lie, the Postal Alien Invasion did not work. For me, anyways. For me, it didn't work. It was just... I don't think it deserved to come in second. The thing that drives me nuts is it beat out DOS Man's Space Aliens in Space, which I think is one of the best... Like, if... Even... like... That's the game they decided. So the team that made that game could only nominate one game, right? And they went with Space Aliens in Space. Cool, based. That's a great game. I gotta review that game early. I loved that game. It's one of my favorite videos I made on this platform. But oh my god, dude, is that a Sims fucking reference? Oh, that's good, dude. I haven't even like talked about the like enemy design. Oh my god, there's another Sims. Dude, wait, hold on. Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah, getting some fat chicks. She's stuck to me? Oh, okay, she's not. Got everything in here? Another piece of armor. DOS Man? You talking about DOS Man, or are you talking about India Meal, or who are we talking about? Because like probably, I don't know. I joined. I'm not the big like. I really like Zombrowski, right? I like Zombrowski's content. I don't spend a lot of time on that server. I spend a little bit of time just to see like drops and stuff, and then to promote my videos because I feel like me and him would have a very good overlap of audience. Oh, DOS, yeah, DOS Man is one of my favorite developers. DOS Man is one of my favorite developers. They are and publishers. As a developer and a publisher, I think they make incredible things, and I think they're doing a lot for indie FPS games, especially when it comes to easy FPS.
That's my thumb in your bum hole.
Tango.
To make longer jumps, you can start jump. Okay. So is it? Yeah, I think it's a slide then jump. Right? Yeah. Okay. Ah, dude, that was terrifying. Oh, Jesus, it's still alive.
Do dream kills count? trial of life has expired, dumbass.
Dude, this dog is the most terrifying thing ever put in a video game. Bitch, get the fuck off my screen, dog. Yeah, the server's just so massive, and I just can't spend that much time because there's too many people talking. Like, there's some servers that I interact with because I like they're not as big, like some YouTuber servers, but his it's too overwhelming. And I got it because I was like, oh, dude, this is a good way that I could talk to other indie developers, maybe get my name out there a little more. Because I do like both React content and I do the game reviews. I think I could really bolster myself this way.
I get the feeling it's gonna burn more than once.
And it was one of those things that I was like, yeah, and then I just never fucking interacted with people because it's just too much, dude. It's like overwhelming in a way. I love the shotgun design in this. This is really good weapon design. Oh yeah, dude.
Right in the testes.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude, but Slim is a really cool guy. I get a lot of my, when I first started looking for, like, indie games and stuff to play, because I figured that would be a good niche, is play a bunch of indie games for my YouTube videos. I use his channel a lot to figure out, indie FPS games. Like, I like Slim. I think he's a really chill guy. I feel like Slim's a lot more edgy than he lets on, though. Like, I feel like...
moronic developers thought they could hide this from me?
What did I pick up?
Great for a hot day.
Like, I feel like he's got a real high edgy side, and he's like, because I think he really likes the Postal series. And it's one of those things. What the fuck is the Postal dude doing over here?
Stay, you beautiful beast. Don't go.
Dude, no, I don't think anybody was ever asking if you had an edgy side, buddy. I don't think anybody was actually thinking you didn't have an edgy side. You have a fucking, your game is edge to the max. But the funny kind of edgy. Look how funny this is, edgy. which I prefer that kind of edgy the most. Like, again, your game was chaos incarnate, and it's a bit much for me, to be honest. Like I like it a lot, but it's like too overwhelming for me at times, which is fine because that's what you're going for. And it's like there's times where you're like being a dick, and it's like fun.
This dream is awesome.
And I love the fact that your game is unabashed chaos on purpose.
Burn, baby, burn. That is a sick burn.
Dude, Flaming P is the greatest fucking level design thing ever put in a game. This is so great, dude. See, this is how you make a fucking Postal game, dude. There's going to be somebody though. I know that there's some YouTubers out there that are like, the old Postal games were way more edgy, and they're like, dude, it's woke because there's like Trump guys in it, and dude, it's so stupid, so fucking cringe. Pussy. Yes, dude, Derek Comedy Tour was the funniest, one of the funniest skit channels. Dude, fucking Derek Comedy Crew, or Comedy Group, or whatever it was called, was one of the funniest YouTube things ever. And I fucking loved it, dude. I miss Childish. I miss Donald Glover's comedy. I think he was a better comedian than he was rapper. And I like a lot of Childish Gambino's music, but him as a fucking comedian is one of the best. One of the best things ever, dude. That fucking skit channel was so good.
I am the way.
Dude, the spelling bee one, bro, was so fucking good. But also the one where he poops his pants, bro. Like, there's gonna be people who are like, you only like the spelling bee one because it's like, it's got the racial joke in it. Dude, I'm telling you right now, the funniest one they ever did was the one where he can't stop pooping his pants, bro. Dude, I think there's some like even better ones than that too. The Mad Hatter one was so good, dude. The Mad Hatter one was so good. What other ones were there, dude? There was... B-Boy Stance was hilarious. Dude, GIMP or Glork or whatever, the one where they make the social media app that does nothing, but it's the sounds that an alien made as it died. The fucking movie was hilarious. The self-defense, dude, and then you pull out your gun. There were so many, dude. They were fucking goated. They were goated, dude. Like, it was a goated fucking channel. And now he's kind of all fucking, like, he doesn't do the comedy anymore. I remember when he started doing music, he was like, listen, guys, he did, like, his music at first was, like, funny shit, and then he transitioned. to more serious music, and I understood it, dude. And I was like, dude, nobody who's making music wants their shit to just be. Nobody wants their shit to just be, like comedy based forever. The Mystery Team, yes, Mystery Team, dude. That movie was fucking amazing, dude. I don't care what anybody says. It's like that movie and the Postal movie have a soft place in my heart, dude. I think they're very similar in style, Mystery Team and the Postal movie, and I think they're both fucking amazing because of it. Yeah, dude, I feel you, dude. That fucking, like, cisgender and Latinx, you so fucking cringe, dude. What we're doing is we're finding shit to be annoyed with and then making shit up to, like, bolster our cause to be annoyed. It's so fucking lame. It's first world problems to its extreme.
Don't analyze the blood splatters.
It's literally just... like, oh, check out my first world problems, dude. Oh, fuck. I remember this. Haha, bitch.
That didn't turn out so well for you now.
Pussy, 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 pussy. Hold on, hold on. Alright. Join call, dude. Hold on a sec.
Hello? Dude, yeah.
I need to turn down the music in the game. So.
Oh, well, also, like, yeah, I'm using my phone because I'm too lazy to hook up my headset right now because it's wired and I trip on cords a lot and I just don't want to right now.
Ah, dude, because you're into men. You're just like, dude, I'm too gay for chords. Chords make me too gay because the men. And when I see a chord, dude, I'm like, men, gay, men, gay. Dude, I was on Twitter the other day, right? Or like today or some shit. And there's a developer who posted this, like, it's a sick-looking boomer shooter, dude. It's it's like a Metro boomer shooter. You know how Ashes is like fucking Fallout boomer shooter?
So, like, you mean like Metro and Stalker kind of vibes?
Yes, like, more Metro. Way more Metro. Okay. More like you're in Metro session.
I have not really played Metro. I've played Stalker, but not Metro.
Dude, I tried Stalker and I got past the bridge and I'm like, I will come back to this later. And then I never did. I own all three of them on Xbox and I just have not come back to them. But Metro, I played the first one and I got super mad at the game because I fucking, you don't get a lot of ammo in Metro because my buddy told me I was looking for a game that had a good story, like just a decent story. I'm not looking for fucking like El Resistance fucking like change the world cream in your pussy jeans, right? But I wanted something with a little more than just fucking run and gun. I'd been playing a lot of indie games, and it was like, you get to a point where you're like, okay, it's just, is this a game or is this a collection of levels?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, no, even I, like, tried to make sure when I was making my game that I made a cohesive story, because, like, yeah, dude, it's like we're at this point where you can't just do a collection of levels anymore. But then also, I don't like when developers are like, you know what, though? I'm going to make this game, 80 hours of cutscenes and 2 hours of gameplay. And
Yeah,
it's
that
like, well, we
pisses
don't
me
even
off,
do
dude.
that either.
Dude, I was so mad when I played fucking God of War Ragnarok. Because there's a part of God of War Ragnarok where you're literally, and I remember thinking this is a problem when I'm setting the controller down to watch a cutscene. Because I know, like, before when the cutscene starts, I put the controller down because the cutscene's gonna be so long. I already know. That's bad.
I think Metal Gear Solid 4 might be the first game that really made me feel that way. But like, before that, I didn't mind cutscenes in Metal Gear because I felt like dude, I don't know if it's just me, but like stealth games are way more tense than horror games. Like,
Yeah.
like, because it's like, you know, in horror games, it's like, I get it, monster closet, something's gonna jump out, I'm already ready for it, like, what the fuck ever. Whereas like in a stealth game, it's like, I don't necessarily know where everyone is because I can barely hear them, but I know they're nearby, and I know that they're gonna fucking kill my ass if they find me. Like,
Dude, you know what pisses me off about horror games? They fucking soy over themselves so hard. It's like, but we need to remove the ability to fight back because otherwise it's not scary. And then the horror fans are like, but yeah, dude, what? You just expect it to be scary if you can fight back? I'm like, yes, that makes it scarier. Like, honestly, Fear 2 scared me more than most horror games. Same with the Evil Within, because I had all the tools to fight back, but there was still this unbelievable force to come at me.
dude, did you ever play, this game that I think you might like is, it's actually also Doom-based, Total Chaos. Have you heard of that one?
Mm-mm.
It's literally like, it literally looks like it almost is, like, it might actually look as good as Cry of Fear graphically. Like, it's all 3D polygons, even though it's on the Doom engine.
Dan, speaking of that, this is a tangent. I'm going on a tangent. I have a clip that, for a video that I made, right? I have this clip for a video I made. It's like a react. So I do both react, commentary reaction. It's not reaction because react videos are much different than what I do. Mine's more Asmongold style commentary. Anyways.
Yeah.
Which, dude, if people are gonna watch this shit, I'm a small YouTuber, bro. And what that does is when I do get bigger because of this shit, when I do play indie games, more people get eyes on it because people are actually fucking watching my videos.
Well, yeah.
That's something that I've, like, there was somebody in my comments the other day, like, complaining about my, like, oh, dude, because reacting to Andy Pants Gaming, which that dude's, like, the worst example of, like, those people who are, like, all games that have anything woke in them, and, like, games used to not be political. I'm like, you're wrong. They just knew how to deal with nuance. Like, BioShock is one of the most political games ever made, and it's a good game because it focuses on gameplay and fun first. And that's the way it should be. And then secondly is the narrative. The narrative is very good, but it is definitely a look at how libertarianism is bad. Right? That's the point of the game. But anyway, Andy Pants Gaming is one of those guys who has like who's looking back at the past and is like, yeah, do nothing, and he's fucking garbage. He's garbage. I hate him. And I made a video where I like shit on him, and then in the comments is like, you just need to avoid these people, stop bringing toxicity to the platform, and I'm like, bro, fuck you. First off, not fuck you, dude. Like, but like, it was one of those like, dude, I'm just trying to fucking make shit happen, bro. What are you doing? And like, if I could get like, if that video gets like, let's say it blew up and got like 100,000 views, you know what that would mean? Now I have 100,000 people more fucking who now have me on their radar, and when I review a game like yours, that means there's more fucking eyes on that, and I think that's more of a service to the game community than not talking about some cringe lord.
Well, yeah, I mean, I hate to say this, but like, yeah, I mean, I think the thing that bothers me about most YouTubers, and the reason that I like the ones I do, is because you got a lot of people go trend chasing and then never do anything other than chasing trends. So like it's like there are literally, you know, like people whose whole Twitch channel is just I play Fortnite 8 hours a day and I need people to watch me so I can feed my addiction. And it's like
dude, or like the people that are like dude, I'm about to cheese these fucking wolves, dude. They think that they can come after me right here, bro. Haha, pussies.
Dude, have you played Shadow Warrior 3 yet?
Yes. Fuck yes.
Holy shit, that game is amazing.
Dude, it was so funny. So my dad, with it happens to everybody with age, right? It happens to everybody with age. They get a little softer. You know, like comedy starts, like cuss words and stuff start messing with them different. They start being a little tighter in the panties. You know, it happens to everybody. Like just look at Howard Stern. But he was over at my house when he was visiting after my daughter was born, dude. And he was like, I was playing Eat Lead, and he was like, this is kind of funny. And Eat Lead's a fine game. He wasn't playing it; he was watching me play it, so he didn't really. When I would die, he was kind of looking at me like, "Yeah, you got to get better." I'm like, "Dad, you're not fucking playing this shitty game. Eat Lead is not fun to play." Like, it's like, Eat Lead is like a really, it's a handful of really great concepts and funny ideas, not executed well at all.
Yeah, believe it or not, I feel like that's kind of a criticism people had for me when I first started, because like that's part of why the first levels, you can kind of tell I was just learning how to throw shit together, because like when I first started coding, I did it on like, you remember those graphing calculators?
Oh, no way you did that. No way you did that. That's fucking wild.
The TI-86. If you go look up Doom for TI-86, the one with the like original Doom sprites, that's mine. Like, I made like a whole engine I started making an engine to make like FPS games. I even swapped the Doom and Wolfenstein assets to show that it was an engine you could use for multiple games. Like, I was really fucking around with that, and I think at some point, like, because like that was kind of what got me into programming, because like I remember my mom had this one of those Palm Pilots, and I was like, oh, you can play games on this, and it can send emails, and it can do all this. And then my neighbor who was in like high school, he's just like, oh yeah, check this out, my calculator plays games better than that. It shows me how Mario runs like smooth as butter on his calculator. And I was just like, all right, what is this thing? Had the same processor as the Nintendo Game Boy, apparently, or the same archetype. It's a Z80 processor. So like, it's not actually bad to learn coding on that.
Dude, I think you should try out Easy FPS Editor. I think you'd have fucking fun with that engine. Have you seen how quick you can make a game on that shit?
I believe it. I don't know if it's just me, but one of the things I really like about Doom, even though I had another GZ Doom developer telling me, he's like, yeah, you have to code everything yourself. And I'm like, I kind of like that, though. I kind of like that because then I get to control the variables of it a lot more. Like, I do love putting stuff together, but there's part of me that always wants to stray outside of just what I can do with tinkering. So, like, I mean, I don't know if you've ever, dude, like, the thing that made me choose the Doom engine was that somebody made like a Mario Kart style racer with Sonic characters and low poly models. Like online multiplayer, like 15-player races, like exactly like a Nintendo 64 kart racer, and it runs on the Doom engine. And I was like, I'm sold. Like, I can play a Sonic kart racing game made in Doom that feels better than any kart racer I've played since like Mario Kart 64. I'm sold.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that's cool. I mean, it really is cool. I'm just like, I'm hyped about where we are with like indie gaming. It's like we're in one of the best because we have people modding the Doom like you're doing, and then you have GZ Doom, and then you have Easy FPS. You have obviously people using Unreal and Unity. You have people building shit off of the Quake engine, which I don't know why you do that. But people do it. Even though the Quake engine is like notoriously, like people have said, is notoriously hard to work with.
Well, here's what I said. So like, if you're gonna work with
for some goulash.
One of its engines, because I've had discussions with people who are like, "Oh, I want to make a game with you. Can we use the Quake engine or the Doom 3 engine?" And I'm like, "You guys realize that the OG Doom engine supports like Quake 3 models now? Like you can literally do like, and I don't know if people know this, Call of Duty still runs off the Quake 3 engine."
Yep. Well, some
So,
of them
like-
do. Some of them do. Some of them don't. Because it's 2 engines. They're 2 different engine models. So I think the Treyarch games are the ones that run off of the Quake engine.
Okay.
So the ones that are like Modern Warfare and stuff, they don't run off the Quake engine. But like I think Black Ops does. That's why they've always looked so different. Like every other year when the game comes out and they look fucking wildly different for some reason, that's why. And
Well,
that's
see,
how
the
they're
reason I chose,
good.
the reason I chose Andronum is it has just, I don't know if you could tell that the engine I used has little bit more bits of Quake than like GZ Doom. Like just the way it moves to me always felt more Quake than GZ Doom. Cause like, I don't know if you notice, you try and B-hop in GZ Doom, there's that weird, like when you jump, you don't just move as fast forward. Like maybe I'm the only one who notices that, but I feel like GZ Doom kind of tinkered with the movement to feel more like a modern FPS. Because I mean, as much as people love Brutal Doom and stuff, it's like it still has reloads, it still has aim down sights, it still has all these things that kind of make it way more Call of Duty than just boomer shooter.
And I don't hate. Here's the thing too. I don't ever hate aim down sights. I think aim down sights has a lot of cool applications, and I think the FPS genre is better for it.
Make an omelet, eh?
It's just like if you're gonna make a game with aim down sights, don't have it be flick shooty. Like that is one of my biggest
exactly.
criticisms. It's like, dude, you make a game that is flick shooty where I don't use the aim down sights ever. Why the fuck are you doing this? Like, what's the point? One example of that is why I'm not that, like, I played a little bit of Citadel 1, or the first Citadel game, and the aim down sights look like dog shit, dude. They just look bad. Because it's like, kind of just hand-drawn. It's not great. The aim down sights don't look great in, the first, or in Beyond Citadel, especially with, like, the machine gun and the pistol. But when it comes to Beyond Citadel, the sequel, dude, the aim down sights look great, and because the game actually feels like it wasn't that doesn't feel like it was an afterthought anymore.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, if you make a game mechanic, you have to be conscious of how it affects things. So like, sometimes like when my brain just goes off, I don't know how to explain it. Like I mean. I don't know what all you do creatively, but like there's always that part of you that the ideas can run faster than you can actually physically do something, you know? And sometimes it's like almost overwhelming because I explain that to people. I'm like, you know, part of my problem isn't necessarily writer's block. It's that when I come to something, I'll have so many ideas hit me at once and I'm like, okay, shut up ideas. I need one of you at a time. Like I cannot physically do this. Like, you know, it's like almost like sensory overload. And I think that's part of why my game ended up like it did. But I've had weird ideas. Like I was like, oh, well, I could do a weapon upgrade system. And like, I could do all this and I could do that. And then I was like, well, okay, if I want my game to be super fast paced, doesn't kind of adding a grindy element like
ruin it? It ruins it. Like
currency exists, but if I start doing too much RPG, it starts slowing the actual pace of the whole game.
Well, and honestly, the only parts of your game that I don't like, like the part of the game that I don't like is the backtracking. That is the only part of the game I did not like. Like not like I hated it. You saw like an absolute contrast between how I felt about that Postal fan game and how I felt about your game. I'm sure you saw me raging the fuck out. Dude, I was getting fucking mad because it was like the game didn't understand what it fucking wanted to be. It was like, yeah, anyways. But with your game, you have an identity, but like when you're doing the backtracking and stuff, I felt like, and I, after talking to you, even in the stream thing, I know you put that backtracking in because you thought it was funny. To an extent, you're like, it's narratively good, but it's also like, they have to go through this again, which I think is funny. And it works. It does work.
Yeah.
But
well,
it's
you know
infuriating.
What's really interesting is a lot of I don't think a lot of people, like, as soon as I say these influences, you'll be like, well, yeah. And I mean, well, the most obvious, because I wore it, like, plainly on the pizza box, is Mario. Super Mario 64. I just remember some of the platforming shit just being so jank. But for some reason, I loved it. And, like, going back and playing that game, I was like, my God, the C-stick didn't just rotate freely. Like, I forgot about having to play games like this. Like, where you had to and, like, you had to pick a camera angle. You couldn't just, like...
Oh, yeah, dude. I will never...
You know,
I don't have a... see, for those games, I never had a 64. So I didn't have, like, a lot of nostalgia for it. And I remember I had the ports for the Zelda games. Which I don't like Ocarina, or not Ocarina. I like Ocarina of Time. I don't like, Majora's Mask that much. It's fine. It's, like, overhyped to the fucking extreme. But that's a hot take for, like, the ages, I guess. Everybody likes that game. It's just, like, the problem with that game is the core time mechanic. The time loop mechanic. The Groundhog Day bullshit. I think it ruins, the exploration.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Like, I hate, like, that I kind of have to give all my experience as a developer, because it's like I really don't know what's in other developers' heads. You know,
yeah.
It's just like when I do music, it's like there are a lot of times where I don't exactly know how other artists create things, because I totally have met artists that are like, I make art just to make money. I personally can usually tell, and I usually don't like it. You know,
yeah.
Like, and that's a funny thing when you were talking about political messaging in games. I was like, even talking to a friend about that, I was like, you know, I think the political messaging in a lot of the games we were growing up with also kind of helped me see through some of the bullshit coming in the later games. Like, because I'm like, look at old id Software games. The plot is evil government's too big and therefore evil, Wolfenstein, or corporation is too big and therefore evil, Doom.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that was so arguably libertarian in philosophy, that whole, and it turns out John Carmack is openly libertarian. I didn't know that recently. So, like, and I mean, I'll be honest, that's probably the closest political party to what I am. I explain it to people. I'm like, yeah, I'm like an actual anarchist, one of those people who believes that humans would actually do well governing themselves 100% democratically if you let them. And I've been asked before, because my brother asked me, because of course, I feel like my family likes to do this. We like, okay, well, I'm gonna be that guy and ask the question, but what about this asshole? Like the slippery slope argument, right? Like,
yeah.
And he's like, well, what about like cults of Nazis and pedophiles? And I was like, no one's going to trade with cults of Nazis and pedophiles. They would be isolated and they'd eventually die off. Like,
well, and so I'm kind of in the same regard too. I'm more libertarian than I am anything else, but like my thing too is I do understand having a social structure, like or because full libertarianism, the problem with it is there's going to be a lot of war. And that's going to be the issue. It's because there's no balance whatsoever. And that's the biggest issue, because it's like you let everybody do whatever they want. There is going to be that that point where it's going to cause chaos. And that's to me where it's like, okay, so we need some sort of structure, but if we have too much and we let the government just be our fucking daddies, dude, we end up just becoming like creativity dies. Creativity will die. And people don't get that. Like, they're like, well, no, because you would have more time. And it's like, that's not how things work, dude. You don't bring everybody up to, when that shit happens, you're not bringing everybody up to the upper class. You're bringing everybody down to lower.
Exactly, dude. No, I love explaining that to people, because they're like, because I also love explaining this to people too. I'm like, I don't get this whole like, people who act like they're countercultural by voting for the other political party. It's because even when Elon was like, yeah, you've seen V for Vendetta and Star Wars, and
shut up.
Sided with it.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, and here you aren't licking boot to the other guy, so shut the fuck up.
Yeah, dude. I do have, like, the only thing that I respect, like, so as a person, there is going to be, as everybody, there's not a person on this earth, right,
Right.
that you agree with 100%. And if you find yourself agreeing with somebody 100%, you're fanboying, and you need to stop. You need to find that balance between the two, and get like a comfortable. Okay, so this is I like this and I don't like this, right? I like with Elon, I know he's kind of hypocritical on the free speech thing, but the fact that he made that first step did more because now that Meta's changing, because they're like, oh shit, the tides of March are fucking moving, you know, we gotta, like, things are moving this way, and to bring like freedom back onto the platforms is going to bring back like better content. Like,
oh, dude, even Zuckerberg was like,
that's what I'm saying. Meta
put a government gun to our heads and told us we had to do this, and now that the government's not doing that, we're allowing free speech again.
Yeah, and that's not why they're doing it. That's not why they're doing it, because they saw it worked for Zuck or for Musk.
It's money for them, but like, you know, it's like, I do try and explain this to people though, because like a lot of people are like, because I literally saw people saying, well, he should have stood up for what's right anyway, and it's like, you got to understand that, yeah, okay, a lot of people say you should be willing to die for what you stand for, but most of us really aren't willing to die for what we stand for.
Well,
like,
and here's the thing too. I think this, like, it's like, if I were to break down in where his position was, you look at, like, okay, so you're sitting here, you're looking at the fact that you're running this company, you know it's politically advantageous, you're getting drama, you're like, okay, I'll change it, whatever. I'll change it, whatever. I'll change it, whatever. And then all of a sudden, you've done so much that everything is hate speech. Everything is bullying. Everything is this. I mean, even the Fox interview where they had the other guy who's at Meta Facebook, and that bitch asked about bullying. I'm like, bitch, just close the fucking computer, dude. Like, just shut the fucking computer and stop being a little whiny cuck, dude, because...
One of the things I really started hating about the freaking the woke shit was like I loved reading Rainbow as a kid, like, and I was like, well, I guess I'm not allowed to look up to LeVar Burton anymore, because according to the woke people, he has to have the same skin color as me for me to think he's a respectable human being. And no,
yeah, it's racist. The whole thing's racist. Well, and
it's like,
the woke thing, the problem with it is, and I actually had somebody on my video comment about like how stuff can be woke and not bad, and I'm like, and I agree, like, one of my favorite movies of all time is Dirty Dancing, and there's definitely a lot of political messaging in Dirty Dancing. The difference is the nuance is gone, because once you get to the point that you think everybody's your enemy, you don't see them as in the same intellectual level that you are. So, go ahead.
I think that's part of why I like the older, like, pre-MCU Marvel movies more, because it's like, you know, and like, I didn't understand how, like, I was supposed to relate to Tom Holland's spoiled, you know, Iron Man's my sugar daddy little fucking brat story.
I actually like Tom Holland a lot as Spider-Man.
But, like, I don't know, I thought he was very, very, like, not as relatable, because, like, just the way they do the heroes in the new stuff just feels too,
Dude, have you seen the third Spider-Man movie, though?
Not real, huh?
Have you seen the third Spider-Man movie?
Which third Spider-Man? You mean No Way Home?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I did like that one. Yeah.
So, the thing about Tom Holland that I think ended up working with the Iron Man thing is it created a sense of loss. So, because this Spider-Man didn't have the Uncle Ben, right? So they used Iron Man as the Uncle Ben. So it created this grander narrative, and I think that at the end of the day, the first couple of Spider-Man movies, they're not the greatest, but they're still better than the Andrew Garfield ones. I think in terms of they've done better with the enemies than any other Spider-Man movie, or not any other. Not the first two Spider-Man movies. The villains are the greatest thing ever. But I'm talking about like in the MCU. In the MCU, the two enemies are actually good. Like, Mysterio is a memorable villain, and also the Vulture's a memorable villain, which the MCU has so much trouble with making it memorable villains. Even the good MCU, the
That's
villains
what I
are...
mean, though. Like, the MCU's villains are so one-dimensional.
Yeah.
And like archetypes, they're not even like they're not believable people, and a
Well-
lot of times their heroes aren't either.
Well, and that was the thing that I think made the Tom Holland Spider-Man stick out for me, was the Vulture. I'm a big Michael Keaton fan, so I already had this bias that I was excited to see Michael Keaton. But what changed it for me was the dynamic of Spider-Man dating his daughter, and how that affected them as characters, and seeing this guy who's kind of lost everything become the villain. I thought it was just such an interesting arc. Just watching this man spiral while trying to keep his family happy. It reminded me of the Sandman in Spider-Man 3, which is the only good part of Spider-Man 3 is the Sandman. And I was like, this is good. This is good. And Mysterio is just like, was also just an interesting way to how he beats Spider-Man. You know what I mean? He fucking wins. Which is such a cool dynamic, because that's what I think that's what sets those movies apart from the rest of the MCU. That, like, it's because I also think this is the closest to actual comic book feeling Spider-Man, where it's a good Peter and a good Spider-Man. So Tobey Maguire was a good Spider-Man, but not a great Peter Parker. Andrew Garfield was an amazing Peter Parker and an okay Spider-Man. And I think Tom Holland does both. And watching that dynamic between the three of them, it's just like an evolution. And I really loved that whole... I don't know if they're going to keep going good. You know what I mean? I don't know. But I've so far, where I've been at with the Spider-Man movies, I'm like... I've gotten to the point where I will not watch MCU movies unless it's Deadpool or Spider-Man. That's how I've been lately. Because I was like... No Way Home was literally like, oh my god, I've seen so much slop up into this point. I'm a huge Marvel fan. I need to see all three Spider-Man. I need to, like, we all knew that all three were going to be in that movie. I think everybody knew. They were trying so hard to keep everything secret about it that I knew, and when I watched it, and then they finally gave Tobey Maguire his comeuppance. Not Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield, he finally got his winning arc. Dude, that hit me in the feels, dude. He finally got to save the girl. Like, well, after Gwen Stacy dies, dude, you're like, finally, dude. Finally, he gets that good fucking win. And it's just like, I don't know. I thought they did, I think they did justice. While, and it's funny because all the other multiverse stuff, it was just too much. And there's only been 2 movies that have done the multiverse good. Because everything else has been shit.
I think that's literally what killed the MCU for me, though, is that the multiverse almost nullified any story that occurs. They can retcon anything, anytime they want, for any reason.
Absolutely. And I think Deadpool did it so well, where it was just like kind of a fuck you to the multiverse idea.
No, I loved that. And then, of course, they, sounds like Disney kind of lied to Ryan Reynolds and told him if the movie did well, they were going to give him more money, but it sounds like they kind of spent it on their other shit already.
Well, I know he said he wasn't going to do another Deadpool. He was done after making that one. He said he would do cameos, or he would play Deadpool in movies, but he's done making Deadpool movies. Because he writes them, he produces them, fucking... I think they should, like, I think if more people were like Ryan Reynolds or Channing Tatum, like, where they cared so fucking much about an IP, because there is caring too much for an IP, where that's why Hollywood doesn't write or hire the writers of books, because the shit will never get done. But at the same time, it's like you look at people who actually care but know how the industry works. Shit gets done, and it gets done well, and Ryan Reynolds proved that. And Channing Tatum, like, I remember when he was announced to be Gambit, and people online were throwing little fucking hissy fits, and they're like, oh, he's gonna be so shitty, he's a terrible actor. And I remember thinking, like, have you not seen the 21 Jump Street movies? Like, you're telling me Channing Tatum, the dude who's been like, the dude had literally been working his ass off. He cared. The interviews with like Jonah Hill where he's like, yeah, dude, I had to fucking force Channing Tatum to do these movies because he didn't think he was funny enough and he didn't want to ruin the film. I'm like, that shows he cares, that he was willing to work his ass off for that. And he's funnier than Jonah Hill is in those movies, hands down. He's what makes
Dude,
those.
I really don't think Jonah Hill's as funny as he thinks he is.
He has his moments, dude. Like I like Jonah Hill a lot. But he's not. Him and all those guys were never that funny. It was because back in the day, the reason what made them good was they were they were like early SNL, early National Lampoon. That was their style, dude. They were the pot smoking National Lampoon. And that was like, I mean, National Lampoon was still like fucking pot smoking guys too, but it was like more stoner based. And honestly, the early stuff that they made, like Superbad and Pineapple Express and a lot of that other shit, 40-Year-Old Virgin, those are all really good. The problem now is they've been desensitized by the Hollywood lifestyle. And creatively, they're washed.
Part of my problem was my only gripe with Pineapple Express, like, it was well done. It's just sometimes I feel like, you know, it's like it almost switched genres. Like, there were parts that got serious and you're just like, wait, why is this part like an action movie? Like, you know what I mean? Like, the mood changed almost too, like, you didn't know exactly what the mood was supposed to be until the mood was established. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, just the vibe was off sometimes. Not all the time, but just a couple times I felt like I didn't know what vibe I was supposed to be getting from that scene.
I can understand that. I actually like that it does that because I think it makes the comedy land harder because it's subverting your expectations.
Yeah. That's true. That's true.
And that's something that I think works. That's like Danny McBride's character. That's why Danny McBride is like his shit's so funny is because it takes itself so seriously. I mean, the best way to do comedy, like in a film setting, is if you if you can tell if somebody's trying to be goofy for a role and they're trying to be funny, you can always tell. You can always tell. It's just like a instant giveaway. Because that character cannot believe that they're funny. That character has to be completely oblivious to it. Like Anchorman, for example. Like, he believes he's the greatest thing. And everything he says is fucking gold.
Or dude, Leslie Knope in Parks and Rec.
Oh yeah, dude.
Like, so, like, takes herself so the character, obviously.
Yeah,
takes
the character
herself so seriously, and that's what makes the show so fucking funny. Like,
Parks and Rec is better than The Office, hands down.
Yeah, oh yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, my brother was an Office guy, and I never liked The Office. I thought it was like, and the funny thing is, I was even like that hipster kid who was like, oh, well, I'm gonna go watch the British one. The British one was actually worse.
No, it's so much worse.
I was just like, how is the original actually worse than the remake? Like, that's gotta be hard to do. But like, I never found it funny. Like, it was just, yeah, they were trying to do dry humor, but it ended up just being dry.
And I think that's why like the Jim and Pam characters are the favorite, because they're the straight people in the show, and they're the only like. And there is some stuff in the Office that's really funny, but I just think the characters are better. Have better. There's no growth in the characters in The Office. Like, from beginning to end, all the characters are the same. In Parks and Rec, they all are like constantly evolving. Like,
dude, I love Ron Swanson so much in that show.
Oh, Ron Swanson's hilarious. My favorite characters though is Andy and Amy, or Andy and what isn't it Amy? What's her name?
April.
April. Thank you. Andy and April are what were perfect for me because they grow as fucking characters so hard.
the Jonah Hill era, though, it's like one of the actors I think actually ended up being the funniest from that era was Michael Cera.
Michael
Like-
Cera's had some really good stuff outside of. I don't like the movie that everybody likes, the Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. I do not like that
Oh
film.
my god, dude, I was laughing so hard
I
at that movie.
don't. I watched it in theaters, and it's something that it's built for somebody like me, and I didn't enjoy it. I thought it was the dumbest fucking movie I'd ever seen. And I remember I at the time I went with my mom, right? And not that that has any effect on it, because like it didn't. She cannot enjoy something that we'd go to the theaters on, and I'd be like, well, I liked it. And this one was one that I looked at her and I was like, I'm sorry, it just wasn't good. And she's like, okay. She's like, I was worried. She's like, I didn't like it and I didn't want to be too hard on it. I'm like, yeah, dude, I almost left it. I almost asked if you wanted to leave the theater. I really didn't like that movie. I liked it so. It just. I didn't feel like any of it was fun. It was fine. And that's a hot take, I know. I need to rewatch it. Maybe I'll have a different perspective on it. I don't know. I did not like it. Did not like it. You know which one I did like with Michael Cera though? What's the one where it's him and fuck. It's got Zach Galifianakis in it.
No. Oh.
God.
Oh shit.
Damn it.
I don't even know if I know what movie.
So the whole movie is Zach Galifianakis is his stepdad, and he decides that he's gonna move them all to this fucking RV park. So they move to this RV park, right? And he meets this girl that's like super cute, but he's a little pussy because he's fucking Michael Cera. And he gets this alternate personality that's like this French fucking demolition man. It's like a postal French dude. And he's just like burning shit down, and he's like, I will take you on, smoke cigarette, you know. Why are you such a pussy? Let me eat your vagina. You know, it's like fucking, it's just like, he becomes this badass, dude. And it's like so not Michael Cera, but it is, dude. It's so good. It's kind of a slower paced film too, but it's just weird as fuck, and I love it.
I think how you feel about Scott Pilgrim's kind of how I feel about like Family Guy. I'm like this, like, and they're like, yeah, there are a few times I laughed, but like Family Guy just generally doesn't hit it for me, and I've given it several chances throughout its many seasons, and it's just like the first couple of seasons had some funny shit, but then like I don't know if it's just me, but after a while, it's like, oh, yeah, the predictable formula of they're going to tell a joke, there's going to be a random cutaway, it's going to have this ADD as fuck animation of the thing they were talking about for no apparent reason. And it's just, you know, I hate to agree with Matt and Trey, but, like, you know, they basically said that, like, Family Guy's humor doesn't take as much talent as writing a cohesive, like that. Basically they're using a lot of that as filler to be lazy about writing.
Yeah, well, and I would kind of disagree with it in a sense of making it lazy, because I think cutaway humor is funny. I think a lot of people hate it because it's different. I think that if the humor works and motherfuckers are paying you for the humor, it's like the old Eddie Murphy joke. if the shit makes people laugh, and they're paying you for the shit, have a Coke and a smile and shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? They can have a Coke and a smile and shut the fuck up, because you've heard that. You've heard this. You've seen that special, right? Where he does the Bill Cosby joke. So, oh, you haven't, dude. So the whole thing was Bill Cosby called up Eddie Murphy to tell him to stop cussing in his shows. And just like chastising him, and he's like, "You can't say glam blam blam damma lamma." He's like, "I never said no flam damma damma damma, but you can shut the fuck up." And he's like, "That's what I'm saying. You can't say fuck on stage in front of the people." And he's like, "Man, I'm offended you called. Fuck you." And he hung up. And then I called Richard Pryor's ass, and I said, Richard, you believe this shit? And Richard's like, hey, man, next time that motherfucker calls, tell him to call my ass. Do the people pay for your shit? Do the people laugh at the shit you saying? Well, tell Big Bill Cosby to have a Coke and a smile and shut the fuck up. It's like the whole bit. It's fucking amazing. It's, but...
Oh, my God. I don't know why. I just remembered the last, like... Did you see the stand-up special, The Dreamer? The Dave Chappelle stand-up?
Probably. I've seen most of Dave Chappelle's stuff. I think I've seen all of Dave Chappelle's stuff.
Dude, that was the one where he was telling his story about the play he wrote about the trans person whose pronoun was the N-word.
Yeah.
Dude, that story made me laugh. So, dude, I loved that special because it's like he literally took all of the complaints people threw at him and just freaking punched harder, and I loved it. Like,
he doubled down. He doubled down hard.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Like he doubled down harder than I think I've seen. I think like Matt and Trey might go about as hard, but I've sort of joked with people. I'm like I've literally told some people, like, imagine if you got me and Dave Chappelle in the same room, and like literally they just groan when I just say that. Because it's like, yeah, you can imagine. Like, you can imagine two guys with no filter. Like, I'm just like, I wonder what he'd be like to chill in person, because if he has that little of a filter in public.
Well, so I think Dave Chappelle in person is probably he seems like a much more serious guy. He seems like a much more serious guy. Like he's more chill. Like even watching him on like Joe Rogan and shit, he's just more of a calm guy.
Yeah.
I think I would rather, like, there's comedians that I would fucking want to chill with. Like a good example is like I actually don't find Shane Gillis's comedy that funny. But I think Shane Gillis would be the fucking coolest guy to chill with. And don't get me wrong, Shane Gillis is funny. But like him and Bert Kreischer and stuff, you can't tell me that they wouldn't be fun as fuck to hang out with. Like,
I get what you're saying. Like, and there's always like a difference between someone's art and their personality. They're like, and I've always heard that, like, oh well, don't meet your idols. And it's like, well, you know, the funny thing though is like, I've noticed a pattern, and I noticed this because I used to be really involved in the like local metal scene where I lived, and I felt like a lot of people were asking me, well, how'd you end up talking to this famous person or this famous person? And I was like,
you just try.
I just talked to them, and I think a lot of people like don't understand that if you actually want to go somewhere in life and you're trying to build connections, you can't treat someone like a god when they're just a normal person. But like, there have been times, I noticed this. The people who aren't famous are the ones that have the giant fucking egos and never get famous.
Yeah.
The people who aren't famous don't know they're famous, or at least don't care that they're famous, and act like normal fucking people. That has been my experience 90% of the time. Like... like, because in order to get famous, you had to get your head out of your ass enough to realize you weren't. Like,
well, and like, you know who else like is a great example of just like making it out of nowhere was Danny McBride. Danny McBride, I think, would be like one of the coolest people because he's completely different than his comedy, because his comedy's based on Chevy Chase. Yeah, him and I can't remember who the other guy they work with. That always does, him and Danny McBride are the ones who made all of their shows together. So you know, like Righteous Gemstones, and there was Righteous Gemstones, Vice Principals, and Eastbound or Down. So their whole thing was like, how do we get people to root for the worst person ever? And they started and they were watching like Chevy Chase movies, and they're like, God, he's such an asshole. How do we root for him? I wonder how far we could push this. And that was the concept. How far can we push like being this asshole and people still rooting for it? And to be honest, like, those are some of my favorite shows ever. Like,
It's funny you say that though. It's like I think that's part of the not to go back to the MCU, but I think that's another thing that kind of bothers me about the MCU is that sometimes like there are times where the hero feels morally reprehensible, but not in a comedic way. Not like Deadpool, he's hilarious even though he's a piece of shit. Like
Yeah.
right, like that. But like there are some times where the Marvel hero, and I hate to say it, it's especially after the feminist shit started. For some reason, making her a total bitch was the thing to do, and I'm just like, how am I supposed to root for this person who's a genuine hateful piece of shit?
Yeah, dude. I feel you 100%, dude. It's like I can't even remember. So the Spider-Man game, bro. The PlayStation Spider-Man game. The first one.
First one.
It is trash. It's trash. And people who pretend it's not didn't pay attention. Because there's literally a mission where you're fucking reporting people to the EPA. Because their car has bad exhaust fumes. And I'm like, so I'm a piece of shit. Okay? I'm the bad guy. Dude, I'm literally the government's fucking crony right now. Because people couldn't afford to get a nicer car. Because the only thing these environment... You know what's funny? Like, a lot of these people who are like, well, the environment and all this stuff, and it's like, yeah, cool. I feel like, yeah, it's, like, people... Probably the environment has, like, the environmental stuff probably has an effect or whatever. But have you noticed that the only people that, like, that it gets such a unanimous support from, like, big corporations? Well, it's because of shit like this where it's like, oh, well, your old car... If your car was made in the 90s, then it doesn't count. But if it's, like, really old, then it's a classic. So we won't get the classic guys mad at us because rich people like buying really expensive classic cars. But, oh, anybody who has, like, their piece of shit Honda Accord from 1991, well, it doesn't mean... it doesn't hit the environmental eco tests, so now you have to buy a new car. It's like...
Oh, dude. My favorite cars are Mitsubishis, and I think it's because my first car was a Mitsubishi Galant, and I sort of learned that when you actually get on the gas on one of those, they actually go pretty quick. And so like I ended up, my favorite car I got it for insurance money for getting T-boned in a Corolla, not even joking, was a Mitsubishi Lancer Rally Art. Holy shit, that car was fun. Like, I'd only played, like, the Lancer in, like, racing games before, but then driving a fast car in real life, I was like, that's it. First of all, so I basically, over time, I sort of started getting into cars and learning that, like, yeah, like, so ridiculous things, like, a lot of the car mods that, like, are outlawed in certain states, like, in California, you can't do that air intake thing. That actually helps pollute less carbon into the atmosphere.
Yep.
But it pollutes more ozone into the atmosphere. And because California is so freaking smogged from everything they do, and that like, dude, I was having an argument with someone about that earlier. He was literally posting on Facebook how the wildfires are somehow like Trump and global warming's fault.
Oh,
I'm like,
God, dude.
Global warming, climate change didn't, and I even said, like, I study weather. Like, climate change doesn't leave dead brush around for half a century.
Well, and here's the thing. Here's the thing too. Like, people forget that the way that the way that the environment like cleans up its forest is by burning. So,
Yes.
so by one more to go. What the? Oh. Okay. But by so. In order to prevent that, to kind of intervene, you have to clean it up. So, therefore, we have to take over where the environment can't anymore because we have populace. So,
Right.
And that's something that people forget about.
But like, so basically, I don't know, I made the stupid mistake of commenting, and I swear to God, dude, it's like, if there's one type of person who always ends up being too hard-headed, and I say this because, like, dude, I voted for Obama the first time. I used to be hella liberal, like, not woke, But like, I believed in making progress and shit. I believed in trying to help the environment in certain ways. I didn't say that, you know, we had to put a gun to poor people's heads and make them buy electric cars. But, you know, no one wants to talk about how Brazil has cut down half the frickin' rainforest. Nobody wants to talk about common sense solutions that don't involve money. Nobody wants to talk about those because no one's making a profit from those.
Yep.
Like, that's my fucking problem right now. I'm like, yes, there is an environmental problem, but getting rid of half of the Earth's lungs, aka the rainforest, and replacing them with artificial wind turbines that have to be shut down when the winds are over 80 miles an hour anyway, which completely defeats the purpose. So you get a good blizzard rolling in or a good thunderstorm, they have to turn them off anyway, so they're not being used.
Yeah.
Like, dude, I've literally seen them, like, I live out in Colorado. I don't think people know how crazy the weather gets out here.
I grew up in Nevada, dude, so I feel you. Northern Nevada. Northern, where it's, like, similar to Colorado.
I've seen, like, tornadoes. They'll turn off the turbines for tornadoes, and I'm like, imagine if you could leave that on. How much electricity you're fucking missing right now because they can't engineer this stupid thing to handle winds that would actually generate electricity. Like,
yeah. It's just like there's so many like piss poor things that are implemented that cost so much money, and then like when you follow where the money goes and where it's getting spent for certain political leaders, I'm like that's where I get the where I'm like, oh dude, I thought like I'm free market, but I'm not like for like the like businesses fucking like influencing politics. I'm not for fucking oligarchies, dude. I've never like that's
no, me neither. And I think that's like, I mean that's like the exact problem we have right now. Like, dude, I hate that. Like, I don't know, dude. Maybe it was just me, but there was like a time where everything in the media became so like. Even the narrative became predictable. But like that's why I was saying like this dude on Facebook talking about how climate change this and like but he's literally trying to justify like why the hydrants are empty and blah 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 and oh well we have plenty of water. Well, how do you have plenty of water when I can see for myself from numerous pictures, not just some AI slop, but numerous pictures that I can look at and tell you are real because I'm a photographer, that there's an empty reservoir sitting there, and that if your reservoir is empty and your hydrants have no pressure, it's because you have a low water supply. And then he tried to say, well, we just don't have the infrastructure for that. And then I said, how does the state with the highest tax rate in the country not have the infrastructure for that?
Exactly. Yeah, there's so many big issues with California, dude. It's like they are a I always forget which button is the... Is it A? Is it Q? Is it R? It's R. Okay. It's one of those things that...
Padding is awesome.
People, like, forget that... Like... I don't know where I was going with that. I fucking tried to put on armor and lost my train of thought. Yeah, it drives me nuts. The whole thing just drives me nuts. And I've always been, like very I've always been like very like kind of I've always been kind of a fence rider when it comes to political stuff, but where it really like bothered me, dude, is the biggest thing that drove me fucking up a wall was the getting lectured, dude, because I hate being lectured. I fucking hate being lectured, dude. It's so fucking annoying. There's nothing more annoying to me than somebody like watching a show and then just getting fucking lectured. That was like the whole like Doctor Who thing, right? Like I remember there were some people getting mad because like the Doctor Who is a girl now, and I'm like, I don't care. Like that does not bother me. I was like, we're talking about an entity that can change they can become any person. It was a realm of possibility that Doctor Who was always eventually going to become a girl. That has no effect on my thoughts on the show. Where I was turned off was the global warming episode, when literally they stopped the episode and Doctor Who lectures the entire fucking, like, basically they put the camera on her face and say, okay, now lecture all these stupid fucking retards about global warming. Go. And that was the episode, and I'm like, dude.
Yeah, it's the being patronizing part that bothers people.
It's what drives me nuts. Because I have, like, and you know what's sad? She was actually, like, getting away from all the things. I think she would have made a really good Doctor Who. I think she would have been a fucking great Doctor Who. She seemed like a hell of an actress. She had charm. She had everything that the Doctor Who before her didn't have. She had it. And I was like, oh, dude, I think they might be wrong about this. Because, like, I'm a person where I'm going to keep shit $1.20 with you. You know what I mean? I don't care what type of heat I get for my opinion. It's going to be my opinion. Like, Parade 2017, mid. Fucking, Postal 3, actually good. I'm not going to change my opinion for shit. And I watched the first couple episodes and I'm like, she's not bad. I mean, and then we got into the civil rights episode. And then we got into the fucking... It did the same thing that there was another show when they rebooted the Twilight Zone. That was the most...
Jordan, Twilight Zone. Dude, I kind of saw that coming after Get Out. I was like, because he even said in an interview with Conan, he's like, my biggest fear is racism. And I'm like, oh, great.
Yeah, dude, his shit's like, Get Out was good. Like, Get Out is really good. I think it does everything perfect. It does messaging well. It does everything that it needs to do. The one that he did after that was boring as fuck, and I don't even remember what happened in the movie. There is nothing in that movie that I can remember at all. Like, period. I do not remember that film for the fucking life of me. It was Us, I think is what it was called. Us. I thought it was fucking... I was like, I remember thinking like, oh, dude, Jordan Peele does fucking The Strangers. This is gonna be sick, especially after like the nuances and shit that he did with Get Out. And then it was just boring. It was just fucking boring. And that is the most criminal thing you can do when making a movie, in my opinion, is make it fucking boring.
Definitely. Hold on one sec. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Do your thing, buddy. Yeah, you know, the whole thing, dude, it just drives me nuts how, like, everything got boring. It's like, how are you a boring person? Damn it. I got hurted.
Okay, like, yeah. No, I'm like, I literally just, sometimes I'm like, so caught up in a conversation or something, and then I'm like, how do I, like, let a person know that I actually, like, have to step out for a second?
Dude, I have that problem all the time. It's, I was talking to the lead dev at DOSman the other day, and I woke up early, and I'd streamed pretty late, so it wasn't like that early because it was just like I was trying to meet him on England time, and I was like fucking tired, so I didn't get all the questions I had asked, and he had to go kind of early, and I just like got on so many fucking tangents, and then like it wrapped up, and I'm like, dude, I didn't fucking ask anything I was supposed to ask. And, like, what the fuck was I even talking about? And I went, like, further. I went all this time, and I knew I had to do other stuff. Went almost past the time, and I didn't even ask the shit that, some of the shit that I wanted to ask.
Yeah, I get that. You know, like, no, the ADD is real. I feel like everyone has that to some extent.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. So when I took psychology in college, like, I
rate you jib out of 10.
Man, college. Like, I feel like I saw the pre-wokeness stuff and, like looking. Huh?
Dude, I feel you. When I was in college, it was the same way, dude. It, like, there was a shift after Trump got elected where a lot of people went crazy, bro.
Well, this was before Trump got elected, so I was going to college in like 2009, like, and I was already starting to see this stuff. And like if you said anything, and here's the other thing I like to explain to people that are like, oh, well, you're some right winger, and it's like, no, dude, like back in the day, like I actually was considered a liberal. And I was just more center of the road than a lot of the crazy people I went to college with. Like, that's the difference. Like, I didn't have any problem letting gay people get married. I didn't have any, like, I didn't have any problem giving everyone the same rights as everyone else. That's always been my thing. It's when you start asking for more rights and then acting as if that's equality that it starts to bother me. That, like, you know, like when you're basically saying like, oh no, you know, gay people are invalid because you're actually a woman, like, because like that's what gets to me is it's like, well, I'm for women's rights, but if you don't let me in your bathroom with your daughter, and it's like, no, dude, now we have a problem.
Yeah, dude, it's where it gets it goes way, because I remember growing up, like, I grew up in like a really conservative area, dude, right? And I always was like, my dad always made jokes that I was like his liberal son, right? But I wasn't like that liberal, dude. Like there's things I cared about, like free speech, freedom of expression were always very important to me.
Yeah, remember when it was the right who was trying to censor everything?
Yeah, dude. I fucking the Dixie Chicks and the fucking running over Dixie Chicks albums and trying to cancel them because they didn't like fucking George Bush and. Like,
cancel SpongeBob because apparently he was gay. I'm not even making that shit.
Yeah, dude, it was so much shit like that. It was wild. The fucking anti Grand Theft Auto thing, the anti Postal thing, there was so much shit that at the time was fucking right wing, and I never liked any of it. I'm like, it's a fucking video game. Who cares? Like, but. Here we are now where it's the opposite. It's just history repeating itself from instead of it being like, oh well, this is about respect and dignity, to now it's about like, this is about racism and social issues.
Yeah, I remember like growing up with this very utopian idea. I don't know exactly how old you are, but like, yeah, I grew up in basically the 90s. I remember everyone had this very idealist vision of the future, right? Remember people were going to grow up in a colorblind society where no one gave a fuck what you looked like as long as you were good at what you did. And now it's all about what you look like again and has nothing to do about what you've done.
Yeah, dude.
It's mind-blowing to me. I had an actual, I had a trans person say that I didn't message them back for like a few hours. This was just a music artist I knew. Again, when you do music, it's like you collaborate with a lot of different people. You don't usually discuss politics with them that much. But this person basically turned this not talking to them for a couple hours into, you're a transphobe, started posting shit on the internet, literally little paper cut themselves on the arms and said, I made them do it, posted it on Instagram. I reported the shit out of that. And then I literally, because I understand that a cease and desist is literally just a letter, I literally formed one of those out and fucking sent it to him, and that's when the shit finally came down. And I was like, you really think you can get away with, just because you're supposedly because I literally called him out. I was like, so I remember when this person literally told me I'm gonna get a sex change and nickel poisoning for my music. It's like you literally admits to doing this for attention, then a few years later pretends to be that, and it's like, this is what bothers me. It's like, to me, a lot of these people are clearly don't actually believe this. They're using this as an excuse to get into women's spaces, and I don't get me wrong, I've met some people that I genuinely believe they're stuck somewhere between two genders. They got something going on there. But to believe that to be honest with you, I think 9 out of 10 of them are just going with a fad. Like, and that's the problem.
I probably wouldn't go. I probably wouldn't go 9 out of 10, but there is definitely people who that will go to it because of a fad, and it's like oh well, society. It's like when people talk about the right wing pipeline, there's just as much of a left wing pipeline. There's just as much. It's the same thing. It's the internet. It's like that thing where it's like, okay, well, you're into diaper shit, right? You're all of a sudden, and you always thought you were weird, right? You always thought you were weird. Well, then you found a group online, and you're like, oh, dude, this is normal because this group. You start having conventions, and then after the conventions pop off, you're like, oh, okay, now we're gonna create like a rights group for people who like diaper play, and now we've started a kink shame coalition, and it's just like you have these ways of organizing, which is fantastic because you have these ways, but like at the same time, it's like you're abusing your power to a high extent because you think that everyone should adhere to your weird life choices, which is removing, like, once you start removing other people's freedoms for your freedoms is where I have a problem. Because like I don't give a shit what you do, like, at all. Like, you can do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. Like, there's nothing in my life that's going to change. But like, if you expect me to not, like, to start censoring myself because it might hurt your feelings, dude, I'm not gonna do that, dude. It's like, I stand for freedom of speech. I stand that you can say whatever you want, and I can say whatever I want.
Yeah, no, and that's exactly how I am, dude. And, like, I used to not, like, and it's funny because, like, I don't know, man, like, you and I have gotten to that point where, how do I put this? Like, I look back and it's like, I think everybody's been a hypocrite at some point, but it's like, even I've sort of been like, I've had to ease off and realize that sometimes I do get a little too bothered by speech, and it shouldn't bother me because, it's like I can be just as offensive back, and that's typically how I've handled stuff like that. If something bothers me, I just bother that person back. It's kind of funny to me.
Yeah.
Like, and I think that's like...
Yeah, there's a difference between criticizing somebody and making fun of somebody than wanting to deplatform them. Like, that was like, I'm not the biggest Destiny fan, right? I think Destiny has every right to believe in whatever he wants to believe in. I don't care, dude.
I don't know much about this guy. I know who he is because I've heard the name, and that's like it. I don't exactly know.
He's like I would say he's like the left-wing Alex Jones. To an extent.
Cringe. But yeah, I see
well,
what you're saying.
He's not like he's like what I mean by like Alex Jones is like he's uncensored. Like Nick Fuentes, he's more like the left-wing like Nick Fuentes or Alex Jones, where he's unashamedly him, and he will say whatever he wants, do whatever he wants, but he sits from a socialist perspective. And like after Trump got shot, right? Died. After Trump got shot, he made a joke about like how he wished he wouldn't have missed or something, right? And then when people were like, dude, like a firefighter died or whatever, he was like, I don't care, or something like that, or like that's what he gets, or something like fucking along those lines. And
isn't that the guy who was crying about losing subscribers after the election too? That cracked me up.
Yeah. But here's the thing. Like, I 100% like hated the people who were on the right calling for him to be deplatformed. Like, I'm sorry. He can say whatever the fuck he wants. If he wants to say horrible shit, like, that's him, dude. Who cares? Who cares? I don't.
No, yeah, like, and that's how I... No, dude, and that's something I do tell people, because I hate that the MAGA crowd's always like, oh, what a bunch of snowflakes. It's like, oh, like, you guys aren't a bunch of fucking snowflakes.
Yeah, dude. It's the same...
Dude, I met a Trump supporter who, like, he was like, like, of course, he can handle every offensive joke under the sun, except for 9/11.
Oh, dude.
For some fucking reason. It's like, that triggers him, and it's like, oh, yeah, and he, like... The funny thing is he's religious, and he at one point told me that using the Lord's name in vain offended him, but he actually never said anything about it since, so I don't know if he was just in a mood that day, or... You know what I mean? Like, people would just seem like... he might have been extra cranky that day. But like, the other thing is too though, I lost a lot more leftist friends because they wanted to shut everyone out of their echo chamber more than the right did.
Yeah, I would say that is true. That is something I did notice that like there was, but I'm just like, for me when I like people like when I saw Matt Walsh like coming out and like being against like censorship for so long. Dude, like it's so funny because he does this movie where he's like making fun of like the woke mindset and he does all this shit, but then decides that instead of blaming like societal issues or bad parenting for like some of the gun crimes in the world, he's like, I'm gonna do the easy thing and blame video games, which is just as dumb as leftists blaming guns. It's just as it's the same fucking argument as when like a hyper leftist blames guns for an act of violence. To me, it's like, dude, the guns didn't do this, bro. It was the person.
I'm not a huge Family Guy person, but I have always loved American Dad. And I love the episode where Haley's like, guns kill people, and he puts the gun on the table. Okay, gun, kill someone.
Yeah, dude. I like American Dad. I think American Dad and, so there's a funny thing about, like, Seth MacFarlane. I think, the thing about Family Guy is it already had its established, like, tone. And you can see that same tone in all of his other stuff, but I think his other stuff was better. I mean, like, Border Town, and Orville was fucking amazing. The Orville is fucking amazing.
That's like one of my favorite shows. Like, that's one of the best Star Trek shows ever made.
Oh, it's better than Star Trek, dude. That's the funny thing is, it's a parody of Star Trek that's better than fucking Star Trek. Like,
well, and the funny thing is, he said, like, he's like, I always wanted this to be a more serious sci-fi show, and he got like writers from the Next Generation and all this shit, and like, it's so funny, too, when he got that Hulu, that fucking Disney money, and he really wanted to show it off, and I'm like, wow, and I already thought it looked really good for a TV show.
Yeah.
And and I felt like his Disney money actually somehow made his TV show look better than any of the MCU CGI,
and here's the thing, too, is I love that when he moved it over to Hulu, because I think it's still going. And because he said...
One renewed officially, like from what I heard, maybe they did.
What? You cut out.
Like, they only got like one season on Hulu, I think.
Oh, okay. Well, I know that he said that he was even if they got the one season, they were going to take long breaks between seasons if they were gonna make it work.
Well, I think he's still trying to convince Disney to greenlight it, but everyone on the cast wants to do it. Like.
Yeah, it's such a good show.
I don't get why they would... Like, honestly, dude, I think it's funny because they said Seth MacFarlane pitched his idea originally to CBS as a Star Trek show, and they turned him down. That's why the Orville exists. Yet, Star Trek STD, because that's all it's worth being called, literally moved its time slot to be at the same time as the Orville to crush the competition. Like, because they knew Star Trek Discovery was so fucking garbage that, like, if people were watching both, more people were watching the Orville total than were watching Star Trek, even if half of that, like, even if the whole, like, Star Trek audience was going to the Orville later, there were probably twice as many people that didn't even bother watching Star Trek now also watching the Orville. Because it was rated higher, I think. So they did that on purpose just to fuck with the Orville's ratings.
Yep.
Because the Orville was getting some of their viewers. So they were literally like, okay, let's put Star Trek Discovery on at the same time as the Orville so that we get their viewers and we bring his numbers down. And it's like, you know, and at what point does that actually serve a creative either? Like, I hate that creative people have become so competitive, and it's like, it's almost like they can't root for each other. Like, and like, again, I love Zlim, but like on his server, there's definitely more people that he can just manage. Dude, sometimes it's like, I see this same person post like 15 times in a day, and I've literally complained, dude, because part of the reason I don't promote my game much is I feel like no one really gives a shit what you have to talk about. I hate to say that, but a lot of times, like, I literally got banned on Reddit once. Like, I think it was like a post, and it was like me promoting the game, and it's like, again, it's free. And I remember literally saying to the moderator who took down my post, I was like, oh, so and so gets to post it, but when I like, so you just, you know, I said, so you just arbitrarily choose which post stays up, and he's like, yep. And I was like, wow, what a piece of human garbage. Like, you know, like, for an admin to admit they're not even being objective about their own fucking rules blows my mind, but they do it all the time.
Yeah.
And so I'm like afraid to say anything because I'm like, okay, this person's gonna think I'm being spammy. And then of course, I don't shut the fuck up when I do get to talk because like, and that's why like at first when like we were talking, it's like I noticed you noticed the Tucker Carlson joke. The first TV I made for that game was supposed to be CNN, but I fucked up the scaling so bad you cannot tell what's going on that TV. And then there's also an MSNBC one that says Morning Ho, and it's Morning Joe. And like I just made fun of everything in that game because I feel like there was a pent-up frustration, and I feel like one of the best ways to deal with being depressed or really pissed off is actually comedy. Like, and I felt like at the time I was making this game, I could not make these jokes in a comedy club or I'd get chased out with pitchforks.
Yeah, dude.
Like,
oh my god, I forgot about this enemy type. I forgot there's literally tied up gimps that crawl at you that have dildo tongues. They're like alien. They're like they have tongues like alien, but it so the alien head pops out and then a dildo comes out of it. Fucking forgot. And I literally, when you were saying that, I was trying to figure out this little like where to go portion of the game, and I'm like, dude, am I that stupid? And I was that retarded. There's a portion where you probably hear me say I'm retarded under my breath, because I was like, dude, what the fuck? And then I see the dildo lever on the wall, and I'm like, oh, dude, I'm actually a dumb person.
oh man. No, dude, I do that a lot too, though. And then, like, I hate that I over-explain my game at first, but, like, until I know what kind of a person you are. So here's how I try and do things. I try to over-explain things without sounding patronizing, because 9 times out of 10, I either under-explain it to a person who's too dumb to get it, or over-explain it to a person who's so smart it sounds patronizing. It's just how I come off.
I didn't think yours was that bad. You just honestly seemed like, when I read your thing, I was like, this seems like somebody who's really passionate about their game and wants to, like, and that's like even like, Indy Emil, who made, Reverend. He, after he watched my thing, I, like, actually reached out to him. I was like, I want to, like, talk to this guy, because I feel like when I'm playing the game, there's a part that I got really aggravated, and I was like, I want him to know that I'm bad at video games, first and foremost. And then, also the fact that I think that it is well designed. Like, I'm not over here, hating on the shit because I was bad at the part. I mean, I was even like the platforming, and what honestly would kill is I'm bad at platforming, and I'm just really bad at it. It's like one of my, like, I'm better with it on a controller, but in first person, I'm not that much better on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I almost wish I could send you, like, the first YouTube review I got of my game. Like, I at first reached out to a few YouTubers. The funny thing is, like, I almost feel like, I know I technically reached out to you, but it felt like it was very organic because I saw your Phantom Fury thing, and I was like, oh my god, you making fun of feminists was just, like, the funniest fucking shit I had ever seen. And, like, in a long time, because I was like, man, I miss when YouTubers could be edgy, and like, I don't know, dude, I miss that too, like, and I don't know what it was, dude. I got canceled from a goth club because I literally offended someone who butt into my conversation where I said something about, like, I've literally used, like, so my grandfather was a lawyer, and sometimes I just go on these random hypothetical tangents, and I went on how I could defend someone who murdered a Nazi in court. And, like, you know, and somebody's like, yeah, killing Nazi, just, like, not even listening to my conversation. I don't even remember exactly what the fuck I was going on about. But then I knew it was some fucking leftist somehow. And I love messing with people. You probably noticed that. So I was like, how can I mess with this guy? I was like, I got it. I'm gonna call Donald Trump the N-word with a hard R, because he's gotta hate. He hates Donald Trump. I know that, and he hates that word. I know that. I did it. He literally punched me in the face, but he was so drunk that I barely felt it. So I just kept holding him back with my hand. I was like, okay, I already said the N-word, but maybe if I don't swing back, I won't get 86. Turned out not to be true.
Bro, you went way too hard, way too fast. That's what happened. Like, you went way too hard, way too fast.
Exactly, dude. But that's why now I'm like very reserved, because I'm like, because part of me was like, oh well, now I'll be the civilized person. It's like, yeah, after you already lost it, bro. Like you already lost the majority of people there. Like you offend, like, but that's like, I don't know if it's just me, but sometimes I know that, like, and it's like sometimes too, I'm not trying to get irritated, but it's like, I was taught to have manners. When someone butts into my conversation, that makes me really mad. Like, and then I just feel like when I get mad, I'm very compulsive and I don't have a filter between my brain and my mouth. And I like to mentally manipulate someone into completely making an idiot of themselves. Like, for some reason, I get a power trip out of making someone dumber and dumber and dumber and dumber. Like, and I know this, and I need to stop sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah,
but there are times where it's like, this person is so dumb, I'm getting a power trip by making them even dumber. What? But, and like, the other thing is though, like with my game, like, sometimes I'm not just trying to be sadistic with the challenging stuff in the game. I don't know if it's just me, but when you beat something hard, it's more rewarding.
Oh, I agree. I can agree. I think, for me, I enjoyed most of it. There was just, like, the backtracking with me already being bad with platforming is, where only thing that, like, turned me off, because I don't like platforming.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I kind of just based it off of a lot of the games I used to like.
Yeah, that's what you said.
I think that's really what more game developers should do, though. Because it's like, I think, okay, so part of it was, I've been trying to get soundtrack gigs. I told you I made the soundtrack, but like, I don't know, like, I was getting mad that a lot of projects I'd start didn't get finished. And then I remembered that my friend and I had literally started this game where I think he, like, drew a stick figure ninja in Microsoft Paint, and we were talking about making a beat 'em up, and we were using like XNA Game Developer. Like, I told you I go way back to calculators in terms of programming. Like, you know how there's like storm chasing video games? Like, I literally made one of those on my calculator in 2005. So I literally just tell people like, oh yeah, I literally invented that whole genre. like I'm not trying to toot my own horn much, but I've kind of gotten to that point in life where I kind of get sick of, like, you've probably done it too, like, where, like, anyone who has critical thinking skills will at some point notice they inadvertently started a trend that no one was on board until way later, when you just stuck with being the same way. Like, there's one or two things you did that just rubbed off on everyone else because they were busy copying what the TV told them to do, and you would just say something off the wall.
Yeah. I mean, that's,
like,
it's like, you just gotta take, like, it's about, utilizing inspiration instead of copying inspiration. Like, if you watch my videos, you can see that there's a Civ 11, inspiration involved, right? I think everyone...
Yeah, before we get back to Civi, though, you seem a little less cynical, but in a good way. Like, you have more of a, like, I don't want to say stoner vibe, because I don't know if that's accurate.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm stoner as fuck, but...
Yeah, I actually, the funny thing is, I have a high energy, that same type of comedy, and I always, like, kind of was drawn toward it. And in high school, I smoked a little bit, but I didn't for a long time, and it makes me paranoid. It does the it like makes me like violent. Like I remember I was in when I was living in Portland for a bit, dude. I had a buddy convince me to try it, right? Oh, you haven't tried the right stuff, and I tried this stuff, dude. And I literally get up and leave his house, dude. And I go back home and I told my wife, I'm like, dude, if somebody tries to talk to me, I might bite them. I might just rip a chunk out of them, dude. I can't. And I just like, I realized then that weed is not for me, dude. If that's the reaction I'm having to anything, if I feel like I'm cornered and need to fight my way out, dude, that is not the mental state I need to be in, and I should avoid it. Like, that's just...
No, I have a friend who's like that, and he told me, he's like, I really appreciate that every time you smoke, because when I go to his house and stuff, like, if I'm crashing there or something, like, and for a while he lived just in another town. Now he lives across Kansas. Like, so, like, if I went over, I would definitely be crashing. But, like, so like, I still smoke when I'm over there. It's just, but, like, for me, it's medicinal. That's also why I don't like to brag about it, because I don't like the people getting the idea that I'm just some lazy fucking stoner. And like, yeah, for some people, like this guy, like he literally has gotten like straight up homicidal on weed, and he's told me the stories, and he's like, I appreciate that you've never pushed it on me, because a lot of people have just, like you said, like told me to try different strains and stuff. And I'm like, see, this goes back to being a logical person with critical thinking skills. I hate stoners that think it's a fucking miracle drug that will cause you to be an immortal god with magical super fucking powers.
Dude, it drives me insane when people are like they sit there and they criticize smoking, and they want like smoking cigarettes like out, like they're like, oh yeah, dude, we need to like tax them really hard and ban them and all this stuff, and because like unlike weed, weed doesn't give you cancer. I'm like, dude, if you're smoking weed, like original smoke, like I'm talking like smoking flower or whatever, you're still like, injecting smoke in your lungs.
Yes. The process of combustion creates carcinogenic compounds.
Yeah, dude, you will still get cancer from that. I am sorry. There is like, that is like the most plain and simple logical thing is like, if you're like obviously it's different if you're eating edibles or whatever, then it is much better. But if you're smoking flower and your body's coughing because you have fucking smoke in your lungs, you have smoke in your lungs. Combustion has happened.
Exactly, dude. And that's why, like, no, dude, so I literally just quit smoking cigarettes this fucking year. That was one of my New Year's resolutions. I had like a nasty ass cigarette in the windowsill. I took a couple of drags off of this whole fucking year, like every few days. But then like, I quit. And then like, and so like, but for me, the funny thing is like, I hate to be this guy. I really hate to be this guy. But I think a large part of addiction is entirely the mental component. And I am so sick of people saying I literally can't help it. I have an illness that makes me do this drug. I'm like, well, who chose to try it in the first place?
Yeah, dude, like, you need to take a little accountability. There's the people who don't take accountability for like the stuff going on, and like I get it. Like there's stuff that you legit can't quit without some assistance, or it will kill you if you've been doing it long enough, right? There is stuff that exists that way.
Right?
What?
You also have to accept the help, and that's the problem. Is a lot of people in this day and age, they just want their problems solved for them, and they don't want to do anything about it. Like,
yeah,
and the problem is there's no magic cure-all for everything. Like I was saying about this dude who has like, it's like I don't know what bitching about politicians is gonna do to like put out the wildfire in California, like.
Yeah, and I kind of see the same. I see the argument he's making there. The problem, and I think that the way it could be handled a little bit better on both sides with this thing. You can look at, okay, so there's these problems. Why did we get to this point? Okay, how do we make a change? And like because like clowning on it is only going like the people that are like clowning on it for like, oh, look at your politician did this, and then like let's clown on it. It's like, yeah, but if I'm in the position that I just fucking lost a bunch of shit, I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, dude, these people making fun of the fact that my house burned down because I have a shitty politician. I really want to be on their side. You're never gonna.
No. Well, all I was saying is that cause it's like a lot of these people, like him basically saying, cause he was basically his source for his facts was politicians. And I'm like, how can you cite this like they're facts? These are just quotes from politicians. And he's literally like saying like, this is false and these have to be true. And it's like, or you can just look at what's happening. Like clearly, like, cause they literally said, the truth is California is going to keep burning until somebody becomes a responsible adult, accepts that life isn't fair. It doesn't matter whose fault the fucking fires are to begin with. The priority should be putting them out as soon as possible. Then you're not going to put them out. And that's literally what I told him. And like, it's like for him to like but it's like he twisted my words to say that California's going to burn. He forgot to mention, like, it's like for you to literally pull out the part where I say your state's going to burn and put that completely out of context for your political agenda, like, really bothers me, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Like,
I don't like when people disingenuously switch people's words around to make them look like to bolster your point, basically. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, because I already had this preconceived idea of what I wanted out of this conversation. Well, here's an example too. Getting back on games, right? And this is something I learned. I played Postal 3 recently, right? And Zoom platform remastered basically Postal 3. And there's only like one YouTube video talking about it. And Zoom reached out to this guy to have him do it. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to shit on this game. And they were like, okay, you're fine to do that, which is cool. But you can tell that the video has malicious intent from the time the video starts. Right? There's not a single portion of this video where I felt like he went into it trying to be objective at all, even a little bit. And I was listening to it, and this is while I was playing Postal 3, and the reason I was trying to find something, I was trying to see somebody who said something nice about Postal 3. I wanted to find one video where somebody didn't shit on Postal 3, because I was having fun with it.
I think 3 or 4 Postal games now.
There's 5.
Are there 3 or 4? There's 3?
There's 5.
There's 5.
So there's only 4. There's only 4 mainline entries and then 1 spin-off.
No. Okay. Peter Dinklage is in 4, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if you get a chance, that free DLC you have for us, or that's for my game. Like, it's literally a side quest I made. I did it like a Borderlands DLC where it just adds on to the hub world, basically. And it's a side quest I did for like an E1M1 magazine promotion because they were going to do something for me, and I was like, you know, I kind of like standing out creatively sometimes. So I literally gutted these flash drives, put a copy of my game on it, whatever it was up to at that time. It was like way shorter at the time and like had way less stuff. Dude, some of the funny ass bugs I had back in the day, like that I thought I might never fix too. I can't believe how blind I went into this project. Like, I am now like, I can't, like, 3-4 years in. Yeah, I'm 3 years in, almost 4, and I can at least, dude, holy crap. Because I remember working on this on my lunch breaks at Walmart during COVID, working overnights. I literally remember working on this game in my free time. Like I took a picture of the toilet, I'm pretty sure, while working in the janitorial department. Like, I was working on this game during my free time. Like, the first boss is actually based on one of my managers who I kind of legit wanted to murder sometimes. Like, he was one of those manipulative assholes who, like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, one time he's like, telling everyone what he's a district manager. He tells everyone what he needs them to do, and then he pulls me aside. He's like, "Stefan, come here." He's like, "I know what I told everyone to do, and I know what your manager wants, but like, I need you to do this, and I don't care what anyone else says." And then he fucking leaves for the night, and I'm like, "Cool." So I have to defy my manager who's going to be here all night, or risk the district manager finding out I defied him and possibly get fired either way. Like, that's fucking cool, man.
And I had a situation like that before, where the main manager. Well, the funny thing is, there was a guy that was gonna become manager or become. I was working at, like, I'm not gonna say where I was working. I'm just not gonna do that.
My bad. I don't know if I should have.
I'm not saying it for me because, like, if it ever, like, people find out and then I have to deal with drama from my home or from where I was living at, people like call me. I don't care. I just don't want to, like. But here's what happened. There was a guy that was going to take over, and he decided he was going to he still had a few years before he was like going to take the main spot, and he started getting this power trip, right? And I remember thinking, like, it was weird because he didn't act that way before, but all of a sudden he was acting this way, right? And I'm like, that's weird, dude. But then he's like pulling me aside, and because he thought like I was like his ally or some shit. And he's like, okay, do this way. And I was like, fine, dude, sure, sounds good, whatever, I'll do that way. And then I would then get lectured by the other manager, or like the head manager. This is the way we want things done, why are you doing it this way? And I'm like, oh, well, this guy told me to do it this way. Well, he's not the manager, so just do what I say and we'll be at it. And I'm like, all right, cool. And that was for me the end of it. Well, then I'm doing that same thing later in a different part of where I'm at, because and he comes over, well, why aren't you doing it the way that I said to do it? And I'm like, well, I was told not to do it that way. And the boss told me to do it that way, so I'm doing it the way the boss told me. I was like, listen, dude, I'm just trying to do it. He's like, well, dude, I thought you were on my side. I'm like, how about this? You stop being a little pussy and fucking tell him to do it yourself, or that you want it done that way, and then hash it out with him instead of using me as your fucking guinea pig. I was like, how about that? I was like, that is a good idea to me. I like that idea. And we should go that way. And he got, you could tell that he was really upset that I called him a pussy. And, the whole conversation, you could tell he did not like the conversation where it was going, because he was kind of like, I'll say something and then kind of walk away and then, like, hold a grudge. But I didn't know that about him because, like, he'd always been chill with me. And, the way I talked, so there was 3 managers. There was 2 under managers and then 1 main, right? And the other guy, me and him would just talk shit all the time. So I just assumed that he could, like, that we had this, like, dynamic, right? Everybody had this dynamic. Yeah. I was like, this is, like, he can handle being called a pussy. It's not that, I didn't think of it as, like, me being a dick, you know? Because, like, the other manager, me and him would throw wrenches on the ground and scream at each other just to scare the new guys. Like, it was funny as fuck, dude. We would call each other pussies, like, every day I left, because one day one of the other guys was like, well, I'm getting out of here if there's nothing to do. And he's like, fine, no fuck you, no whatever, you're just gonna leave. And then I stood up, I said, fuck you, man. And I said his name, but I said, fuck you, man. And then got up and left. And after that, every day we would stand up, look at each other and say, fuck you, and then leave. That was like our dynamic. And so, like, when I call him a pussy, I just figured he could hang, you know? And normally he would, but he was getting this weird ego shit. So then when I told him to stop making me the fucking monkey middleman, I'm not his fucking monkeys with symbols, bro. I'm not a little fucking, like, toy for you to throw around. So I'm not going to play your games. And he did not like that, and it made it a horrible dynamic for the rest of the time I worked there. And it was a nightmare because, like, he couldn't hang, bro. He couldn't hang, and he wanted more power, and he wanted to use me as the pawn because he didn't want to have the actual argument. So.
No, exactly, dude. Like, oh man, I had a manager who would literally, like, I've had managers who would literally just stand there and stare at people, and it's like, you know, that's not helping people do their jobs.
Oh, yeah,
right?
Dude,
like
that's annoying as fuck.
Or like the ones who, like, pace around and, like, yeah, just, like, stare people down, and then they just stare down the next row of people doing whatever, and it's like, can you just not do that? Like, you know, people can feel when they're being watched. Like, it's the same thing, like, when a cop gets right up your ass.
Mm-hmm.
Like, in traffic, and you're like, I see what you're doing. You're literally increasing the odds I make a mistake by bullying me into a mistake.
Yeah,
and, like,
I actually had a cop pull me over a while back, and he said I was going like 90. There's no fucking way I was going 90. I'm gonna be like real with you. In my little Ford fucking Fiesta, there's no way I was going 90 on a fucking road that's 65. It's just not gonna happen. I don't know why he said I was going that fast, but anyways, he said before he even tells me, I was like, because I'd been speeding, I'd sped up because it was like I was going to work. It was early as fuck in the morning, so it's like 4 something in the morning, right? I'm going to work, and he's like, this car's on my ass, and it's revving up on my ass. And I'm like, I actually hit a deer on that road. So, like, I'm a little sketched about that road in general. So, it's one of those things that, like, I was already a little worried. I don't want this car that close behind me, so I sped up to, like, 70. And I set my speedometer to 70, and he's still revving up on me. And then all of a sudden, the lights kick on, like, when I get up to where it's a slowdown, and I'm just trying to slow down gradually so this guy doesn't hit me, and I'm like, I'm shaking, dude, because I'm, like actually thinking I'm gonna get in a wreck. Because of this car behind me. And I tell the cop, I'm like, listen, dude. I'm like, yeah, I want you to know that you legit scared me. You were riding my ass. I was like, you were right behind me the whole time. You were tailgating me the whole time. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm scared. Like, you scared the crap out of me because I was like, what is this car? I was like, your headlights are so bright that I was getting blinded in my rear view mirror. I was like, I can't see out of my mirrors. I was like, that means you're way too close. If all I can see is lights out of all my mirrors, there's an issue. Like, I'm like, and I was like, dude, you scared me. I was like, I know I was probably speeding, and he was like, you were going 90 and 65. I was like, I don't think so. I said that. He's like, well, you were. And I'm like, okay, dude, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to argue with you. And he came back and he's like, next time, he's like, I wouldn't argue with the cops. And I'm like, okay, dude. And he was like, but just so you know, if it's, he's like, if this would have been like a court case, you would have been, this would have been like $1,000 fine or something. And I'm like, oh shit. And I think he's gonna write me this ticket, right? And then he just lets me off with a warning, which was real chill of him. Like, I'm glad I didn't have to deal with it because he could have been a dick, especially after me arguing with him. Yeah. But not gonna lie, dude. Terrible experience, but I think there was a couple weird moments that like stood out to me in the whole experience. One was the tailgating. Two was he asked if there was any weapons in the car, and I keep a Bowie knife next to the passenger or the driver's seat. I said, there's a Bowie knife right here, sir, and I pointed at it. Like, my hand was like up, dude, like up by my shoulder, and I pointed at it. He's like, well, don't reach for it. I'm like, I'm not reaching for it. I promise you, I'm not reaching for it. From me? And I was like, which honestly, like, and then like that, like he like says don't reach for it, and like I'm like, what? I'm like kind of sketched out now because like it makes me feel like I'm
you are or something.
Yeah, dude, it was like stressing me out more, and he's like, why are you shaking? I was like, I already told you, you scared me, and like it's like 4 a.m. and I'm like trying to get to work, dude, and then he made it seem like I was gonna pull a weapon on you, and there's like there's a lot of extensive circumstances here.
Double the fun.
Dude, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, it was a shitty situation, but I ended out of it okay. So I can't really like be that mad about the whole thing. At the end of the day, it was like, I think it worked out for me in the regards of like all things considered type perspective. So yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. I try to look at the optimistic side of everything for the most part. I mean, I complain about a lot of shit, but here's the thing. There's like complaining about shit, and there's like that, and there's caring about shit. You know what I mean? So, like, let's say I react to some dude talking about, like, politics and gaming or something. I'm reacting to it. I'm going to give you my perspective, but I'm going to let you know right after I upload that shit, I have completely memory hold the existence of that game or that video entirely, right? Not that it's like one of those things that it's like I could sit here and I could like let this affect my life on a daily basis, or I can just like make content out of it, have fun, and forget about it forever until the next time I react to something like that.
That's kind of how I am with a lot of the more serious stuff anymore, because it's like, if I take it as seriously as some people do, I get like way too mad. But there are still times where like you said, like caring, like, you know, like I was just doing like earlier, where I'm like, you know, it kind of weirds me out that people are like complaining about political crap when they could be solving a problem, but you know, whatever.
Yeah, dude.
Like that's because I kind of care about, you know, the thing is, I know people could do better than they are. That's the disappointing thing. And you know, we were talking about Star Trek earlier. It's like, you know, there were people who had this idea, like, dude, humans are gonna have it so amazing in the very near-ish future.
Yeah.
And now it's like, now it's looking more like the cyberpunk future. Like,
yeah.
And I think it might just be how things ebb and flow too. I think I don't know.
I'm gonna be real with you. I think we were always heading more for the cyberpunk future or the RoboCop future than we were ever running toward a utopia. Because there is one thing that has to make the utopia work, and it's that little machine that like teleports or that builds food out of nothing. And I don't see that ever happening, because creating things out of changing molecules to other molecules is such an advanced science that I doubt we see that in our lifetime. And that is what's needed to make that happen.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, I kind of think that we might get to the point where we live decently long lives with good health.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I think we might get to the point where and I don't want to like overestimate our abilities. I don't want to be like, yeah, we'll be living across the solar system for 10,000 years, and no, but like,
I think by the time that like I'm old, Mars is gonna be fully terraformed and shit. I think Mars is going to be a whole ass colony. I think that's definitely a possibility.
Mars itself, maybe, but I don't think like
Jesus.
I don't think we'll be at like
sure
you know, I don't think we'll
Guy
meet
just
the
wants a
Vulcans and
TV,
shit
and
by
before I
then.
know it, I'm in the middle of a Black Friday shopping spree.
Man, I keep going back to
stampede.
Star Trek now.
Yeah,
Now,
Star
to
Trek got
die,
fucked.
to
You know what's
sleep,
sad too?
or chance to
Those
wake the
reboot
fuck
Star
up.
Trek movies were fucking good.
Maybe if I fall asleep.
Yeah, I
right
really
now,
like the
I'll
first
wake
one,
up in the
dude.
real
Like,
world and find
I like
you know
all
what's
three
so
of them.
funny,
German
though?
boxing guys
I can
movies.
really relate to
Yeah, that
Spock in the
seems
first one, where I'm
perfectly
like, yeah,
logical.
sometimes I do want to strangle people
I don't
because they're
know.
being super illogical.
No one
Yeah.
knows.
Yeah, I like all three of those movies.
Only my weapon understands.
Like,
Four. There's four of them,
Oh,
right?
yes, I do.
Ah, Jesus, now I'm gonna
You know,
shit myself.
I
But I better
don't
find some
honestly
TP
know right
first.
now. I only knew about two. You're gonna hate me
The
for that.
fuck?
Like,
Oh, dude, I'm not gonna hate you for not knowing the exact amount of fucking Star Trek movies, because they make so many fucking they pump out so much shit anymore. There's like what, like 6 Star Trek shows now? No, there was the first one, and then was there a second one? Was the second one where they deal with Khan?
yeah, it was a Wrath of Khan remake, and I think
that was the
I
second
think
one.
that
I
was
really
the-
liked that movie. And then the third one was the last one they made. They made one after the Wrath of Khan, I think. I think they only made 3. I
I
can't
think
remember.
yeah, because I remember talking to my dad about that. He's a huge
to find a
Trekkie, and
toilet
he's like, "Oh yeah,
and some
the reason the second one kind of got a bad rep is because it was a remake of the Wrath
My
of Khan,
precious.
and that one's considered so good, like it's you know, one of those untouchable, like the fandom will freaking eat you if you dare."
And
Like,
I thought they did a good job with balancing
Pretty good.
balancing the respect for the original, and also like, because they utilized kind of that what they'd already utilized in Star Trek, where they could contact people from the past or whatever, because of the Star Trekness. I don't know all the ins and outs, but
Balls of.
Dude, I hate to say it, that's another thing the Orville kind of did better was the science.
yeah. Dude, the
Like,
Orville's fucking
there was
fire. The Orville's just a fucking fire show.
Yeah, dude. I mean, you're right, dude. It was kind of better than Star Trek. Like,
Yeah, it's like, I remember like liking the Star Trek movies. I never watched the Star Trek shows. My buddy really got into I don't know, the one with Professor Xavier.
wait, what? Oh, the Next Generation.
I am an agent of.
Or you mean Picard?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, dude, I don't like these new depressing ass. What the fuck is this Star Trek like? I don't like the, like, I guess I'd call it the, like, Star Trek kill yourself universe. It just feels like everything's so hopeless and pointless and meaningless and, like, drab.
Yeah, dude. Big depressing. I just clipped through the map. Damn it. The enemies clipped me through the map. Damn it, dude.
Oh, dude, like, I am actually glad you found that one bug. Like, I need more, like, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I do need more people to play it in the long run. And it's like, yeah, like I said, though, I don't... Oh, wow. I didn't... Now I finally saw it.
Yeah, there's that stream lag.
Uh-oh.
But, dude, I enjoyed your game a lot, too. I think, to be honest, like, when I first started, I was like, okay, this is gonna be mid. You know what I mean? That first few levels, like, it's like, you see all the enemies, and then, like, after I got the first arm and chucked it, I'm like, I see what he's going for here.
Now that's a fine
And once
job.
I, like, got the vibe of what you were going for, and the chaos was, like, it was like the chaos adds to the experience type thing.
Yeah, like, I felt like when you really get into it, it's almost got more of like a Bejeweled or Tetris feel, where you just line everything up and watch it explode over and over.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
That's kind of what I was going for, where like, and the other thing is, like, I made this game so you could speed run the fuck out of it. Like, I made multiple paths, like, starting in, like, the second level, I want to say, you don't have to find a single key if you figure out where to go. Like, and that's, like, when you were playing, you noticed, like, depending on, like, subtle things, like, so when you pressed the use button on the steering wheel, you actually triggered an event that, changed the storyline.
Oh.
So, like, I'm trying not to spoil anything too much. And then the other thing is, like, the diverging storylines, each will have a good and bad ending. So, like, I'm going for 3 different storylines with, like, 3 different final bosses. I want one of them to be the next final boss, and it just, like, I want one of the endings to be, like, kind of early and kind of too sweet, so that you want to play again and get, like, I don't know if I want to make one canon either. I actually was thinking about it, and I was like, dude, like, I even said this in my early access description. I'm like, I do kind of want to do a single player campaign as a prequel, as an expansion. And then I want to do, like, a multiplayer map pack. And I wanted to make the multiplayer, like, I was like, what if you did, like, because I was thinking about the movement, and I was like, what if you did this platforming, but, like, it was Smash Brothers in multiplayer? Like, that would be so intense.
Yeah, it would be cool.
So, like, that's been my concept for the multiplayer, is like Smash Brothers in first person.
Yeah, that's pretty, it's inventive for sure.
It's like, yeah, like you were saying, dude, it's like when people make games, like, it's like, that's why people like Cruelty Squad, even though the grappling hook looks like a pixelated dick shooting out and attaching to the wall. You know? Huh?
I haven't played Cruelty Squad.
My game gets compared to it a lot, so I'm taking it as a good thing, because that game has, like, one of the highest scores, yeah. Like it's like at a 90 something percent. Like it's one of the top reviewed games ever. Like
Yeah, I noticed your game already has like a lot of love. It's like, isn't it sitting at positive on Steam?
yeah, it's at like 85%, and like I noticed one of the guys had played like 75 hours, and like, dude, so like the other plan was like, so like you notice like Leslie dies in one of the timelines.
Yeah.
It was actually the actress. The actress herself was like, yeah, because I was like, do you want to do any more work on this game? And she's like, just kill me off. Like because I'm like, I kind of get it. Like, trying to find a time, trying to get a background that I can actually, because I don't use Photoshop, dude. I use GIMP. I lasso people manually. Like, but at the same time, like, I feel like I'm more proud of the work I put in. Like, you know, like being OCD about doing it myself. Like, it has some imperfections, sure. And like, but so does the computer. And I feel like the computer's imperfections all look the same after a while. A human being's imperfections are unique to the person. So I feel like that really helps. Like,
I have a question for you that's kind of why can't you charge for your game?
Okay, so technically Xandronum and GZ Doom are basically the same. The difference is Xandronum has like a master server of its own with netcode and all this other shit that I can't really. Some of the code itself, so like even though the Doom engine is free to use, some of the features in the Doom engine and some of the stuff it comes with, so like some of the free software that you can now distribute with the Doom engine, you would have to pay a license to actually distribute charged, if that makes sense.
Oh, okay.
So if I give away the base game, I can sell the DLC. That's sort of why I did what I did. And that's sort of why I wanted to do another campaign, but also why I wanted to do a prequel, because I was like, you know what if I start one where you are, because like, I don't know if you know too much about the story, but it's like, you start as like, it's basically a ripoff of RoboCop. You start as like a cyborg working for the bad guy who realizes you're one of the bad guys because you start gaining self-awareness, you start fighting the corporation that made you, and you're just naturally violent because you're literally built to be a killing machine. So like, I've already got, oh man, I almost want to spoil some of my endings, but I almost don't. Like, I'm like, I've got so many ideas. Like, if you get to, like, so if you get past the backtracking part and get back to the downtown, I have so you know how cell phones download and update? I was like, what if the guys in the Metallica shirts, which by the way, the joke was like, you know, I don't know why, but it's like a Metallica shirt just makes you feel like a bouncer. And even though I have a blue Ride the Lightning shirt. And so I wore that to look like a quote unquote security guard, and he just beats you up. And I put like a camera, one of those like slinky camera tripods on the back of my neck to look like a wire or some shit. And like I just had fun with it, dude. Like that was the point. Like, and I felt like the more fun I had making the game, and the sad part was it was hard to go back to just playing games for the longest time. Because it was like every time I play a game, I'd be like, oh my god, I want to do that in my game.
Yeah,
Like,
I've heard I've heard that from like, there's a lot of people who like shut themselves off from other games so they don't get inspiration and start adding too much.
Do you know the guy who made Beyond Sunset?
No, I don't. But I love Beyond Sunset. Beyond Sunset is my favorite GZ Doom game.
But he actually offered to give me code for my game. So the funny thing is, he actually chases tornadoes now, and he says I'm his biggest inspiration for doing that.
Chasing tornadoes? That's what he does?
Huh?
He chases tornadoes?
Yeah, but I've been doing that since 2016. Like, I've actually been on Good Morning America, and I had a video used by the Weather Channel. I actually live, like, the town I'm in had a tornado, like, visible from, like, across the street last year. So, like, there's an alley behind my house, and then across the street behind the alley, you could see the tornado. And then there was another tornado where you just got south of Main Street, and you could see it, and that was an F3. The whole farmstead that was on that farm was gone. They never found all of the debris either. Like, we get some big ass tornadoes. Like,
That's
like
crazy,
they said that
dude.
if that family hadn't been underground, they'd be dead. I'll have to show you some of my pictures, dude. Like that's part of what I love out here. I've literally got like a storm cellar basement. Like, one day I might have to run down there, and the house might not be here when I come back up. Like, dude, a storm I chased last year actually broke a record. I don't know if you heard about the Yuma, Colorado tornado.
You load 16 times.
Like,
What do you get?
it was heavily debated. It had the largest hail in Colorado history. It also might have been like one of the widest tornadoes to ever be documented, like ever, like 3 to 4 miles wide, possibly.
Jeez,
Like,
man.
it was a monster fucking tornado. And like, yeah, literally, I met this chick that lived across the way in the apartment complex I lived at, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I like photography." Shows me a lightning bolt, shows me a sunset, and I'm like, "Yeah, if you want to go with me sometime." And I was like, "Holy crap, she keeps a steadier hand than I do," which wigs me out sometimes because I'm like, literally, the thing we're in front of could like shred us to literal pieces. Like, a couple of the tornadoes I've seen have literally killed people. Like,
Yeah.
and it's like, in the way they die is brutal. It's like, that's why I also tell people the horror for me is a joke when I've seen some shit that's actually terrifying. Like, seeing a tornado at night is one of the creepiest fucking things you will ever see.
Yeah, dude. I watched Twisters and I was like, you know, I'm good. There was a part of Twisters that I was like, so before the big tornado, I'm like, wait, dude, where the fuck is the... Because, like, I'm watching Twisters and I'm like, okay, we got a lot of little tornadoes. Where's the big one? Where's the big one? There's got to be a big one. This is a disaster movie. Where's my big tornado? And then it paid off because the fucking tornado was hit a fucking oil place and then it was on fire. I'm like, okay, flaming tornado. We're good. We're good. I'm happy.
Yeah, that's the point at which it crossed the line from, like, the first Twister. Yeah, it was a little cheesy, but it was grounded in reality.
See, dude, I wanted it not grounded. I wanted the tornado to be as obnoxious as possible because that's something like, you ever see, my favorite disaster movie is,
That's something like what?
Armageddon. Armageddon is my favorite disaster movie. So when I saw the flame hit the fucking, when I saw the tornado light on fire, I'm like, let's go, dude. It's a cool tornado. But honestly, I haven't seen the original, but I know that, I've heard that the story in the new one's better, but the special effects in the old one are better. Like, the tornado stuff is actually better in the old Twister movie, but the story and acting is better in the new one, which is usually the opposite.
I didn't like the whole, like, weather control shit and the... Like, there was some stuff in there that was, like, really cringe to me. But it's also, again, like, I have seen the original. The original, okay, so the new one was kind of... I think of it like if I had gone in expecting something like Sharknado or Into the Storm, the ridiculous fire tornado. Actually, theirs was more ridiculous.
Yeah, see, I didn't think
hilarious.
I didn't think the one in Twisters was that obnoxious. It was just like, I thought it added the right amount of suspense, and I got the tornado I wanted. That was for me, dude. I was like, dude, I wanted, like, world-changing tornado. I wanted fucking crazy shit to happen. And that's so, like, when I got that payoff, I got exactly what I wanted. That was what I wanted out of the film.
Let me show you. My chase partner and I literally caught a tornado bigger than the one at the end of Twisters. I'm not even making that shit up. Like that's why I was like, oh yeah, dude, like the one we freaking saw. I want to show you her video because I was just like that was her first year chasing, and she like. But the other thing is, like, we talked about critical thinking skills, and sometimes I told her, like, you gotta have patience with people. They're not. You gotta remember they're not necessarily retarded just because they're brainwashed. Like, there is a difference. Like, even a smart person seems to fall for the dumbest shit sometimes. Dude, I have been so fascinated by human beings for so long. It's like, they're so predictable and so stupid, yet so capable and so smart. And then the picture I'm sending you is mine. But, like, let me see. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, I sent you, like, in the DMs, or the PMs, or whatever the fuck people call them now. Like, let me find, probably have a freeze frame that's better of these. But, like, that's my home state. That's Colorado right there. Let me see. Like you see the whole width of the dirt on the ground? That's the whole tornado. Like, let me see if I can find the.
Let me get to. Oh, dude, look at this fucker. I'm on the YouTube video. Let me get to.
Oh yeah, that's my case partner, dude. She got like so many views on that too. Like, honestly, that video is amazing. Like.
Dude, look at this bastard, dude.
Hold up, I gotta switch tabs. I got like Discord open in Opera. I don't know how to explain that.
That's a massive tornado. That's a big boy.
Yeah, look at that shit. Look at that.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah. Like, there was even like, she said it was kind of funny that like, there was a point, like, you see them like colliding into each other, rotating around in a circle and shit. Like, I'm talking nonstop. Like, it was literally like a tornado.
Look at that. Look at it. Touchdown, bro. God, it's so pretty, but so dangerous. It's very pretty and dangerous. Look at this. Just a weird alien penis touching the ground. Look at that. That is cool, dude.
This thing was a shapeshifter.
Yeah, dude, that's sick, dude. That's really cool. Yeah, dude, when you can see, like, the cone funneling stuff, dude, that's really cool. Wait, did the audio just disappear? Oh, no, it just got quiet. Like, dude, the music stopped in the game. Like, it wasn't as much music, and I was, like, going fucking insane, dude. I'm like, what happened?
Dude, I hate when shit like that happens. Like, I hate when the wind blows at, like, the screen door or something, and I'm like, is someone knocking? And then I'm like, oh, it's literally the wind, like, knocking. But, yeah, dude, yeah, so, like, the Beyond Sunset guy, like, he started doing that, like, this last year, too, and, like, sometimes I, like, also have to remember that, like, people who are newer at it, like, won't be as experienced, because, like, I've encouraged people to do more than they're ready for before. Like, I know a guy who, like, got smashed and cut up in his car because he got in front of a storm, and it dropped, like, baseball-sized hail on him, like...
Yeah, dude, that's crazy. I just know that, I want to glaze Beyond Sunset for a second, because I have a video coming out, I don't know, in a few weeks. I fucking love that game. So,
I love the style, I love the music.
The storytelling, the fucking atmosphere. I've heard people kind of, like, poo-poo on Sunset because it's just another people are like, oh, another GZ Doom game, right? But the thing about Beyond Sunset is the world building is so fucking good. It takes what Ashes did, and I think makes it better. It's like Ashes with better
Oh, here. Check the producer credits in that game, and check the NPC names. You might see me somewhere.
That's sick, dude. That's sick. I'm not gonna lie. I love the game. It's it is literally one. I've given Sulaco a few chances. I've only played Sulaco once. I got lost. I need to finish it, but I don't like Sulaco as much as I like Beyond Sunset. I think Sulaco's technically is a technical marvel, but Beyond Sunset just has so much more going for it.
No, I agree, and don't get me wrong on Beyond Sunset. I think the the style is definitely the standout. You know, people say, oh, well, gameplay should be the game's strong suit. And it's like, right. But to be fair, it's like this gameplay not being something crazy new isn't the appeal. The appeal is taking something that modern and putting it into something that old. That's the appeal. Like,
yeah, dude, I honestly think that the thing that Beyond Sunset does, one, is really good, is the boss fights are insanely good. For a game made in GZ Doom, the boss fights are so fucking intuitive and well designed. Like, they are some of the most fun Souls-like boss fights. They're very weird and difficult, but in a good way. They don't like. There's never a part of Beyond Sunset where I feel like the game's too difficult.
Yeah, I definitely, I played some very early builds, and the funny thing is I kind of don't know why, but like I'm not used to certain features of GZ Doom. Like, okay, so like the other thing is like, so like the code Patrick sent me from Beyond Sunset that he was using for like the AI, like I like it, but at the same time it's like what I've done with my AI and the engine I'm using, I feel like it would take so much work to put that code into it, because it's like I don't know if you noticed, like the samurai dudes, the skeleton with that red hat with the horns on it,
Yeah.
that shoots like the flaming arrows and stuff. I had to tell the AI all these different actions and stuff, but then when I actually like tried it out, I was like, dude, this is amazing. This guy can block attacks with a sword. This guy can shoot flaming arrows. This guy can chop you in half with a sword. Like that's like insane to me. Like that, like it really felt like I didn't put tons of effort into it, but it's like the effort the AI put into doing what I told it to do was insane. Like in that second map, the one where I think you first found the arm or the leg or something, where you were just like sitting and beating those dudes at that corner, and then like found that leg, and then like originally those crevices you could squeeze through, all of those ninjas could also squeeze through. So at one point I think I had like on the map editor I checked ambush player, which just like adds like a directive for the AI to just like find and kill the player. Well, I didn't realize it would be smart enough to squeeze through crevices, go to the beginning of the level, and there'd be like 5 ninjas as soon as you freaking spawned in, killing your ass. And I was like, holy crap. So I literally had to put invisible barriers for specifically enemy AI. Like I literally had to dumb down my AI at some points to keep it from doing retardedly good stuff. Like almost like PvP level stuff, like stalk and kill. And I'm like, holy crap, dude.
Yeah, I think the only enemy that I didn't like overall love was the cyborg guys. And I don't hate them. They were just a little spongy, but like I love the fact that when you shoot the red ninja guys, or the skeleton lady samurai red riding bones, little red riding bones, that's what I'm gonna call it. Little red riding bones. I like, the best part about Little Red Riding Bones is the fact that if you shoot it like the right way, it'll fall apart. She'll fall apart and she'll be dead. But if you shoot her the wrong way, she will get back up. I like that. I like that it's not like, well, you saw me playing that fucking easy FPS Postal game. And the biggest problem with that game is that every enemy was a hit scanner. Every enemy is a hit scanner, and like the shotgun, like sometimes it would be 2 shots to kill, sometimes it would be 1 shot. There was no consistency to it. There's nothing at all. And I was like, what the, like, one, if you hand me a shotgun at close range, I should be one-shotting base enemies. I think that's fair. Like, it's the point of the shotgun, dude. Like,
Yeah, and I think I felt like when I was working on my shotgun, I was very conscious of that. I was conscious of two things. People always complain the sound isn't punchy enough.
oh yeah.
And I made sure that shotgun is beefy as fuck sounding.
I did run into an issue,
Like-
and I didn't talk about it yesterday in your game about the shotgun. You can't switch off of the shotgun without it disappearing forever.
Yeah, I did hear you say that, and I'll have to look into what caused that, and I'll have to see if like it's supposed to let you switch or if I just didn't put it as a swappable item. Because I've also added a lot of stuff. So like, man, dude, I've had some crazy ideas for this game. So actually, yeah, if you make it back to the hub, right, so you know how like phones download updates? I made the quote-unquote security guards, the Metallica shirt dudes, upgrade to like me in a VR headset instead of a Metallica shirt and a gray turtleneck or something. I don't know. I look like Steve Jobs with a fro and a VR headset. Like, that's the best way to describe it. But it's like sometimes if you kill those dudes, like, you know how Doom 3 the brain would fall out? I made it like that, except you can actually pick up the brain and throw it like a grenade.
Oh, that's sick.
So, like, because I was just like, dude, what's a really kind of gross body horror thing that's also kind of hilarious, but also, like, you know, like, I was like, what's badass in an action sense, like, gore-wise, but also, like, kind of genuinely horrific when you actually... Like, I used ground turkey and made it look like just almost as gross as possible.
So,
Like, I tinted it...
have you played, Sorry. Before I forget this, have you played Reverend? The game Reverend?
I know. It
So-
sounds like something to play with.
So, Reverend is, like, definitely inspired by, Postal 1. But it's an easy FPS game, right? It's published by, DOSman Games. But I was talking to the dev, and one of the guns is a machine gun, right? And the way you pick up ammo is there's these little like jawbones that run around the map and they're like try to kill you, right? They're like a crawling enemy. And when you shoot them, they leave teeth behind. The machine gun is like a jawbone of like a antelope or something. It looks kind of like that. It's like a real bone. And that he took a picture of in his hand. And it shoots, the machine gun's ammo is teeth. Which I think is like one of the coolest things ever, that he was just like, I have this bag of bones sitting around. What do I do with this bag of bones? How can I incorporate it into my game? And as soon as you said the turkey thing, bro, I was on the same page, dude. Like, I thought about when he was telling me about the bag of bones, and he was like, I have this bag of bones from an indie movie I was working on, and I could use a jawbone of a animal as the machine gun in this game. So, are you still there?
Yeah. No, that's dope. Like, and that's another thing, dude. That's something I kind of love about the old school pixelated stuff. Is it left more to the imagination? Like, you could make something look really grotesque or really disgusting, like without really using. Like, you could just use normal stuff, or like even with sound effects. Like, for that shotgun sound, I used a bag of Cheetos and just popped it, and then just reverberated the fuck out of it and like down tuned it. And then for the it was me doing that like with the neck of the bag where I just like switched it in and sound like a reload. Like, I've done some weird stuff for sound effects, and I'm like really proud of how like epically different it sounds by the time I'm done. Like, I have a lot of fun just being creative. Like, there have been times where I've hand drawn stuff. Like the skeleton dude, I hand drew the samurai originally. I drew like a picture, I drew all the arm gestures facing one direction. So like I did like facing towards the camera basically, and then drew all the different arm motions at once. So it kind of looked like Kali on the paper. There was like 6 different arms on this thing, but like I then scanned it, put it into GIMP. Like I cut this thing out basically, and then for each frame cut out, you know, like for instead of 6 arms, I did like, okay, each different pair of arms of the animation frame. And then like to do a reverse side, I did like reverse tool. So basically I flipped it in software and then recolored the backside. So I use software for the coloring. Like I generally, like when I'm hand drawing stuff for graphics, I'm drawing the general look. Like sometimes it'll usually end up pretty close to what I drew, but like a lot of times I perfect it in like in software, like usually GIMP. Sometimes I'll make something from scratch in Paint. Other times, yeah, I'll take photos of things like I did with the toilets, or like, you know, where like I'm the bad guy, or even like my friends, or like, you know, like different sounds and stuff too, like where I'll record different voices, or like, you know, like you were saying about that one chick, it's like, dude, like, I really wish she had spoken up sometimes, because it's like, she's like, oh, I'll record the voice lines later, and then she like whispered into a microphone, and I'm like, why the fuck would you do that? Like, if you're gonna do it, like, and I get it though, because I remember in school, like, the teachers would always tell us, speak up into the microphone, even though nobody wanted to actually talk into the microphone. Like, you know, I remember kind of being forced to stand up and talk to other kids sometimes in school, and I'm like, okay, I get it, like, public speaking, like, even if you just, you know, like, there was a time even where, I still get nervous about live streaming, because, like, you know, like, being offensive and shit, I worry about that all the time. Like, even while I'm chasing tornadoes, people are like, oh, why don't you live stream your storm chasing? And I'm like, yeah, because that'll be like the one time I get road rage, like, say all kinds of words I'm definitely not supposed to say in front of a couple, at least a few hundred people, like, yeah. And that will be my most viral, most watched video ever, and I will be reduced to nothing. Like, I will be publicly humiliated on Twitter for the next 10 years.
Yeah, dude, I have to worry about that shit all the time, dude. It's like kind of stressful.
Yeah, dude.
I've had videos that like where I had like really funny ideas for like a thumbnail or whatever. Like I did a Disney one recently, like where I said where it has like Walt Disney on the thumbnail and it says "Get Out." And the original thumbnail said,
"Get over here."
Like I hate, like, trans people suck or something, or like get out of here, trans, or something like that, right? I don't know. It was something along those lines. It was like simple, but it was like 2 words, but it was like slightly offensive. But it was like the whole point of the thumbnail is to look like Walt Disney saying it, right? Like that's the whole point of the thumbnail. But I still worried about, like, okay, I know this is gonna be misconstrued, and I don't think it's one of my live stream clips, so I like really don't care how like good they do. They're more just like so my channel doesn't get forgot about.
Is in the algorithm.
It's mainly algorithm stuff, so if the video doesn't do great, it's fine. And it was like, dude, I think the Get Out's fine. And the video didn't do great, but I didn't get in trouble for it. That's way more important than that's way more important than me doing something edgy just for the sake of edgy. Like for one of my videos, if I want to do a joke, usually, like if my joke is like edgy in a video, that's fine. I did that on purpose. It was intentional. But if I get in trouble for like something on one of my fucking live stream clips, I just will not care. There's nothing in the world that's going to make me give a fuck about that. Because it's like, it's one, like live stream clips are always like kind of supposed to be unfiltered to an extent, and you're not gonna have somebody go after you as hard for that. But
yeah,
I also don't want to like stroke the flame at the same time.
Yeah, and really, yeah, kind of where I'm at, yeah, is I'm at where I'm like, I try not to fan the flames of anything, but like I try and stay out of the culture wars. I don't know if I mentioned this yet, but like in Slim's server, dude, someone was telling one of the developers to like leave Twitter and join Blue Sky. I think I might have mentioned that. I don't know.
Yeah, dude, I have both just because it's easy promoting. So, like, here's the thing I have to say about Blue Sky, because nobody's fucking on it. You're not yelling into like a crowd of people. You're yelling into a smaller install base. So I've noticed that I have more overlap because it's like that echo chamber. Now, it will probably get me in trouble one day because I'll say something in a video, but at the same time, I can use that controversy to then monetize my videos more. So, but yeah, I have Blue Sky just for advertising, and I only post my weekly videos on it. Like, my Friday videos.
Well, yeah, but like, I got so mad at this person too, though. I'm just like, why would you, like, because especially on a server where it says in the rules, like, don't get political, it's like, why would you tell someone, delete your Twitter and make a Blue Sky? Like, that is, like I said, if anyone tells me to join Truth Social or fucking Blue Sky, fuck off. No, like, I don't care about your politically biased social media. And I know people are like, oh, well, Twitter's right-wing now, and it's like, and it used to be left-wing. Who really gives a fuck? Like,
honestly, like, okay, so I think the best, example of, like, what Twitter, like, Blue Sky is, do you remember, Parler? Back in, like, 2020?
Dude, I've heard the name. That's like it.
It was basically before Truth Social. It was right-wing Twitter, and the whole thing.
Rumble is like YouTube, right?
Yeah, Rumble
is like YouTuber, right?
Yes.
Well, this can't be good
for
me.
Yeah, see, I don't join those fucking sites either. like, and I'm not saying I'm mad at you for joining Blue Sky. Like, that's whatever. That's on you. It's just telling people
to do it is cringe, and that's what I just have both of them because I know that there's this install base that wants to see it that I can utilize. It's literally I see it as marketing opportunities, but I would never delete one for the other because then I'm hurting my shit just by not being on one.
Did I tell you that the reason my game is not really on Twitter much anymore is I got Twitter banned after Elon for apparently Andrew Tate. Like, I made like 2 or 3 really like descriptively like Andrew Tate prison rape jokes. I mentioned there being blood, and I said some pretty effed up stuff. I thought it was hilarious because I have a fucked up sense of humor. I'm still convinced it was hilarious. I appealed the decision, and because I couldn't get away with it, I put the joke in my game. And then I also did one where I used a word I definitely can't say on your stream. It's also a British word for cigarette.
Okay.
I've actually kind of thought about that. I'm like, you might not be able to show it on stream if it has that word because of woke.
Yeah, dude. Well, it's not. That one's not just like that one. It has been like almost. It's actually because like sucks that you can't use stuff for like comedic effect. You know, and that's the cool thing about like making your own game or making your own content. You can do whatever you want. Like.
Yeah, and that's like why when, you know, it's so funny though because like I can't believe the developers of Ion Fury were like, you know, that small group of people that review bombed us because they found we used that word at some point in our game. And I'm like, dude, I'm at that point where I'm like, bring it. You want to complain about my game, make me famous, and end up getting me a fan base that will throw money at me at every opportunity they get because they want to support my work now? Like, do it. Because the right-wingers are the ones with the money. I hate to say it.
Yeah, dude, I just look at it like this, dude. We used to have, like, it was like, back when it was like the right wing for censorship, right? Which annoyed me then.
God, dude, that was
Like,
so funny too.
The only studio that I feel like has like stuck to their guns where they just don't care has been Running with Scissors. Running with Scissors. The Postal people stand by their guns. Hey, you can say whatever you want about Postal 4 being kind of a mess or whatever. They have stuck by their guns by just saying like, fuck all of your nonsense. I'm gonna do whatever.
No, but are we counting third-party contracted developers? Like, so like, id Software. Are we counting like Wolfenstein games made by not id Software? Are we gonna like? Can we count? Because id Software, I feel like, has stayed on point with their messaging for the most part too. Like, I feel like because they got controversy for offending people too. I remember that being a thing. Like, again, because I remember that being a thing in the '90s too. Boo, censor Doom, and then again recently, boo, censor Doom. Except it was like Kotaku and IGN that wanted to censor Doom, not like the government.
Yeah, gaming media is the most garbage fucking thing in the world. Like, it is so bad. It is so bad, and it annoys me at such a level it really shouldn't, right?
I know.
It drives me fucking nuts because, like, here's the thing that, like, the most annoying part of the whole, like, gaming thing is it's, like, I remember when because right now it's, like, in vogue to hate gaming media. But, like, I remember when they did the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2019 first look, right? And they're like, you know, I wish there was a non-violent route. IGN said that, and I'm like, the fuck you playing Call of Duty for, dude? The fuck are you playing Call of Duty? Go play Metal Gear Solid 5 or something where the game actually has a point to not have a violent, or like go play Splinter Cell. Like, this is not that type of game.
I love that. I love non-violent games, but like, yeah, like you said, it's like you have to be in the mood for that. Like, and like for me, like one of the things I like about Metal Gear Solid, I know it rewards you for being as stealthy as possible. It's not like Amnesia though, where I have no option but to sit and take it if I get found.
Dude, what's that game? I hate this game. Because like I've always been a big gun owner, right? Something I just am. I just like, so if I go out to like the woods and I'm gonna be in the woods, I'm gonna have a fucking gun. And Outlast fucking does not have a gun. And it drives me up a wall. And I have friends that love horror games, that love shooting and everything, but they love Outlast, and I'm like, I can't do it, dude. I'm like, I'm sorry, but if I was going to wear a cult to investigate a cult, I think if I remember right, that's what the game's about. If I were going to investigate a fucking cult, I would at least have a knife. At least. I would have I would pick up the first weapon available to me, and I'd be fighting back. Like, I'm not saying I'd go fucking John Rambo, but something. I'd have
dude,
something.
I hate that. I hate that so much because, like, I've literally said that because, like, I remember, I think it was Amnesia was the first game I saw the mechanic in. He's like, I have to hide under a table. I can't fight back. Doesn't that make it scarier? I'm like, no, that makes it fucking stupid. Like,
yeah, dude.
Who realistically would be like, oh, the serial killer found me and I'm in a kitchen with knives. I can't use anything to defend myself.
Yeah, dude. Not a big, like, I hate it. I hate that so much, dude. There's nothing that annoys me worse than, like,
good for me, but yeah,
than the whole fucking, oh, dude, well, darn, we can't kill this person because, mechanics, bro. And I'm like, but why? Like, you know what my favorite thing about, why fucking Resident Evil Village is my favorite Resident Evil game? One, there's two, actually a few reasons, but I'm gonna remove the FPS guy out of it, right? It's the fact that even the Resident Evil developers were like, yeah, dude, we understand what you want out of this game. You want there's literally a DLC where you can have infinite ammo. And I'm sure that there's somebody who's like, oh, dude, infinite ammo is cringe, dude. It ruins the horror vibe. I'm like, yeah, but like I honestly find it a little scary too. That I'm getting like chased by vampires that I have to only kill with sunlight. And I can't just shoot them to death. That makes it scarier to me. Like when those vampire chicks in Resident Evil Village showed up, dude, and I couldn't just fucking like blast them away. I was like, oh shit, so these are an actual threat. I just think it heightens the terror more.
Yeah,
while
yeah,
giving me a power fantasy.
I guess kind of going back to that with the game development thing. Like I was saying too, like with like when you're making a game too, it's really funny because like I've gone back and watched some of those like 90s id Software documentaries, and it's so awesome to see them just like playing games like half of the time, like because it's like no, that's how I am. Like I still play games because sometimes I'm like, why did I find this fun? That's my question. Isn't like why did I find the graphics pretty or like whatever. Here, dude, well, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna send you literally the prettiest Doom Engine game ever. And then like I don't know if you've ever been disappointed by
4?
like okay, so like
Quake 4 is the prettiest Doom Engine game ever. I love Quake 4.
Oh well, okay, okay. I mean OG Doom Engine game. Hold on.
Oh,
hold
okay.
up.
All right. I was just joking
I gotta
because
find this trailer.
that was. I know how many people complain about Quake 4, and I think it's so funny because I actually think Quake 4 is probably one of the best games to come off of id Tech 4. I know it was like one of the last, but id Tech 4.
Dude, Doom 3 still looks good. Like,
dude, Doom 3.
I was trying to look at the co-op mod for Doom 3, and it makes it so fun. Here, I sent you a trailer.
What's the? Parade 2006 is one of my favorite games. I played Parade. I played 2017, and was like, okay, I kind of get why people like it, but I hate the weapons. I hate the fact that it's. There's a lot of things of Parade 2017 that I just didn't vibe with. Like.
Oh. I love that game. I'm not gonna lie, but I
don't
do like the original a lot too.
Well, see, and here's the thing. A lot of people assume because I like the original so much that it's because that's the reason I don't like the new one. It's like I'm trying to get back at the guy. No, I just genuinely have problems with Parade 2017. I think the story is very generic. Like people complain a lot about the story of 2006, which I can understand the criticisms, but it had a pretty original story, like for like how out there it got in terms of like ideas. Like yeah, the end is basically save girl from thing, but like all the cool native shit was awesome. It was awesome.
It's a nightmare for you.
Parade 2017, I remember thinking that the beginning of that game is phenomenal. The whole like you've been in a simulation the whole time, and then when I got to the end of the game and I was like, oh, you've been in a simulation the whole time. And I'm like, but that's the same fucking thing you told me at the beginning of the game. They don't... Like, it's dumb. It's fucking... Like, you already did this. You already did it, and you did it better. And then, like, the weapon design is super fucking boring.
The ending is kind of, like, the same as the beginning.
Yeah, but it's lame because of that, I think. Because of the fact that it's such a cliche. To me, it's as dumb as like, oh, dude, time travel. You know what I mean? It's like it's such a trope in itself. Like the first time it hits it, it was a good twist on the trope. The second time, it was just a lazy trope. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right though. You're right because like the ending shouldn't have just been a cutscene for it to go like that. Like really, honestly.
Yeah, dude, it's just like such a simple, like lazy trope. Like, oh, now we know. Now we know that you're one of the good, like, aliens, and I'm like, so I've been an alien the whole time, and this has been a simulation to see if I'd be a good alien, okay? And I didn't really mess with the alien powers, so I was like, okay. Wouldn't it have been cooler if I just morphed into the alien? Like, the morphing into the alien was actually a, like... I could still, like, make good choices as the morphed in alien instead of it, like, making me evil or whatever. Like, I was like, wouldn't that been more clever than just Oh, because you didn't use your alien powers and you fought the aliens, you're a good guy. And this has been a simulation, so we know not to kill you. I'm like, okay, what? It's stupid, dude. It was like, it was one of those things that, like, yes, is it the best made immersive sim, like, has the best immersive sim level design? Absolutely. I'm not going to argue that. It has the best immersive sim gameplay loops out there. Like, in terms of, like, all the different ways you can approach shit, right? But in terms of weapon variety, it has one of the shittiest fucking weapon varieties ever put in a sci-fi game. It is a generic pistol in a sci-fi game. Remember, like, that's my big problem here. We got all this fancy sci-fi shit, but we're using, like, a fucking Glock. It's not a Glock, but whatever the fucking gun is. It's generic 2000s gun. And then shotgun. Boring fucking pump shotgun. Like, you're telling me that they don't have a magazine-fed shotgun on a fucking spaceship? And then, like, and then, like, the one space weapon you get is, like, shitty. It's, like, the most long build-up. It does, like, not a lot of damage, because it does, like, an okay amount of damage, because it, like, eats through. But then you don't have ammo for it ever. So, it's just kind of... It's kind of like one of those, like, ooh... You're supposed to save it for special occasions. And I'm like, for what? The same fucking Venom enemy over and over again? And the occasional floating robot? Like, these are my...
thing I was really conscious about. Like, I noticed that games get really boring if you don't, like, keep upping the ante. And that's why I did what I did. Like, because, I'll be honest, dude, like, what you said about the first few levels being a little bit mid... Like, that, honestly, like, I noticed if you look at the playtimes even on the reviews, like, most of the bad reviews, nobody, like, I don't think any of the bad reviews, anyone really spent more than an hour and a half at the most in that game. And, like, I was starting to realize, I was thinking, like, I think the first 3 levels are literally the cutoff, because, like...
And, to be honest, they're not bad. They're just, like, they feel like, it's not feel or anything. It's not like a feel bad. It's the way they look kind of like somebody slapped something together. But if you actually play it and engage with what's going on, you realize there's thought behind it. And I said that when I was playing it, that like, because I actually started playing it before I was on stream, and I didn't know what to do. So I was like, okay, I'll give it a shot. Because I was like, when I first fired it up, I'm like, huh, kind of generic walls, kind of generic this. And I was like, a lot of enemies flooding your way. That's kind of interesting, I guess, but it seems kind of bare bones. But then once I actually, like, engage with the mechanics are what's, I think, make it not mid. Like, I had more fun in your shit. Like, there's more enemy design in your game than Parade 2017. Like, and there's there's 3 enemies, I think, 4? Well, no, not counting bosses. I'm not, like, well, even, like, if you add the bosses in, bro... You have, like, worlds different, because, like, Parade 2017 was like, oh, yeah? What if we made Venom bigger? And you're like, okay? And they're like, well, what if we made Venom sparkly? Oh, now he's a fire Venom. And I'm like, what? They're like, oh, yeah, dude. Remember when Venom was small and was turning into things and was a really original character design? And you were like, oh, this is cool because at any moment it can turn into something. And then they just stopped doing that at a point, and they're just like, bigger Venom, smaller Venom.
That was, honestly, dude, the opening with the mimics was some of the most tense.
Yeah, it starts off as, like, amazing, but I think that... halfway through the game, it becomes one of the most generic fucking things I've ever seen, and I think a lot of people overcompensate because the game didn't do as well, or do that well. And when I first played it, people told me not to play 2006, that 2017 was the better one. And I had a bunch of conversations where people said that. And then when I look up YouTube reviews, it seems like every YouTuber likes to because there is people in the Prey 2006 community or whatever. I don't really know that community that well, but there is people that are, like, mad because it wasn't just a sequel to Prey 2006, which they have every right to be. there's like there's a lot of people who have this like idea that it's like, oh, they're just, it's not the developer, it just got slapped on, they were already developing this, and I'm like, yeah, but that's not the Prey fans' problem. They shouldn't have to fucking make excuses for a game that they were excited for to get a sequel for, and then it wasn't. It's like if fucking Final Fantasy was now an FPS game.
So that's
You know what I mean?
I kind of blame Bethesda for that though.
Oh,
And to be
100%.
fair,
I blame
you know,
Bethesda too, but I'm not gonna like look at it as like, oh, the fans are toxic because they like Prey 2006
you're
better.
right,
And
they have a right to be mad about it, but like I still like Prey 2017.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I think
it's a
I
fine
think
game.
there
I
was-
don't hate it. I just am middling on it, and the people who like that game, any sort of like criticism it gets, it is a game that people get mad if you criticize.
Oh yeah, no, the combat really does suck. Like it's all about the atmosphere in that game, and I think that's where it really sells. Like, and that's why I was saying like with like what I was saying about my game with like it feeling kind of more mid at the beginning. Like, I think you are right that like there's more than meets the eye, and I kind of wanted, and I think this is why a lot of people got frustrated. I wanted it to be a game of fuck around and find out. And I really think people are used to tell me what to do, tell me where to go, tell me how to play. Like, and I ended up putting in a tutorial because I was told, like, yeah, people are going to be really confused. So then I put in the tutorial, which I feel like confused people more for the most part. And then recently, I literally, like, probably a week ago or so, this video comes out and it's like ranking of the best Doom Engine game, or the ranking of all Doom Engine games from worst to best. Mine ends up 6 minutes in, and he basically said the good is that it's really fast paced. He's like, he said it oozed style. I actually did like this. He says this game oozes style, has flashy visuals, fast paced action, and he said, and the retro futuristic vibe is so strong you can almost hear a cassette grinding in the background. I was like, I actually really like that quote. But then he's like, it's an adrenaline rush. He's like, but the gameplay doesn't quite match because he's like, the level design doesn't match the complexity of the best Doom Engine games. And I was like, I was sort of like, okay, from what this guy was saying, he doesn't really dislike any Doom Engine games, so... But I did appreciate that he said what he liked and what he disliked, but... Something was noticeable, and actually someone pointed this out to me, that he never really played past the first 3 levels. So he doesn't really know what the game's about.
Hey, where you going?
Because I also feel like if you introduce everything too fast, the game overstays its welcome.
That's my problem with a medieval. A lot of people really like a medieval, and I'm super mid on it. I'm super mid on a medieval. I think it's a good game. I think the combat's there, but you lose the atmosphere loses its allure, which is the best part of the level design and atmosphere. Is early on you're like, oh, is this sci-fi? Is this a fantasy? What is this? What's going on? And the game never really tells you. You just keep playing it, and it gives you all your tools early on, which can be a good thing. But when it's 8.5 hours long, and it just feels like I'm getting the weapons taken away and then presented them, and then over and over and over again, it's like, damn. Without any narrative for 8.5 hours, that's a lot. Like, it just kind of overstays its welcome. It's Bolt Gun did the same thing. Bolt Gun did the same thing, where it was just like the whole lore of, oh yeah, dude, isn't it funny because it's like we're killing heretics, and you're like, yeah, this is cool. And they're like, is there gonna be more than just go get heretic? No, every cutscene is gonna be basically the same. Go get heretic. And after about half the game, you're like, okay.
Well, yeah, and that was kind of something I realized, like, with a lot of the feedback I was getting was that people were like, oh, yeah, you know, part of what they liked about it was, and, you know, there were people telling me, like, oh, yeah, you should change this about the style or this about the style, and it's like, no, part of the joke was that this started as a really shitty-looking game with a stick figure. That's how, like, there is always going to be the shitty looking stick figure. Like, he's going to stay. Like, I'm sorry.
Dude,
like,
the contradicting styles in your game are one of the best features of your game. That is like I have my critiques with the platforming and like mainly my I'm going to fucking die on that hill. I do not like the platforming. And it's not the game's fault. You did everything right. I just don't like platforming in Doom type games because it's always bad. I'm trying to think of a game. Beyond Sunset did a really good job with its platforming. A really good job compared to a lot of the GZ's type games. I have Beyond Sunset did such a good job with their platforming. Because it's like it's few and far between, and it's never really necessary. I feel like it's never like you have to platform or the game will fucking die. It's like, oh, do you want to do this side quest where there's platforming? And you're like, sure. And it's like, okay, here you go. But that, but for the most part, if I can avoid platforming because that's where I'm going to get stuck for an obscene amount of time, I will avoid it like the plague, which I'm sure you noticed because whenever you told me I could avoid platforming, I was like, yes, thank you.
Well, the only reason I told you that was you found that one secret, like, kind of by accident right away. Like, so that's the fun one. That shortcut exists because originally in the Doom map editor, like, it's just a map editor, it's built in. I was stupid enough to assume a built-in feature would do the job I needed it to. So for the block, I don't know if you noticed, nothing can hit you while you're blocking.
Yeah.
But part of the reason I added some of the platforming was I noticed, like, there is a point where you can exploit everything to the point where combat is literally so easy you can't die. So if I didn't add the platforming, the combat would have been so easy, like...
Oh, no, understandable. I get it, dude. I'm not hating on it too much. It's just...
But I also didn't want to... But, like, so, like, I wanted some parts to be, like, instant death. So I saw this, like, I don't remember what it was called. It was, like, you know, it was like, how do you... You know what I mean? There's all these features in the map editor, and I was just fucking around, and one of them said, like, instant death. And I was like, okay, this is gonna work. Well, it turned out when you were blocking, or when you had the weed, it didn't. So I think I put the weed on that ledge so that I could give people the hint that if they walked off the ledge, something might be down there.
Oh.
And that was really the only hint I wanted to give them. But, like, I wanted to put all these things so that, like, speedrunners could make it through this game in, like, no time. While a person playing for the first time isn't going to get anything at all. Like, you know, like a person playing for the first time is going to feel so overwhelmed and so bombarded with information, but then a person playing again is going to feel like an unstoppable killing machine. Like,
yeah.
You know, and I kind of feel like that's how good games used to be, where they were easy to learn, difficult to master, where they kicked your ass the first time through, and then, like, I was explaining this to someone when he's like, why is this game so hard? And I was like, because when I was a kid, you played a game on easy first, and then you played it on hard. You didn't bother playing it on medium, you played it twice.
Yeah, or you'd play it 3 times and just, like, see the difference. You would, like, go through and actually experience the game. I actually have a thing where I play a lot of games on easy. One, time constraints, too. Mostly it's the time constraints. I mean, like, I get off work, I come home, I stream the game, and then and then I hang out with my baby and go to bed and my wife, right? And, like, so I have all this shit that I gotta do, you know, but it's like why I have a problem with, like, G-Man and Civvy. Like, I like them both as YouTubers. I think they're both really good at what they do. But my problem is, like, when I watch them and they're like, oh, we gotta play it on hard. I'm like, bro, you got way too much fucking time on your hands. Maybe if I was doing this full time, I could see doing that. But, like, the normal, and that was my perspective on the thing, is why my channel's logo says I play games terribly, is most people don't have the fucking time to master a game. Like, plain and simple. They have like, after work, they get off, and they chill. You know what I mean? They go to fucking, they have, like, an hour that they can play or whatever, and, like, it's like I remember when I played. I watched like
I get the
I
feeling
think
it's
it was
gonna
like
burn more than
one of G-Man's videos, and if you don't play this on hard, dude, you're not playing it. And I was playing on console at the time. I didn't realize he was playing on PC, and I didn't realize there was such a discrepancy between like PC gaming skill gap and then like console. But I was playing like Doom Eternal, I think, or some shit, and I'm like, how the fuck did he play this on hard, dude? This isn't our Ultra Nightmare or whatever.
I played that on like Ultra Violence. I think that game is hard as fuck. I got to the okay, dude. The funny thing is like, okay, so first of all, this is gonna sound weird. I literally met someone who worked marketing, who like worked at a marketing firm that was helping promote Shadow Warrior 3. So I got a fucking free key for it.
Such a dub, dude. Shadow Warrior 3 is one of the best games ever. It's better than Doom Eternal. I will die on that hill.
But so the funny thing is, so literally, I met this chick in front of a thunderstorm chasing tornadoes. Like literally, that's how we met. And she's like, "Oh yeah, I work marketing. I'll get you a key." And I was like, "Dude, amazing! Like I'm getting Shadow Warrior 3 for free, and I got a few extra keys. Like I gave them to like a couple of streamer buddies I had at the time, and most of them I was begging to play my game. So like." When my game got played at all, I was so happy. That's why like all those streamers got Easter eggs. I was like, people are playing my games. And at the time, I didn't give a shit how many people were really viewing the videos. I really just liked watching people play my game. I really did not care. And like, but now, dude, I'm trying not to be cynical. I really am, because I see so many people getting so many views, being so fucking plebeian, normal, and stupid nowadays. Like, and it really does bother me after a while. Like, I was literally yelling at this dude that said he wanted to be in my game like years ago, and it said on Steam that he's played like 66 minutes total. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, he clearly has not beaten my game, and like, he's not played it since like probably like the first platforming section was made, like ever maybe. And you know, he's asking me to be in my game and stuff, and like I kind of went off on him. I was like, dude, you have all this time to constantly be playing Battlefield and doing this and doing that, but you don't have any time to sink in the time to beat a like relatively short campaign. I'm saying that because it's like there are games that are like 40 hours long and people can play those. And if you play multiplayer games, you're sinking hundreds, if not thousands of hours into those games. And he gets so mad at video games, it's like he doesn't even enjoy them. I've literally told him before, like when we were playing Quake Champions, and that game gets way too much hate in my opinion, because people are like,
I heard it's good. I heard it's good, dude. I heard it's one of the best hero shooters.
It's better than a hero shooter. It's basically Quake 3 with some hero tweaks added on top. It's first and foremost an arena shooter. And you've got some extra abilities. It's like whoop-de-doo, Doom Eternal had the demon runes, and I loved the multiplayer on that. Or not Doom Eternal, Doom 2016.
Doom 2016's multiplayer was actually really fun, and a lot of people complained about it. And here's like the... Go ahead.
Imagine like Doom 2016 meets Quake 3, and that's kind of what you get with that. Except that instead of having to have your own demon whatever, your ability is just on a cooldown instead of like on a pickup.
Okay.
Like,
I mean,
and you're like, huh?
I was gonna say the only game that I ever played that was multiplayer that I was decent at, and to this day is the only one I'm decent at, and I like, is Halo. Now I know that the FPS community gets like, especially the PC one, gets all fucking salty about Halo because they don't understand Halo. Like, I don't care what the fucking PC guys say about like Halo is like, they get mad because it's not as innovative as they say. Halo is the thing that made Halo special, and why I can fully with my chest out say that GoldenEye is a game that never really held up even for the time. Because it really didn't do anything.
Dude, okay, you know what game did hold up to me, and I I'm being honest, and I've tried to show this to multiple people, and they seem to disagree. Conflict Desert Storm. I played that co-op with people, couch co-op. I missed the fuck out of couch co-op.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, do you remember the Conflict series?
I never played the Conflict series.
Dude, so this game was like supposed to be a tactical shooter, I guess. It felt like a boomer shooter meets SOCOM. I don't even know how to explain that.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, I can see what you're talking about, though.
Well, like, you remember, like, Return to Castle Wolfenstein, where
Yes.
it's, like, somewhat tactical, but still boomer shooter?
Yes.
It's kind of like that, except you control multiple squad members, and, like, if you have multiple controllers, you play as... And it always cracked me up that my friend who came over would always talk about how gory it was, and it turned out the GameCube version I had was the less gory version, and it somehow got a T rating when you could jib people under tank treads.
Yeah, well, what I was in, like, it's funny because, like, when you like the thing with, like, GoldenEye back, like, what I was gonna say about that is, like, even Turok was way better than GoldenEye. Like, it was just like, but GoldenEye had the IP attached to it, right? And that's the one that people played multiplayer and they got it. But, like, I can look at GoldenEye and then look at something else that came out in that same time period and be like, yeah, this is better. Like, GoldenEye was more culturally relevant than it was innovative at anything.
I think I'll agree. I still like it for nostalgia reasons.
Yeah,
but you're right.
I don't have any nostalgia for it, so I went into it later. And it is fun if you don't engage with the aiming mechanic, because the aiming mechanic sucks. It's really bad. That aiming mechanic is one of the worst things ever.
What did you play it on? Just curious.
So when I was a kid, I played it at a friend's house on the 64, and I remember thinking I'd already played Halo, so I was like, I'd already played Shadow Warrior. I'd played Shadow Warrior, the original. I'd played Doom on like my grandpa's PC when I was a little kid, and then I played Halo, and then I went back and I'd played like Halo. I'd played the first couple Call of Duties. I'd played Nightfire already, and then I had a friend that had a 64, and I played GoldenEye, and I'm like,
dude, did you ever play Wolfenstein Enemy Territory?
No, never heard of that.
Okay, so like you've heard of, like, you know, the original Team Fortress was a Quake mod, right?
Yes.
So like Wolfenstein Enemy Territory was supposed to be an expansion for Return to Castle Wolfenstein, and then I guess the single player got canceled because they couldn't finish it, and so the multiplayer came out free, and then that caught on as like a cult classic. It wasn't like free to play; it was like free and moddable and open source. And like the Return to Castle Wolfenstein code ended up being the source for like Call of Duty. I think you might remember that. So like same base basically. Like, so basically that also split from Return to Castle Wolfenstein, but it was free to play. And there are still people who play this. There's like a server that has like modded double jump, like, and it's one you can't rage at because everyone dies all the time. The point is, like, it's so chaotic. It's kind of like my game. Like, it's sort of like when you're watching the beginning of Saving Private Ryan and you're like, how the fuck would you actually survive this in real life? It's like, the point is, you'd probably explode in 5 seconds. Like, that's how that game feels. Like, you're watching people literally just go up in pieces in mortar explosions and you're like, holy shit. But that's part of the fun, is that everyone explodes constantly and the objectives are what you have to take care of. It has nothing to do with your KD.
Yeah.
Those moronic developers.
So it's like literally
from me.
Well, that's like what I was gonna say with the Halo thing is why I don't think people understand it is at the time there was kind of the new tactical shooter thing popping up. You had games like Medal of Honor. You had more like tactical stuff where it was more ADSing was just becoming a thing. At least like scopes and stuff like James Bond was already out there. Like, you know, like our Perfect Dark was really the first one that was like that did it, and there was other games along those lines. I'm sure there's way better examples than those. I had them off the top of my head a long time ago when I used them to shit on GoldenEye, to bolster my own opinion, really. But when I look at But when you look at the two genres that were big at the time, you had arena shooters and you had tactical shooters. What Halo did was it combined the two on console.
Yeah, but it was mostly arena shooter. I mean, it
No,
was
not
like
it's completely like if after playing enough arena shooters, I can wholeheartedly tell you it plays level design wise, multiplayer wise, it plays like a halfway in between both of them. Like it has the more tactical aspects where you're scoping people and there's a heavy focus on scoping and getting those shots in the pistol kills. It never felt really arena-y as like when I jump into Quake, or if I jump into even when I played the because the first, like, I remember the first game that I played that was like fuck, what was it? Because like again I had played I remember the Doom it's 2016 multiplayer. And I was like, whoa, this is... I thought when I saw Arena, I'd always been under the assumption that Halo... Because I'd heard people on, like, the internet call it an arena shooter, right? And I played Doom 2016, and I said, this is completely different than how Halo feels. I'm like, why is it so different? Like, if they're in the same genre, you'd think there would be a lot of similarities. There's not. Because Call of Duty has more in line with Halo because they literally were Halo devs.
Well, okay, so here's the funny thing that people don't realize either. Doom 2016's multiplayer was done by Halo multiplayer people.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and what they did was they tried to make a remake but they wanted to keep the Quake style multiplayer down.
More than once.
But the mode I liked the best was the one that felt most like a Halo thing, and it was what was it? It was where it was that mode where you were the demon and you would like kill. It was like well,
I love it. Human possession, where you get possessed.
It was like the flood mode in Halo.
Dude,
or Juggernaut. It was like Juggernaut in Halo.
I love the Caco demon because I just loved eating people.
Yeah, but there was also that one where you would turn into the one that crawls on the ceilings, and the flood one. You would do. There was a flood match too. Where there was the one where you turned into the demon, and then there was like Juggernaut, and then the other one was the one where it was like the Flood, where everybody would turn into the wall demon. And those are the two modes I liked the best because the regular multiplayer was like weird to me because it played like an arena shooter, where it was quicker. Because Halo's multiplayer's never been that quick. And that's why COD killed it, is because COD sped up Halo's tactical elements and made it just like twitchy and faster. And when Halo always had like had the bounce and floatiness of an arena shooter, but the pacing and the tactical feel of a tactical shooter. And I thought that that's what a lot of people I think miss on why Halo was considered special, is because it took two genres that at the time saw no way of like meshing and meshed it.
I still kind of consider it more like a console-ified arena shooter. Like, yeah, it's slower but it's almost like when you go back and like play GoldenEye and you realize how frickin' slow that game is. It's like you partly realize it's because of the crappy hardware it was running on. Like, you know, it's like I feel like the pacing on like something I realized going back to early 3D, and I remember being this complete graphics snob. Like, I was one of those people that was like, I don't care if Doom 3's running at 17 frames per second. I'm gonna crank the shit out of my 256 megabyte ATI graphics card. Like, and see this gorgeous game. And I didn't even realize how spoiled us PC gamers were getting, like, basically the 4x3 version of 720p really early, dude. Like, I didn't know how spoiled we were, but no wonder I thought PC games looked so much better all the time.
Dude,
Like,
well, here's the thing that I didn't realize. Like, I had buddies back in the day because I got the first console I got was an Xbox, right? And I would go over to somebody's house and they'd have a PS2.
I really don't want to find
And
out.
it was like night and day how much better the Xbox looked back in the day, right? Because the original Xbox was what?
You mean because of the HD support?
No. It just graphically could handle more. So games that were on both consoles, the PlayStation one was they had to downscale the game for PlayStation 2 because the Xbox was so much more powerful.
Right. But
So-
did you know you could buy cables for the original
Yeah.
Xbox and play some games in HD?
Yes, I have some I have some cables for it. Yeah.
Okay. I did not know if you were aware. Like, the funny thing is, like, I thought I was relearning that again, and then I was like, wait a minute. And then somebody showed like the back of a box, and I was like, wait a minute, I remember that. I had no freaking idea what that exactly meant at the time, but like, yeah, I totally knew that Xbox had high definition. Like, I remember the GameCube grabbing it or bragging it had interlace. By the way, the GameCube graphically, some of those games did actually look pretty good.
Dude, the GameCube and the Xbox were so much more powerful than the PlayStation 2. It was like they were on another level. The problem the GameCube had was the proprietary discs.
Yes. And
Nobody wanted to, and not a lot of people bought the GameCube in terms of sales. So like your game was like, if you would have to spend the extra money to develop for the GameCube, and then on top of that, you had to you were going to lose money because the game wasn't going to sell well.
Dude, people are gonna hate on me. One of my favorite games, some of my favorite games in the Metal Gear series, were the Nintendo ones. I was a big Nintendo fanboy growing up. I know, like in retrospect, it's kind of cringe.
Oh,
but
dude,
like,
I feel you. I was like Xbox only guy for a while. I just never had owned a PlayStation. I had a GameCube, and then the Wii made me hate Nintendo.
yeah, no, I kind of feel that too. Like when the Wii first came out, some of the ideas were so cool, but then realizing how underpowered it was, and like, it's like if you guys would put a good GPU, a good processor, and a good amount of memory, and a Blu-ray disc reader, this console would have been a freaking beast.
You didn't even need a Blu-ray disc reader, dude. I mean, look at the 360. The 360 in North America and literally everywhere except for the places that the Xbox would have sold dominated, and it didn't have a Blu-ray reader.
Well, you're right, and it kind of actually had shitty specs on paper. So like, the Wii didn't have to be much more powerful, and it could have been doing VR before VR.
But the problem that the Wii had too is like the motion controls were its whole gimmick. Like I remember, at the time I had my aunt was like, if we were to get you guys a new console out of the Wii and the Xbox 360, which one would you guys want more? Obviously, I said the fucking Xbox 360 because I wanted to play Halo 3. And then my sister was like, the Wii, and of course we got the fucking Wii because she was the only like out of all my cousins and stuff, she was like first cousins, she was the only girl, so I knew we were cooked right away. But I was just like, I remember having the Wii, and the only game I liked, and I had a bunch of games on the Wii, and I did not like any of them except for Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games, and I only liked that passively.
No, dude, okay, so technically my favorite game series ever is Metal Gear. And yeah, so like a couple of my favorite games ever were Metal Gear Ghost Battle on Game Boy Color and Metal Gear Twin Snakes. And a lot of people hated on the Twin Snakes, and yeah, they pulled the whole, well, it's harder and therefore better because of the technical limitations of the shitty PS1. I'm like, that's not a good excuse.
No, dude, I hate when people like when people complain about Resident Evil remakes because they're fucking over the shoulder now. I'm like, go fuck yourself, dude. You mean they're playable? You mean that I can play it without getting a fucking migraine? Dude, such a sad thing. Like, I think that I think a way to fix this issue, and I think a lot of developers need to take like, no, I can't remember the studio that did it. Oh, I know. No, it was
Like
it was EA with Alice Madness Returns. They had it where you could get a remastered version of
the original.
yeah, the original. And I think that the
Dude, I love that game.
dude, I fucking like, so after hearing all these people talk about like how a game, they make excuses for a game being like old, and the platforming or like the shooting, like tank controls and shit. I'm like,
Yeah.
well, Alice Madness Returns exists. It exists, and it did everything right that the industry would then do later. And you guys are making excuses for a game. Like, I can't remember like the platformers off the top of my head, but I know that I played games that are like third-person shooters and stuff, and they have tank controls, and they're like all fucking shittily controlled.
Almost makes me
And then
peckish.
Alice was over here with great controls, like fluid third-person controlling, and also
That's probably-
clambering.
That game is kind of how I pictured Mario 64 being, because like the funny thing is like that the platforming in Alice, I felt like, I don't know what it was, but it tripped that nostalgia part of my brain where I felt Mario vibes really hard, but also it like perfected that platforming vibe just so well. Like, I love the whole puff up the dress, like float down onto the next platform thing. Like,
Dude, that game
holy
was so
shit, dude,
ahead
I
of its
should-
time, it
I
was
should steal
ridiculous.
that mechanic. I should steal that kind of float down mechanic. I should figure out how to implement that.
Dude, I just know that that game fucking rocks. I haven't played the sequel yet because I'm going to eventually play the sequel, but the first game is just so good that it's like, and it sucks that he's never going to get to make the third one. Because like that game is like, I didn't know it was going to be as special to me as it ended up being. I love that game. I mean, there's some annoying parts of it for sure, and there's times where the clambering mechanic is like really dated for its time or whatever, but like you can tell that it was like everything that was in there was like an innovation that stuck around in the industry, and that's how you know it was like good.
Dude, wait, are we still talking about Alice? Am I
Yeah,
right?
yeah, we're still talking about Alice, dude.
Like, I'm like, yeah, like, cause like, so the funny thing to me is like, so like, I actually like the first Alice, right? Like, I know it's not as polished as Madness
I get the
Returns,
feeling it's going to burn more than
but like,
once.
it's definitely like Alice. Somehow, like, I think it keeps. I don't know what it is either about the way a story tells is by incentivizing you to move forward, like, and I think that's because like, and I get that some games do
Ouch,
that,
still
like,
stings.
dude. I love Shadow Warrior 3, and yeah, we were talking about how good of a game that was. Shadow Warrior 3, holy shit.
It just
Like,
it did
yeah.
Doom Eternal better. That's all it did.
Yeah,
was-
so like Doom Eternal, like, I thought it was so funny because I honestly, it was the Icon of Sin part where I had died for like the 3,485th fucking time. And I was like, you know, I'm sick of this. First of all, it didn't seem to matter how long I'd been chasing the Icon of Sin, like, I was still fighting other dudes, and I was getting really fucking sick of the same thing over and over and over just
Yeah,
to
dude.
inevitably die at a really stupid checkpoint. Like,
Yeah,
I got sick of it, dude. Like, I literally just quit Doom Eternal. And that's why when people criticize Shadow Warrior 3, and let's be honest, part of it is because it wasn't woke enough.
I don't know if
I-
it's that. Honestly, I think the
Dark
reason
gritty
Shadow
catchphrase
Warrior,
number one.
like Shadow Warrior has always been in a niche of being like the cringest of like obnoxious humor. The criticism, I think most of the criticism I saw was game length. A lot of people were upset that it was so short, and I
Yeah.
can see that. It
But-
is a very
okay.
short game.
This is my constant rebuttal to that problem, though. That, because I've heard a lot of criticisms, like we were talking about the cringy game journalists that you almost want to hate. Like, yes, like them complaining that it was offensive to people, and then
Yeah.
not only that, the people complaining that it didn't have the original voice actor, and then the people complaining it was too short. well, like obviously the first two complaints are just completely invalid about a game in general. Like it's offensive and or it doesn't have the same exact voice actors. Both of those are just null and void in my opinion. Like, and so like third criticism, it's too short. My rebuttal is at least I finished it. I never gave a fuck to finish Doom Eternal. I've actually started playing Shadow Warrior 3 again.
Oh, I've beaten Shadow Warrior 3 like 3 times. I have beaten Doom Eternal. The ending is kind of like the thing about it too. Like, to be fair to the Cacodemon part, it's still better than the original Cacodemon, dude. Fuck the original Cacodemon, bro. I fucking hate that. I don't have a lot of nostalgia for regular Doom.
I really do like a lot of like every Doom game for its own reasons. Like Doom 3 is still
That's my favorite.
I don't know why. Yeah, Doom 3 is such a good game. Like and you know it's so funny because I remember literally at the time it released, and I really don't know if it was at the time it released, but like people were like, "Oh, that game fucking sucks." And I'm like, "Why? Why objectively is it so like what do you hate about it?" It's like, how did you not get sucked into the atmosphere and enjoy just like shooting demons in the face? And then people who are like, "Oh, well, you know, the flashlight should have been taped to the gun." It's like,
yeah,
I don't know.
Well, and this is the thing now too, and this is something that like a lot of people are like, well, you can't make up for the time or whatever, like a bad release or something. It's like that's the thing with like okay, well, a lot of the criticisms of Postal or of not Postal of Doom 3 literally are fixed now. So why are you complaining? It's literally the game has now been released in a point where you can play it with the flashlight. Night Dive is over there just fucking doing God's work. And that's like the thing now, like what I was saying with that Postal 3 review of that guy who said Postal's fixed. The video is called Postal's fixed, but at what cost, right? And he went in and complained about all these things, and some stuff he was just objectively wrong because you can tell he was utilizing the old complaints and just assuming they weren't fixed. Like there is
Yeah, no, I hate when people do that. They're like, here's other opinions I read on the internet, and they're mine.
Yeah, dude. And like, there's one in there where he talks about the good and bad system in Postal 3. Should Postal have a good and bad system? No. No. And I'm going to say that in my video. But the fact that you can't... the old game, when it first released, you could not... Like, it seemed like no matter what you did, you couldn't drop the bad meter down to 0 again. Dude, literally, so I just was playing the game expecting to get the bad ending. I was fully just killing everyone. Every mission was, I'd pick whenever it wanted me to pick a side, I'd pick a side and then accidentally kill somebody. And then my gameplay was just me murder everyone. And I was like, that's fine. I'll get the bad ending. I don't care. It's Postal game. Well, then one level I decided I was only going to use the fart gun because it was funny. And it was later. It was kind of like 3/4 through the game. I started using in this one mission. I'm just noticing that every person I knock out with the spark gun on this mission, I'm a big chunk of that good bad meter is just falling off. And I'm like, wait a second, are you serious? Like I've spent this whole game killing everyone, civilians, cops, whoever the fuck I wanted to, and here I am. Was under the assumption that it doesn't change anything, right? Because this is what, like, the guy who talked about it said. Well, one mission, dude, one mission just using the fart gun. I'm good, and I get to do the police section of the game, and I get the good ending of the game. All because of one mission, I decided to fuck with them. And so this guy's review literally made it seem like it was impossible, and he said he had to work so hard to be good in the game, and I was like, no, you didn't. It's just objectively false because I was a fucking demon for 80% or 70 or 65 to 70% of this game, and I still got the good ending just by fucking one mission using the fart gun.
Yeah, no, and like that's the other funny thing is like a lot of times devs do shit like that just to see how much you actually pay attention, and I do shit like that all the time. And you know how you were saying like some of parts of my game seem mean. It's like honestly, dude, I think part of it was And I think the reason why, I think now that you mention it, we were talking about Quake Champions. So I played Quake Champions with a few people. We were talking about PvP games and people just having too much time on their hands. Holy shit, play a PvP game ever. Like, oh my god, dude, like playing Quake Champions. So like I ended up talking to these people. I think I was just chatting with random strangers and we were having fun. Like it was honestly fun. I think I was in the zone enough to, you know that once in a blue moon where you play a PvP game and you're actually vibing with your team, doing pretty good. You guys are all chatting, you're hanging out. And then, so yeah, I end up on Discord with these people. So like, you know, and I'm not really thinking too far into it, but then they're constantly asking me to play when they see me on Discord. They're like, hey bro, you have time to play Quake? And then I noticed something. Some of the people in our Discord are like in the top 50 in the world on the stupid rankings board. Like some of these people take this game way too seriously. And like I just started noticing that I was drifting away from this community because I couldn't dedicate that much of my short existence to somebody else's creation. Like that's so bizarre to me. Like just the idea that I'm gonna get sucked into a world that another person made that's just objectively bullshit that you play for fun, you know. Like the same thing, my brother got really into World of Warcraft. Like I kind of get video game addiction, but like with the PvP stuff, it's like there's this whole new level of competitiveness and addiction, like to the point where I can see that people aren't even having fun anymore. Like sometimes they're literally just like, yeah, okay, such and such coming up. All right, hop to point blah 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 on your map, and I'm like, I really don't give a fuck, bro. Like,
yeah,
I'm playing this because it's a video game.
Dude, that's exactly what happened. Like, I literally, like, expected Postal 3. So, I hate Daikatana. I think Daikatana is, like, I think people are too nice to Daikatana. Like, literally, I feel like the Romero glazing has gotten to the point with, like, at least the FPS creators that they like, act like Daikatana's not as bad as it is. Because there's that one mod that makes the AI sort of help you, or sort of playable. They still get
that excuse. I hate that excuse. Oh well, don't worry. There's mods to fix the fact that the game itself is slop.
Yeah. But like, I'm cool. I actually don't hate. I don't like. Oh well, yeah, you can mod it and it's fine. But like Daikatana, I modded and it's still dog shit. That game is just stupid. That game is just a bad game. There's nothing in Daikatana that's that good. I don't like that game. And so I figured I would play when I was gonna play Postal 3, I figured it'd be the same experience. I would play it, I would shit on it, it would be an easy video. And then I was just playing it, just kind of mindlessly having fun. And I was like, yeah, oh shit, this is enjoyable, dude. Like, there's something funny about running around vacuuming up cum rags and then firing it at feminists. Or not feminists, they're like moms against video games.
Dude,
like,
that's awesome.
That's hilarious. And like I get it. It's more, it feels more like the Postal movie than the other Postal games. But it still has a charm that I think is missed out on, and it's definitely got issues, but it's not like it's been fixed, dude. Like some guys went out here and fucking remastered this game on this random platform that I don't think anybody really uses. Like I know that it has all the original Duke Nukem games. So a lot of people use it for that, but Zoom platform is like such a hard fucking platform to find that, like, because you type it in, obviously Microsoft Zoom is going to show up. But they went out here, remastered this game, pulled the DRM out of it, and get it to work really fluidly. I think I only had one crash, which on my I have a 950. So my fucking GPU is garbage. And I only had one crash. That's a fucking crazy, dude, on a game that was known for crashing all the time. Like,
Do you
I don't
remember, what was that Amazon game that, like, fried GPUs? That was amazing.
I have no idea, dude.
Like, yeah, they published some game that I guess, like, had some bug to where it would, like, squeeze every ounce of power physically possible from a GPU. I don't know exactly what it was, but it was sort of like this uncapped frame rate issue of, like, being too uncapped.
Dude, you know what drives me nuts about, like, some of these boomer shooters that are made, like, on Unreal or fucking, what's the other one? Unity? Is they will make this game look like it was made on the Quake engine, right? It looks 100% like it was built on the Quake engine. But, like, Phantom Fury is a good example of this. Dude, I was going to get some more footage on Phantom Fury for the PC build compared to the, console build is like, what I originally played it on. And I was like, okay, this will be cool. Dude, my game would only run at like 4 frames a second, bro. It was like it would be I'd walk a little ways and then it would drop down. Anytime an enemy would show up, it would drop down to like ungodly frames. I couldn't get through the first level. And I was like, damn. I'm like, dude, how fucking unoptimized is your shit?
Well, and that was another reason I stuck with the engine I chose, because like, and don't get me wrong, like there are still a few parts in my game where I cannot for the life of me. I have optimized it best I can. Like that room that you found that was like super choppy, like that's not even as bad as it used to be. Like I've done everything I can to optimize that room, and I don't know why. Because like the most of my game, I feel like runs pretty buttery smooth. Like,
yeah, dude. Well, I mean, that's gonna happen regardless because of how many enemies you put on screen, and that's like something like I thought it was gonna be worse than it was. To be honest, I honestly thought that I was gonna have more issues with it, but really, I never really had much issues. Like, it ran fairly smooth, to be honest. When I first saw the enemies, like before I started streaming it, when I played the first little level there and was like, okay, I kind of get the feel. I will eventually get around to playing this game, and then I didn't know what else to do on stream, so I was like, fuck it, I want to play it now. And I saw the enemies. I was a little worried it was gonna crash my computer when the further I got in the game, and it never happened. I mean,
yeah, no, it played well. Like you literally passed the part that should run the worst, and it's that one room where you first start turning off those dudes. And so funny thing is, like you were saying, like, you know, we were talking about like, cause I was saying I sort of want freedom of choice in my games. Like, honestly, if you want to be a quote unquote pacifist and like fight as little as possible but go as fast as possible, like that's a doable option. Like, I kind of wanted it to be a play your own way game, and like I said, that's part of why I put like the platforming. So it's like, okay, so that because I thought, okay, the more exploits I allow, the more ways to kill the player I also have to make. And the other thing was like, I noticed something that bothered me about most GZ Doom games was the farther you progress, the more it felt like just more of the same. Like you were saying about Prey, it's like, oh look, it's the same guy, but it's a different variation of the same guy. Like,
yeah, dude.
You know, it's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, that is definitely like a massive issue that like a lot of games have. Like, I will give a game pass if an enemy if the enemy functions exactly the same. I'm not critical on a game if it's like they at least change the look of the fucking enemy. You know, if you take the time to at least just change the way they look. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. And then, I think the best way to do it is have like different variations of the same enemies and new enemies, and slowly introduce them.
Mm-hmm.
And make them function differently. Like, I personally like making them function differently enough that the player has to kind of learn how to navigate each new enemy as like a different type of obstacle.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's like, I mean, I'm playing Postal Brain Damage right now, which I think so far. This is close. This is like a good hybrid between. I'd say if you took a boomer shooter and mixed it with Doom Eternal, like a proper boomer shooter. I don't know. But with like, it's more like the Shadow Warrior, like Doom Eternal than. Yeah. It's got because that tongue-in-cheek nature and the color scheme. Because one of my biggest problems with Doom is everything's fucking red.
Oh no, dude! That game is so overrated. Like honestly, I love it, but it's like it's so hyped that I almost also hate it.
Well, and that's Prey 2017 for me, dude. I didn't hate it until people started getting mad at me, or like getting mad that I have the opinion that it's not the greatest game ever. It's like here's the example. Like, we live in a world where the System Shock remake exists, right? With better weapons, better enemy design. Maybe it's not as 100% as good of a, or it doesn't have it 100% as good of immersive sim features. But
yeah,
the enemies and weapons are way more interesting. Like when I haven't played I haven't played too deep into System Shock remake, but that game is fucking gorgeous, dude. And the weapons are fun.
It's the funny thing is, like, I keep waiting for it to go on a really deep sale because, like, and part of it's just like because like I just on a code of ethics, like, I think it was after the Star Wars Dark Forces release, I'm like, no, I'm not going to spend $40 fucking on a boomer shooter. Like, I like old games, but like if you're gonna do something old style or old, I just went totally on an ADD tangent here. I'm like, we were talking about an old game, weren't we?
Well, this one was the brand new one.
Oh, well, like, oh yeah. No, the System Shock remake. But like at the same time, like new games also, because the times I usually spend a decent amount of money, I feel like the game I spent very little money on ended up being better. Yes. I hate spending that much money on a game anymore. Even if it looks pretty, I'm like, okay, the System Shock remake looks gorgeous. I love Prey 2017. I never really got a chance to play the original System Shock, but it looks like a pain in the ass to play with a... Like, try playing the old Elder Scrolls games. Oh my god, those are frustrating. Like, like...
Yeah, dude, like,
and it's like...
Well, dude, you know what's funny about, we were talking about, like, expecting games, and you were there with Mike on my Discord, complaining about, Bethesda, and one of the things I have to critique you on, about like keeping it a buck on that, is a lot of people like come out here and when they get mad at Bethesda, it's like getting mad at Bethesda for doing Bethesda things, and it's like that's what they are. And like when I remember when Starfield was coming out, the critiques that I had and problems with right away was, oh, there's loading screens. I'm like, it's a fucking Bethesda game, and the fact that the loading screen is like 2 seconds is monumentally better. Like,
oh, see,
like I don't understand why you would complain that there's a loading screen in a game that's like I would rather, because like people are used to like now where it's like, oh well, there's no loading screens, but yet you do a fucking 5-minute crawling section. And I'm like, that's a loading screen. It's just a hidden loading screen now. And I fucking hate these hidden loading screens. I almost want to go back to loading screens because of how annoying I'm gonna crawl on a ledge for 10 minutes so that we can load in the next environment.
Oh yeah, and that's like another reason I think I like the really old style games is like, yeah, okay, sometimes they look kind of janky. But at the same time, like, there's none of this loading bullshit. Like, okay, if it's loading for like 5 seconds, not 5 minutes, while this bar slowly crawls at the bottom of your screen. Like, I don't mind loading screens either. Like, it's in a lot of games either. But like in emulation, like I use the Dolphin emulator for GameCube games now because I can't do those games in standard definition, running like shit on component cables. Like, well, and now I have to do it a component to HDMI conversion. Like, I should have just gotten a Wii to HDMI. But anyway, I play them on the computer because they're trash on the original console. They look so bad on a modern TV, and I don't know. I like being able to upscale my games. I like being able to have a smoother frame rate, and I like being able to emulate overclocking the GameCube processor to speed up the load times. Like, I do like certain things about modern technology, and I don't, but I mostly like old stuff. But I also sometimes feel like old stuff gets stale because it's too much of the same thing over and over and over again.
Yeah, exactly.
So, like,
I can see that.
So like, and that's kind of, again, like, like you said, game developers really do get sucked into like making it, and I think that's another thing I thought of though. Like, I introduced some, like, you notice like the hub world and stuff. Like, yeah, okay, things are gonna take place in some of the same places in the game. Like, things are gonna change, but like, I kind of wanted it to not, like, one of the reasons I didn't do metal for the most part was because
everyone does metal.
Yes, exactly. Like, and that's part of why I did the open world, because I'm like, everyone's doing guns. I'm gonna do like really close in your face combat, like with melee weapons. So I'm like, oh, everyone's doing a first person boomer shooter. I'm gonna make a first person hack and slash beat 'em up. And like, oh, everyone's doing metal. I'm gonna do like orchestral music and synth. Like,
yeah, it definitely. There's a lot of things in your game that really vibe and that make it feel different than everything else. And I did really I really like that. It's one of those things that it makes it stand out in a crowd, and that's good. Like, that's
yeah.
I mean,
yeah, and like I said, dude, it's sometimes it's like once you start talking about your project, you just can't shut up about it. Like,
dude, I get it. I've made videos like where I put so much time in. All I want to do is talk about how I made that video. Like, there's two that I fucking made that. My Forgive Me Father video, I was really proud of that. Really, really fucking proud of that video. I worked so hard on the editing on that video, and how I got the baby's head to move without my hand in the picture, and not like it's a baby doll that I have. I made it look like it's looking around.
Yeah, I get that.
And
like,
I put so much effort into it, and then like there's like another video where even a YouTuber friend of mine was like, he's like, bro, he was like, that was a long intro. And I'm like, yeah, because the whole intro, and I did this and I knew it was a really long intro, because I did a similar thing with my Dusk video, which my Dusk video is one of my like kind of biggest failure videos that I thought was going to do good. I thought the thumbnail was really good. I even re-edited the thumbnail to make it more, to maybe make it contrast a little better. But I still loved what I did artistically with building that thumbnail. But the intro's like really long, but it's all for the payoff of this joke, right? Because the whole joke is this Lovecraftian being that's like messes with humanity because he like morphs. It's Nyarlathotep. He morphs into different people and has like influenced time, and people are his playthings. And I just make him this overly fucking preachy, self-aggrandizing character, and it's got this like really serious like brah music going on behind him. and then me and Cortana show up to just clown on it. Like, you're not that cool, dog. It's not that serious, bro. And it's like, the point of it being long is because he's stroking his ego. And even when he's arguing with me and Cortana, every time he talks, the music will stop, and then it comes back when he talks. And it's like 2 minutes of the video or 3 minutes of the video, and it's just this bit. And I fucking loved the bit. And I remember when I made the video, this might turn people off, but I was like, this is for me. This one's for me.
No, dude, that's kind of how I started on YouTube. Like, I still have some of my old videos, and like the funny thing is, like, we were talking about like being into things before it was cool. Like, I've always been so like, I don't feel like I've been like edgy because I'm like try hard. I'm edgy because I can't keep my freaking mouth shut. You know, like you know. And it's so funny though too, because like sometimes I see people, like we were talking about, like starting trends and like not even meaning to, or like being onto something, and then suddenly when everyone else notices the thing, you're like, oh my god, everyone, I've been trying to tell you that for like 10 years. Like one of those things for me was like, I remember like I had like industrial noise band, and like I sarcastically did a Heil Hitler and an American flag with a swastika on it. I thought it was hilarious. But then, and you know, people are like, what are you talking about? And like, the government is like literally trying to, you know, like the government is getting too big for its own good, blah, blah, blah. Because I was mad about the indefinite detention thing, where no one was talking about it. Obama was like, yep, and we have the right as a government to, if we suspect you of terrorism, whatever the fuck that means. They never defined that. We can lock you in Gitmo, which means you don't get a trial. That's not exactly how he said it, but that's exactly what he meant. And I, like, no one wanted to talk about this, and then like suddenly like everyone's like, yeah, I'm Antifa, I'm anti-fascist now, I'm an anarchist because I'm a dumb prick. And it's like, no, I'm like anti-fascist because I've been calling this shit out since before it was cool. Like, I've been like obnoxious and, you know, annoying about hating the government since like you know, it's like you guys are literally sounding like the people I had to push against, or that I felt the need to push against. Like, and you guys are supposed to be on my side. Like, that's the really annoying part. Like,
Ooh,
yeah,
it's Area 69. Kinky.
Dude.
it's like, yeah, dude, and it's like sometimes I feel like people misconstrue some of the things I'm trying to say when I'm being edgy, and then like 5-10 years later, they stop getting offended and actually pay attention and realize that, you know, like, and the thing is, I don't even like having I told you so moments anymore, because nobody seems to care when you told them so anymore. Like,
Yeah.
bro, like, yeah, like I said about that guy going off about the Donald Trump, you know, talking about how it's Gavin Newsom's fault that we have problems with fires, and it's like, can you guys just stop yelling about either one of them and someone just, you know, go put out the fire? Like, that would just kind of make sense. Like, maybe the, you know, instead of everybody bitching about because now, like, the governor's blaming, like, the mayor's, like, blaming the fire chief's blaming them, and I'm like, where has this gotten anybody? Like, what's happening? Oh yeah, California's still on fire. Like,
yeah.
Dude, you've seen Idiocracy, right?
Yeah, dude, one of the greatest movies ever made.
One of the greatest movies ever made. Yeah,
Yeah, dude,
like,
it's fucking amazing. I love that movie. I watched it again this last year. I hadn't seen it in a long time. I hadn't seen it since like I was in high school. That movie's fucking awesome, dude. I love Idiocracy. I like Mike Judge a lot. I like Mike Judge a whole lot, dude.
Dude, don't worry, bro. My sister parted. She's a pilot now.
It's such a good movie, dude. The parts that suck though about it is when there is those overlaps now that it's like, oh, it's fucking coming true, because like it was funny too, because I remember like when like the funny thing about like when Trump first got like was running, this is before 2016 when he was talking about running the first time. I'm like, bro, isn't that kind of like funny that like a guy who I know that he's a billionaire or whatever, but a dude who literally was running a fucking reality game show was going to be president of the United States. And like, I just thought it was so funny that it would be so funny if he became president. I remember thinking that, dude. It would be so funny. And
dude, I thought about it now, and I'm like, imagine going back and telling your like younger self, like, that dude on The Apprentice, he's gonna be the president one day.
Yeah, dude, the Apprentice guy's gonna be the president. Like the, you remember when you were watching the movie? You were watching Home Alone 2. Yeah, dude,
Yeah.
he's the president now, bro. Or Little Rascals, the dad from Little Rascals, dude, president. It was one of those moments that I'm sure that there's people who were like against, people who were, well, there wasn't really a lot of people who were against Reagan. Let's be honest, that dude fucking swept hardcore both of his runs. There's a lot of like retrospective, not retrospectivism, but like retroactively hating Reagan. But like, talk about a guy who unified the country more than any other guy ever, bro. Like, I don't think you don't, it's not even close how much he won the first time. The second time was insane too. Like, if you look at like blowouts, I think one state didn't vote for him. Like, I'm not saying Reagan was the best president ever or whatever, but I'm just saying right now that like the dude fucking swept. He had big dubs.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Like,
Yeah,
that's the funny thing. Like, I swear, a lot of Trump people are like, yeah, Trump won the biggest election ever. It's like that's
Reagan.
not even
Reagan
remotely
exists,
true.
bro. Reagan exists. I mean, this was a sweep. I mean, this was definitely a fucking hardcore sweep. But that Reagan one, just looking at that map, dude, the whole fucking map was red, bro. Like,
I know, and like, yeah, dude, and the other thing is like you were saying, it's like trying just not to get too political in general, just so that people don't hate on you. But it's like, in a way, staying out of politics makes people assume it for you and spread what you.
That's gonna be like a huge thing. That's gonna be a problem on my channel. Like, because I do talk about stuff every once in a while, but I also keep kind of. I have kind of like sometimes nuanced takes, but it just everything's so hyper politicized anymore that I know at one time I'm gonna make the right mad and one time I'm gonna make the left mad, and I'm just gonna like keep fucking living that grind. I think my goal is just to like do my thing, say whatever I want, and then whoever gets mad, I don't really give a shit. I could care less if somebody's mad at me, because at the end of the day, that's just gonna be more eyes on my channel. And
exactly, dude. Like, I at one point basically wanted to be the next Marilyn Manson, where I was just controversial for the sake of being controversial. Like, South Park was controversial for the sake of being controversial. Like, I really grew up with this wave of like, let's offend people as much as we can.
yeah, dude, it was that idea that you're not supposed to. It's like, don't push the button. Well, I'm gonna push the button. It's that like, don't do this, so you want me to do this. It's like, I make more pussy jokes than probably anybody else, because I'm sick of dick jokes, dude. So I make a bunch of like weird fucking vagina jokes and like menstruating jokes and whatever, and like, because I don't see it as often. You know what I mean? It's like,
dude,
that's why I say clit in shit so much.
I started like getting back into scat humor because I sort of realized that like this whole stupid idea that we're not allowed to laugh at stuff that everyone fucking laughs at is so stupid to me. Like, this whole, you're not allowed to laugh at people. Like, there was kind of that, I don't know if it would be called like political correctness, and I think some of it was just partly, and it was really only my mom that like had this like, you know, like you got to present yourself a certain way in society. And I think she was right to some extent. She was right to some extent. Like I realized what she means later, that you can't just look like some homeless crackhead and expect to get respect. Like, you know what I mean? Like I thought for like, because I used to be like, I don't care what people think, Mom. And now I'm like, oh, I see why she, like, you know. And then I think it was actually I was living in a kind of shitty side of town, and I saw a lot of tweakers, and suddenly I realized, like, oh, this is why my mom says you kind of have to care about how you come off.
Yeah.
Like,
you can't just do it.
Can't wear, like, black clothes and Satan stuff. She's saying you can't wear black clothes, Satan stuff, and never wash it and have holes in it. Like,
yeah,
you know, that's different. Like,
yeah, dude.
You know, like,
nobody wants to be around a stinky person, dude.
Yeah, exactly. So I was like trying to be edgy with what I wore or what I did. Like, but the funny thing is, like, yeah, dude, like there were times where I just had like, you know, and the other thing is, like, I had really bad insomnia. So sometimes, like, you ever been up for like 3 days straight and you finally realize you're in the same clothes? It's actually been 3 days, not one, and that you're really fucking tired and kind of fucking feel like you're dreaming.
Yeah, you know, I have done that. Not that there was like weird time in my life, but yeah, I have done that. Not great feeling.
No, it's not. Like, the best part of that is when you're wondering where time went. Like, you're like, well, I remember this, and then this, but I don't remember the time period between those things. Like, it starts getting kind of fucking scary. Like, you're like, okay, like, what is reality right now? Okay, am I asleep? Like, and one time I went on a walk, like, and I swear I walked like 2 miles or something, and I don't remember like any of that walk basically. And it was because I would stay up, and of course I would stay glued to my screen. That was another kind of stupid thing I would do. I wouldn't, you know, back before the blue light control stuff was kind of normal. Like, I would do that. Yeah, I would just sit on my back Facebook. Like, I would actually sit up all night on that. Like, I would try and contact people, because a lot of it too is me trying to get ahead with my band, because I was like, the internet's the way to go. This is the way to promote your music in the future. Like, funny thing was, back then it really wasn't. It was kind of touring that got you noticed. Like, I have a friend from like, he was in the jazz band at my school, and
I'm handsome.
His metal band is like, I think they signed with like Seasons of Mist. Like, dude, they got really popular. They started touring like regularly, and he's still doing the rock star thing. I was like, holy crap, dude! Like, congrats on you. But like, I feel like most people's art is just shared through the internet, and the part of me is like, we do need to bring back that in-person art interaction. Like, I kind of miss like having a CD or like even vinyls are getting popular again. Like, people are actually making those again. Like, getting something signed by a band, or like, you know, I don't know. There's something that's missing with digital products a lot.
Well, I mean, what you're saying about like the internet, I mean, it definitely spurred people at the time. I mean, that's why Dane Cook got so popular, was he had the whole trying to think, the whole his whole popularity started because he was posting on MySpace at the time.
Dude, I love MySpace. I miss MySpace.
I never had MySpace.
Dude, what was cool about MySpace, though, was like you could have a MySpace for your band, and then a MySpace for you, and then I think you could just swap through accounts. Like, for the time, it was fairly revolutionary. And then if you could just do like simple HTML code and just completely customize your page. You could change the backgrounds. Like, so you basically build yourself a completely custom web page. And that's what I loved about it. And you could add, you know, you could take music from the bands that were on there and just add it to your playlist and have like I feel like there was a joke in Family Guy about that, where Stewie's like, I put other people's music on my MySpace to express my individuality.
Yeah. Yeah, I knew I had a buddy
Yeah,
that had MySpace, and everybody, like, my parents didn't have a computer in the house. So,
What?
so it was one of those things that a lot of the computer stuff I was always, like, way behind on because it didn't exist. I didn't have an email until I had to make one for a class. And that was high school. So I didn't, like, that's how far behind, like, technology-wise I was. Which is, like, sucked because, like, everyone else I knew was, like, I remember I'd played RuneScape at school with, like, friends and shit. And, like, I'm like, oh, this is cool, dude. I wish I could play this at home, but I didn't have a computer. And, like, it was always, like,
Yeah.
I missed out on all this stuff, like, FPS games-wise because, like, I didn't have a computer. And then when we got a computer, it was, like, it was only supposed to be used for work stuff. Like, so my mom would let me, like, use it for, like, school. That was it. I couldn't use it any other time. So, yeah, dude. The whole computer thing missed me by a mile, and, like, I had a laptop for a bit, like, and then, like, I got my sister got me a laptop because I was using my grandma's old laptop, when I was in college, and it sucked. And then my sister got me one for, a Christmas present, and it was great, and my wife's cat jumped on it. But now I have the PC, so. But it's all been my, like, adult life that I've experienced, like, how cool computers are.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, the thing that why I always bring up easy FPS now is it's something that, like, the simplicity that you can have, in easy FPS with, like, how you don't need as much coding and stuff makes me think I can make a game now. You know what I mean? We're in, like, the coolest time period right now for, like, being able to almost do anything. So, like, once I, like, upgrade my GPU and shit, I have, like, all these options that, like, you hear all these people talking about, like, oh, if I do this or I do that, or, like, limitations here. It's like, dude, I hate when people, like, talk about all this stuff they need for YouTube, right? Because it's like, no, you don't. You don't need this. You don't need that. Most of my videos, I edit on my phone.
Yeah,
Because,
I get that. Like,
because I can edit them while I watch TV.
And, like, for me, it's, like, depends on what I'm doing. Like, my tornado videos, I've started trying to, like, edit those a lot more. Like, because I'm like, you know, like, okay, that's stuff that people actually do want to see. And, you know, you can actually make money off this stuff. Like,
well,
and I just feel like
if you're gonna if you want to edit on your phone still, CapCut is amazing. CapCut is free.
I have UCut right now, and I also have Photoshop Express on my phone. So, like, for photo editing,
when I had Photoshop Express, I don't have any of because I just used the free version, and I fucking hated it, dude. It's garbage. It's so limited on what it can do. CapCut has so many more features, and it's free.
Oh, wow.
It's got a ton, like, dude, like, literally, you don't even have to listen to the video. Pull up my Poor Things video, dude. If you go to my channel, look at my Poor Things video. I have an animation in the first minute of the video that I edited on CapCut that I'm pretty proud of. Also, if you looked up at my fuck, what's that video? God, what's that? The Forgive Me Father video. I did that whole intro on my phone, just using my phone camera and everything, and all of the editing on the Forgive Me Father video is phone using CapCut. Because what people don't know about CapCut is it's not like, yeah, it was like originally made for like TikToks or making like short TikToks, but the features are so big at this point. Like, there's so many features.
Dude, this is so funny. So, dude, some of your stuff is so funny. Indian Jones is big gay. I think you meant to type Indiana, but that's so funny.
Oh, did I mess it up?
Yeah,
Oh no,
but it's actually really
is
funny
that
it
the
says-
the thumbnail?
No, Indiana Jones is gay in the thumbnail, but the title is Indian Jones is big gay.
Oh, dude, I didn't even know I did that. That's funny, dude. I didn't even know I did that.
That is really funny.
That's all my,
People are gonna
those are my stream clip videos that I just try to get out there, dude. My whole goal with those is just get them out there. And I didn't realize I fucked that up that bad. That's wild. I'll have to.
Dude, I gotta like at some point like go through and like figure out why that one chick never appeared that you called Whoopi Goldberg. I was like, man, I should just get a soundbite from The View where she's lecturing everybody. And
Oh yeah. Dude, I read part of what she was saying, but then she didn't and I accidentally skipped the other thing, so I have no idea what she told me. But she didn't give me the key, so I'm like, fuck you, bitch. Like, I'm killing you.
Oh, yeah. So like, I think I was trying to tell you on the stream. Like, I was like, so like the numbers that appear next to the dialogue options, like, just use the number keys, cause like, and that's kind of one disadvantage of the Xandronum engine is like you can clearly tell at some point that it's upscaled beyond what certain features were made to do. Like, and I did certain things where like I did upscaling tricks because like I hate when you launch a Doom engine game at 4K and you can barely read anything, or like when you like we're like, oh cool, I can't believe this game from 1999 supports 4K display. Oh crap, I can't read anything.
Yeah.
Like, where's the menu? Literally, where's the? Oh, it's over there. Hold on, let me go strain my eyes and burn my corneas out next to the monitor here. Like, there's a point at which, and the other thing is I'm getting maybe to that age where I really don't give a fuck sometimes if I have to watch something in 1440p instead of 4K. And
Dude,
even then, sometimes I don't.
I put everything on 1080. I don't even go up to 1440.
I don't mind 1080, but sometimes when I do captures, especially in my game, like I try and do 1440 or 4K because then I can like kind of then like, you know, that guy gets what he wants. Like that guy can't complain.
Yeah, no, I feel that.
We all know that guy. Streaming is different.
For my stream clips sometimes, because there's such big downloads on my phone, I will upload them at 720p because they're already a stream. They already look like shit. I don't know a single stream clip channel that their stream looks like polished as fuck because like the cameras we're using are like all 1080 cameras.
Yeah. No, I definitely have like. But I definitely, okay, so like one thing I do like as like someone like when I'm filming something and I need like especially like I don't know why, but like I get like high adrenaline. So like if I'm driving like a fast car or like eventually I will kind of get a little shaky. Like if you were to just like look at me, I'd be a little shaky sometimes. And like when I'm trying to film like a tornado or something, like man, like sometimes the camera really does shake, and I sort of started. Stabilization in videos used to be terrible, but Adobe Premiere's stabilization was actually good enough to the point where I could get some clips where I'm all shaky to not even move. Like I'm like, yeah, that's cool. Amazing.
That is pretty cool.
Like that, like because I remember the first time when I used to use stabilization, like. Dude, even going back and watching old YouTube videos, we can see how far cameras and software have just come
yeah,
into the lap.
dude. And that's where, like, that's honestly when I see people, like, complaining about... Well, what's funny is I'll see, like, shitty fucking channels pop up and, like, people who have no idea what they're doing, right? Yeah. Absolutely no clue what they're doing with anything or don't edit at all. And they will get just fine views, bro. It's just about, like, the thing that people don't understand is consistency and just doing it. There is such a miscommunication with people on like how it's like Well, how did you do this? Well, I just did it. I woke up one day and said, I'm going to do this now, and now I'm doing it. It's not that complicated, man. And because, like, you hear... I was a part of that, like, small YouTuber subreddit for, like, I used to check that and stuff. And you have no idea how many people, it's like...
YouTuber Reddit?
Yeah.
Oh, God, dude.
Well, and, like, here's the thing. I don't blame them for seeing, like, okay, they see these people make it and stuff, but the problem is they don't really, like, take the time to understand what they did to make it and why. It's like they act like everything's high art, but I'm like, bro, this is YouTube. Yes, you might release something that is high art, like that is pretty artistically sound, but at the end of the day, this is still just a fucking internet thing. So there is going to be that part of it. And like you hear people like, well, I don't have this and I don't have that. And it's like, you don't need any of that. Like I had people that are like, how are you editing all, like, why would you just, like, why wouldn't you wait until you get a good mic? Or why would you use a headphone mic and stuff? And I'm like, honestly, because the headphone mic sounds slightly better than the cheap ones, cheap lapel mics you can buy. And why would I spend a fuckload of money on a gamble?
Well, no, and the other thing is, like, I hate that a lot of YouTubers, like, okay, sometimes I go on those angry rants and I kind of maybe make blanket statements that aren't entirely true, but they're a stereotype for a reason. That, it's like a lot of these YouTubers, it's like, they act like they own the content, when it's like, in reality, the person who created the original art that you're streaming is the one who created that content. So when people are doing Fortnite streams and, like, I'll be honest, there are times that I get pissed off that I see these people on Reddit basically bitching how they're entitled to make tons of money sitting on their ass playing video games. Like, I'm like, no one is entitled to make a living doing something you used to spend money to do.
Yeah, dude.
Like,
I also have this thing where I can be kind of rude when it comes to the, like, people who make fan art and stuff. Like, I do not check who made the art that I put on my thumbnails, because I'm using established IPs, and the fact that you have put that that art on the internet and it was an easy Google search away, that's not your original art. I hate when people are like, oh, this is my original art, and it's like a picture of fucking Sonic. I'm like, that's not original. It's not your art. You can't, like, go try to fucking sell it. And if you don't get DMCA'd, then it's your art, bro. Like, if you make a comic with Sonic the Hedgehog and then sell it and then try to make a movie on it, you will get shut down because it's never was your art. Like, it's one of those things.
No, yeah, I don't mind all fan art. Like, fan games can be good. Like,
oh yeah, no, I'm not saying you can't make it. I'm just saying that if I take the fan art and use it for a thumbnail, and then you get mad because I didn't, like, deep dive the Google image that I just quickly screen grabbed, and I didn't credit you. I'm not, like, dude, you made a fan drawing of a fucking IP. For all I know, when I Google it, that could have been fucking pre-game art for the game or something. I don't know. I just Googled it. Because I had somebody ask me one time, like, where'd you get that art from? I was like, I don't know. I typed in fucking game fan art, and then I saw a picture that was cool and hit save. And they're like, did you ever try to reach out to the creator? I'm like, no. Because I'm sure that they didn't fucking call, like, EA or Activision to say, hey, dude, I'm going to draw this picture of Crash Bandicoot. And they were like, no, don't do that. And then they did do it anyway. It's like, you know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
It's like, I'll credit people when I use their videos for my stream clips. Because, like, I'm literally, like, streaming my reaction / commentary to the video. I think it's fair enough to put their thing in there, because it's something tangible that I had that I went through and found. But, like, the thumbnails, I put like zero thought into how, like not zero thought, I think really hard on how to make the thumbnails because I think my thumbnails for the most part are really, really good. But
Yeah.
I'm not sitting here like, dude, if somebody were to take my thumbnail and then use it, I would have no care. I just don't like those people who are, oh, well, it's mine now because I decided it's mine. It's like, oh, I made this Berserk, I drew guts from Berserk and put them on a thumbnail. That's my original content. I'm going to copyright strike you. Go fuck yourself.
Okay, so I did kind of troll somebody once. Because he was, okay, so when I was younger, there was this guy, I don't know why, I think he started hating my, and I'm not gonna lie, I was in kind of an obnoxious noise punk band. I don't know how to explain. I don't know if you ever heard those bands that are just like rhythmic noise and they're just like obnoxious for the sake of being obnoxious. I was in one of those basically. And this one guy kind of hated me because he wanted me to get produced at his house basically. And I just did whatever the fuck I wanted to do. I would play around with synthesizers. I tried collaborating with guitarists. Eventually, I just started recording my own guitar. It's really funny how that, in the long run, worked out. But, like, for the most part, like, I think, too, like, I actually purposely made my art more whatever pissed people off. So, like, if people are like, it's too distorted, I'd add more distortion. Like, I do crazy shit just to piss people off. I don't know what was wrong with me. Looking back, but and I think it's because people piss me off on a fairly regular basis. It's like, if I have to deal with you guys being stupid, you have to deal with me being stupid. I think that's kind of reasonable. But yeah, he recorded our concert, uploaded it as like worst band ever. And I was like, wow. Well, you know what I'm gonna do to troll him? I'm gonna steal his video, copyright strike him, and then re-upload it. Yeah, we had like a pretty big feud. It was I don't think anyone else really gave a fuck. We fucked with each other all the time though. Like bad. Like and sometimes honestly I think it was kind of mean. Like this guy was a dick sometimes, like because yeah, he literally was starting to charge other musicians money to master their stuff. And he basically could afford to do it because he was a rich kid who could make a studio in mom's basement.
Valid. I mean,
yeah,
it's one of those things that, oh god, dude, what the fuck is this? Oh, it's COVID. This is, I forgot that was the main enemy of this game.
That's hilarious.
Here's the thing.
Huh?
I was gonna say, the thing about the Postal games is by the time they come out, they're always dated. But when you play them later, every single Postal game feels like it's like a window to the past almost. It goes past being dated to fun.
Yeah, I noticed that about certain jokes I made back in my game. I'm like, wow. Like when you noticed the Tucker Carlson joke, I was like, wow, that was a Fox News clip I was using to make that.
Yeah, dude.
Like,
I thought it was good. I thought that was a good joke. I was like,
yeah,
that kind of goes hard.
Yeah, and then like,
what was it? Fucker Tarleson?
Yeah, Fucker Tarleson.
Yeah, dude, it's just, it's a funny play on words. Real simplistic, nothing crazy.
Right, it's not like I'm sitting there like
lecturing me or anything.
You know,
it's one of those things that it's like you can have like different influences, different humor in it, and different people could take different things out of that. You know what I mean? Here's the thing that I see too. It's like I feel like anybody can watch something or play something and get a different. You can get a different vibe out of it. That's what you should be able to. It's like the eye of the beholder bullshit, right? You can play a game like the Outer Worlds, right? Which the Outer Worlds gets a lot of shit. But you can play the Outer Worlds and be like, dude, this game is fucking is getting kind of annoying with this whole society, or like capitalism bad, because like one of the factions is like, or one of the factions is literally this like company, and they're like awful, or like this super company, and like if you die, they go and find your body and pull all the money off of it because you owe them. Right? It's like over the top, right? Because you were or you find their family and tell them that you owe them money for missing your missing your day of work or something.
Well,
it's
and
like,
that's kind of, I think that's kind of how Cruelty Squad's supposed to be. That's kind of why I don't exactly like. I like the comparisons because it's a janky, weird shooter, but there are times where I wonder if they're getting the wrong message from my game, because my game is more about corporatized fascism than it is about capitalism.
Well, and but that's the thing that I was gonna say that I like about the Outer Worlds is because I can play the Outer Worlds, right? And I can say God damn it! What is? I was gonna say like it's I can play the Outer Worlds and say that this is so over the top that it's honestly feels like it's making a parody of
double the fun
of Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I see what I have to do now. I'm dead.
The people who complain like that.
It's like, okay, so I play like the Outer Worlds, and it almost feels like a parody of people writing that way, that it's so funny. Yeah. It's like, and because it's an RPG, I can make like the choices to side with like the corporation or anything just because it's funny.
Yeah.
And like your game, you can either see it as like, you can see some of this stuff as like, oh, I see it from this perspective, or I see it from this perspective, and I think that's better than just coming out and saying what you want out of it. Because if you come out and just like in the game and just like tell you what the message you want out of the game is, then you're doing the same thing that's the problem with the woke writing. You're literally just telling me that I'm too stupid to make my own mind up.
Yeah, and that's why I try to be subtle about and nuanced about the jokes, because it's like, yeah, it's like even I think that like Jesus joke where I'm like, repent, he will come again. It's like, in a way, I'm making fun of. In a way, I'm like making fun of like overly zealous religious people. But I'm also making fun of people who are like kind of like offended by religious imagery at all, like, because that started bothering me a lot more, like, because again, like when we had to fight that kind of like right-wing censorship where people be like, oh well, Jesus doesn't want you to talk about this stuff. It's like, that's not what our country was founded on. It was founded on freedom to basically do whatever the fuck you want as long as it doesn't hurt someone else. That was basically the premise. Like, honestly, it's so weird that people want to make rules for other people constantly that stuff that doesn't have anything to do with them or hurt anyone else for that matter. Like,
yeah, dude. I don't understand like why you would like limit somebody else's freedoms because you decided your way is the right way. It's like we should have that as a discussion. Dude, this is such an annoying boss fight, dude. Like, I'm literally, you have to climb with the grappling hook at a certain pace before this acid kills you. And I'm so far behind it because, like, I'm gonna die again. I'm out of the acid. I'm out of the acid. Come on. Like, if the grapple hook reached a little farther.
Dude, I'm almost, like, slightly confused, like, what the fuck's going on?
I know exactly what it wants from me, and I could easily do it. I just, oh, dude, there's literally platforms I could stand on. I'm so stupid. It's like, it's pretty intuitive, to be honest with you. It's just I'm behind where I was supposed to be because I fucked up.
I see, okay.
I messed up early on because what I should have, I realized that I missed one of the mechanics. Damn it, I missed again. So you're supposed to go up this this area here, right? And you want to get ahead of the Rona. You want to get ahead of Rona, and the whole goal is to hit the vaccine platforms. And
that is so hilarious.
And when you get to those, it hurts it, but you have to, in order to do that, like, you gotta get ahead of it. But also getting ahead of it is really fucking annoying because it's so big. But I just finally got ahead of the fucker. And then I died because I fucked up earlier. It was one of those I probably should have just saved and started over, but
I had never really heard that Postal 3 was bad. I had heard this one. I don't remember if I had heard this one was good or bad. I feel like I've heard this one was pretty good, but like...
This is considered the best gameplay-wise.
This one?
Mm-hmm. And
yeah, it kind of looks like it.
It's easily the best gameplay. It's not even like... I don't even think it's a... I don't even think it's a discussion. Like, don't get me wrong, Postal 4 is fun, but Postal 4 is like... Postal 4 is basically HD Postal 2.
Maybe I should shoot them and release the vaccine.
And Postal 2 is Postal 2. Postal 3 is, Postal 3 is just fucking weird in its own little way, but it's like, I enjoy it. I think that it gets overhated because it is like, it's so hated that the own developer, because the developers who made the other Postal games didn't make Postal 3. They contracted this, they didn't have the money to make Postal 3.
Oh.
And the problem ended up being, because they didn't have the money, they they contracted basically Russia's version of EA, and it kind of fucked them in a way, because they they screwed them out of the project. So like in that regard, I'm like, yeah, dude, that's super fucked up, and but I like feel bad that happened to him or whatever. But at the same time, I don't like... I don't think the game's as bad as everybody says it is. Like, I know all the background. I know all the reasons why people say, like, oh yeah, dude, it sucks. But, like, at the same time, I had fun, dude. And I'm not gonna, like, lie about having fun just because it's drama. I don't care.
Yeah, no, I'm... what's the Postal 4 freaking drama?
I didn't know there was Postal 4 drama.
Oh, I thought you were saying... Sorry,
3 had the drama.
Oh.
Because it was,
Sorry, yeah. No, I was thinking of 4 because I was like, oh yeah, that, I don't remember what character he played. I think it was Peter Dinklage. Jake, he's in Flynn's Discord too. And, I guess he got himself canceled for, I heard this from another dev that I guess he got himself canceled for misgendering someone on Twitter. We're gonna go into that, but like, he did a voice for that DLC, the Raider of the Lost Issue, because that one I did. So like, one of the guys from Postal also does the voice in my game. I thought that was kind of funny because I was promoting a magazine he was doing as like a passion project. So
that's cool, dude.
Yeah. So like, sometimes it's like, it's really fun that like, it's really funny that you see like, you know, the people you work with and then like seeing them do other things. Like, I feel like such a hipster sometimes when I'm like, yeah guys, I knew this one person before they did their biggest role or whatever, and it's like, well, it's bound to kind of happen that people you know who do creative things are eventually gonna get something kind of cool, you know. But at the same time, it doesn't mean they're gonna make good money.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that's just kind of like, it's cool, like that. It's like, what's that guy's name that's always, that's in like every FPS game? John St. John's one of them, but also, there's another guy. Gianni. Oh God, what's his name? Something Gianni.
I don't know.
Yeah, dude, he's in like everything, dude.
That's hilarious.
He's one of those guys that literally is been around for so long that he's in fucking everything. And it's became a joke in Civi's videos because he's so consistently in everything. God damn it.
Yeah.
This is so fucking hard. It's taking the movement up to another level, which is cool. It's just like a little overwhelming because I'm not like the biggest PC guy yet.
Yeah,
I'm glad that I didn't finish this on console, bro, because this would have been.
Wait, what did you play Shadow Warrior on? Was that on PC or console?
I played it on console.
Yeah, like, dude, you should play that one on PC. Like that.
I will
so
eventually. But it's a little too many mechanics for me now. This is I knew this game would be less mechanics.
It looks pretty fast. I'm not gonna lie. Like this part looks kind of intense with the whole. I sometimes hate segments like this because I always feel like you're behind, and I feel like they're meant to feel that way. But sometimes it's like that. Not claustrophobia and not vertigo, but like, yeah, kind of like that feeling of being like underwater, you know, like that,
yeah,
that almost like suffocating feeling,
you're, like drowning.
Yeah, like I feel like when there's something moving vertically in a game and I have to keep up and I have to catch up, it's like dude, it was like playing Smash Bros. When you're like almost far enough to explode. I freaking hated that. I don't know if you played much Smash Bros.
I played it in like I was always kind of like, I'm not big on fighting games.
That's fair.
They just never were a genre that really spoke to me, I guess. And it's like,
that's fair.
It's not like fighting games faults. It's just like I'm bad at them, and like I'd play Mortal Kombat every once in a while, and that's okay, I guess, but I just was never good at learning combos.
Dude, I'm good at spamming the same combo over and over again in Mortal Kombat. Which is why, like, Scorpion's like my favorite character, but like in Smash Bros, I always feel like what I kind of did like about Smash Bros, like at least Melee, like I don't know what it is about the one on Wii, it was just kind of, and that's really sad because like, yeah, Solid Snake was in that one, and it was like, oh sick, you know, like basically the protagonist of like my favorite games ever.
He's on
And
the
then,
Switch version too, and the Switch for whatever the game is called on the Switch, Brawl or whatever. What is it called?
Crap. What is that?
Oh, this padding is
Because
awesome.
I think Brawl is the one on the Wii. I think.
Yeah,
I think.
I am not quite sure, to be honest with you.
I don't even remember all of them right now.
I just know that I played the one that's on the Switch.
Yeah, I think. I don't know what it is, but sometimes, and I can't even explain what's different. But like Smash Bros. For the Wii was like, I don't know what it was, because I loved Smash Bros. For the GameCube. It was so fast paced, so intense, so just ridiculous in general. And then I played Smash Bros. For the Wii,
Double the
and I felt like the problem was, oh wait, yeah, I said GameCube the first time, right? Yeah. GameCube the first, like, no, I think, okay, I think I saw it and or maybe barely played it on the N64. But then GameCube was the one that really felt really solid to me. Like, the action just felt really punchy. Like, I kind of loved how ridiculous it was. That basically it was just everybody punching each other off of the map completely. Like, I thought it was just really fun. And then, for some reason, Brawl, like, I swear, if you were to just put side-by-side videos of the gameplay, they're like the same thing. But it just did not feel the same. It did not feel satisfying. And I don't know why one game felt so satisfying and the other one felt like such underwhelming garbage.
That's because everything on the Wii felt like underwhelming garbage. The Wii was trash, dude.
Like, you're right though. The GameCube was underrated, and then the Wii was just trash. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I will, like, I know that the GameCube was like a huge, like, bad moment for Nintendo, but like, not gonna lie, dude, it was their biggest problem with it, dude, was honestly the whole God, what was it? The discs, dude, because Nintendo's so fucking crazy about their proprietary shit.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. And honestly, that's finally coming back to bite them in the ass. And like, as a kid, and of course I don't think anyone as a kid was like, companies are evil. I think that's a thing you realize as you get older. But like, yeah, like, you know, like, as a younger Nintendo fanboy, I thought they were cool. I was like, hey, check it out. GameCube discs are unique. And then, yeah, and then I couldn't figure out why none of my friends had a GameCube. Like, almost everyone had a PS2, even if they had an Xbox in addition to that, or even sometimes a GameCube. Almost all of them had a PS2 also.
Yeah, dude,
And
I
then,
didn't know
like,
very many people with a PS2, actually, at the time. That was like, I think that's why I didn't even know that. I knew like a few people with a PS2, but like mostly everybody I knew had Xboxes, bro. And it was one of those weird things that like,
Double the pleasure.
I just didn't know people with them, and I was like, so when I found out that Xbox didn't sell as well, like later in life, I was like, I found out more people had PS2s, and I was like, oh, dude, that's weird, because in my little world of like gaming, I had no idea that that was even a realm, dude. Because it was just,
I just felt like a lot of people played PS2, a lot of people played Xbox, but hardly anyone played GameCube.
Oh yeah, dude, I was like the only person I knew with a GameCube.
Yeah, like that was like that's what I mean. It was like I felt like, yeah, some people had Xbox and PS2, and I feel like a lot of people had PS2, whether they really played it much or not. And I think it's because, and maybe I'm just remembering, or maybe I was observant, or maybe it was a VHS I'm remembering that looked like a PS2 because everything back then looked like a black box. That's the other funny thing too, because I'm like,
I know,
is that a PS2?
I know a lot of people bought the PS2 when it first came out because it was one of the cheapest DVD players on the market. So that was a reason that a lot of people had the PlayStation 2 right away. I just think that I was in a weird fucking, like, I think one thing that happened was I know that my best friend got an Xbox because he used to play Xbox in my house and he begged his parents for an Xbox. And because, like, he got one, then I think another one of our friends got one, and it was like a cascading effect. Not just like because of me, but there was like me and some other kids that had Halo, and we were like the shit, and it became like the popular thing to get Halo. Because everybody was like, oh dude, like Grand Theft Auto was cool, but like you couldn't play people down the street in Grand Theft Auto.
Be good for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is.
It was one of those, it was one of those, like, I knew so many people that were like, oh dude, you have Halo? And oh shit, dude. And then it became like this huge thing, dude. Halo was like weird, dude, that way. It became like this cultural.
I remember playing Halo at a friend's house. Like, I was like, oh dude, this game's actually pretty awesome. And you know, of course, with my nostalgia goggles on, I was like reliving GoldenEye all over again. Little did I realize GoldenEye was such trash by comparison, but you know.
Yeah, dude, but you had no way of knowing that shit. Like, especially like when you're like, I honestly think that what was it? Halo 1 is overhyped. I think Halo 2 is the perfect amount of hype. Halo 2 is a fucking masterpiece, and I do not care what anybody says. Like, it took the storytelling from Half-Life, added in the like all that like awesome gameplay that it had. Because Half-Life 1's gameplay, I don't care what people say. I just played Half-Life 1 recently. Its gameplay does not hold up that well. Like, all the guns feel underpowered. Everything in the game except for the combat is fun about Half-Life 1. Like, the combat's just okay. It's like, there was much better examples of games with better combat. Like, Sin had better. Sin was a game that came out like the same time as Half-Life. And in terms of like, I think gameplay, Sin's like 15 times better than Half-Life.
You know, honestly, when I was younger, I really just could not get into Half-Life. I was very much a Wolfenstein person, though. I freaking was obsessed with Wolfenstein mostly because the enemy territory was free, which started me kind of down this rabbit hole of, okay, I'm going to try the demo for Return to Castle Wolfenstein. And then I was like, oh my god, Nazis and zombies, I'm hooked. Like, I get to shoot like the greatest, like, the like worst supervillains of all time, and zombies. Like, what is not to love about this game? So, I think I got hooked on Wolfenstein early on because it was like the kind of like Doom weirdness. It kind of gave me that same creepy vibe as Doom 3. Like, especially those catacomb levels where they bust out of the walls and it played that creepy ambience. Like, I loved that game. And then, like, you know, the zombies would eat the Nazis, which was just freaking hilarious. Yeah.
Dude, I liked Return to Castle Wolfenstein. I need to finish that game.
Oh, dude, you haven't dude, that game is so long, too.
Yeah, that's why I haven't beat it. I haven't beaten it, no.
Oh.
I need to...
Oh, dude. And it's so immersive. Maybe it's just me, but it's so immersive.
So
like
I actually started playing it on the Xbox because I got it for the Xbox before I got my PC. And I'm glad that I did buy it for the Xbox because the first mission's not on the PC.
No, you're right. The first...
the prequel mission, the one that explains what you were doing before this started and what, like, the first meeting is kind of about. It adds more context.
Helga.
Yeah,
Helga. It puts context on Helga's character and, like, I don't even remember what she was digging for in Egypt and all that weird stuff. Like, before Agent 1 gets, I don't know how far you gotten, but like, before Agent 1 gets kidnapped.
I got fairly decently into the, like, not fairly decent. Like, I got to like the monsters and shit in Wolfenstein, Castle Wolfenstein, but I haven't gotten too far into it. I played like a few hours into it, and that's about it. Dude,
You're probably not even finished, dude. Like the first area is like 5 levels or something that weren't included on PC. And I've kind of wanted to find those for PC because I kind of want to see those upscaled on like, like a nice TV running at a really high frame rate or something. I'm like, some modder has to have done that. And if not, there has to be a way I can literally rip those from the Xbox.
But that was not the end of your nightmare.
Like,
oh no.
That's another thing
You
that's
had
kind
to
of
travel inwards
that I kind of do for some
spiraling
random reason is
madness.
I do like messing around on emulators. I love seeing like old games I used to play at a really high resolution.
And
like,
what is it you may
and it's
ask?
also made me realize that like, and I think as a kid, I felt like there was no generational leap bigger than the 2D to 3D leap. Like from Super Nintendo to N64, that was like the biggest jump you could make generationally. So like,
a shitload of health.
the fuck is this game?
oh, this is Postal brain damage still. It's just this is obnoxious, dude. It's dude, Postal is the most obnoxious series to ever live. Like, it's like this cutscene. I honestly kind of lost track of what you were saying because this cutscene started playing, bro, and I was like, "What the fuck's happening?"
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was wondering. I was like, what the fuck?
Yep, dude. Welcome to Postal.
All I want is Leon and rainbows.
Because now I'm at like a furry convention.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I love these. So the whole point of I just found out that aliens created all of these people. Oh, dude, look at the boobs on this thing. Jesus. Dude, this game. But all these people are faceless because they come from suburbia and stuff, and that's how the dude sees them, and this is all in the dude's head. So he's chasing himself down. And what's fantastic about him chasing himself down is it's one of them's voiced by Rick Hunter and the other one's voiced by Corey Cruz. Basically Postal 1 and Postal 3 dudes. Postal 4, when it originally released, actually had John St. John as the voice because both of the other guys were busy. But once those guys freed up, they actually got them to do the entire game's voice line. So Postal 4, yeah. So Postal 4 has 4 different voice actors. It's got John St. John, Corey Cruz, Rick Hunter, and the guy who played in the Postal movie.
Okay, dude, I just have to say this. I for all those build engine fanboys out there, like, I don't get me wrong. There's some cool stuff done with the build engine, but
there's a reason they stopped using it.
Huh?
There's a reason they stopped using it. It was like
it's
a nightmare to develop on, and
not to mention, like, I love that all these build engine people are like, oh yeah, well, it had looking up and down with serious jank, unlike the Doom engine. And unlike Doom engine, it's like, oh, well, you know what? I didn't actually think that hard about it. But it's like, you know what else came out the same year as Duke Nukem? Oh, yeah, Quake.
Dude, I'm going to tell you right now, though. I'm going to tell you, I actually like Duke Nukem and Shadow Warrior better than I like Quake. And there's a reason why. There's a reason why.
Shadow Warrior might be the best boomer shooter series ever made.
Well, there's a reason why I like the build engine games. And it's not the engine that's on. They were the attitude shooters. They all had their characters like so. The problem I have with Doom and Quake is so the reason Doom 3 is and like the newer Dooms I like better than the first 2 Dooms is because they have more identity to them. Like, the Doomslayer is cool. He has, like, an aesthetic. With those, like, the cutscene where he walks in and everybody fucking backs away from him because he's so fucking badass. That's cool. The original Dooms, you're just kind of a guy killing monsters, which is fine because that was the goal. But, like, even, like, compared to, like, Wolfenstein, I think Wolfenstein had more identity than Doom did, and I don't even like the first Wolfenstein game. I think it's confusing.
Which one?
The original
You
ones.
mean like
Any of the original ones.
Castle Wolfenstein or
No,
like?
I'm talking id Software Wolfenstein.
Yeah, because I was like, man, I still sometimes can't believe that series goes back that far.
Yeah, so it had more identity because you got like Cyber Hitler, you got all this cool stuff. BJ Blazkowicz is like a really interesting, but like Doom is just guy kill monster. Like it's a very identity-less game until about Doom 3. And then Doom 3 adds an identity, and people always act like Doom 2016 was a come to form. Doom 2016 is just an in-between of Doom 3 and the other Doom games. It's just the perfect in-between. It's taking all they learned from Doom 3, but putting in the action from the first two Doom games, and boom. You have Doom 2016, and then Doom Eternal did something different. It was...
Nobody likes everybody hates. What really gets me is everyone hates on Doom 3, and then they're like, oh, but Doom 64 is the real Doom 3. It's like, but you said you hated horror in Doom.
Yeah, dude.
So but that's what makes Doom 64 great. It's like you can't have it. You can't change your opinion 180 degrees just because you want it to conveniently fit your narrative.
Yeah, dude, I feel
and
that.
the only reason you like or dislike this game now is because your friend and or favorite streamer told you to like or dislike this game. Like,
yep.
Herd mentality has gotten so much stronger lately. I feel like tribalism has gotten so much stronger.
Well,
Like,
it's always been that way. It's always been that way. I mean, you can go back to sports team fans. I mean, it doesn't matter what. Like, sports team fans are the same way. You got, like, even, like, the fishing industry, the Shimano guys are the most annoying. Every industry has these. I mean, like, even look at, like, console fanboys all the way to, like, the more micro communities when you get into like arguing about like the different splinters off of the Doom community. You get like the anti 343 Halo guys, which are like the most annoying people on the internet. I will stand by.
I am like
the anti
I am one of those people,
dude,
that thinks that Halo has had an identity crisis ever since the first game, and it's not that they're just bad games. It's that it never really established itself like firmly. Like there were always things that fluctuated in Halo.
Yeah. That was because Bungie didn't give a shit about continuity until Halo 2. So Halo 2, they decided to create an actual world for like they did some like some decent world building in the first game, but really everything that people love about Halo started in Halo 2, and then Halo 3 is just kind of a sloppy cap off on the series. Halo Reach had a good story, but boring fucking level design. Halo 4, I think, is probably the best character work in the entire series, and people act like Halo 4 is a bad game. And it pisses me. Like, I love Halo 4. I think Halo 4 is probably... If you take what Halo 2, and the best part of Halo 3 is Cortana having issues that they really don't figure out in Halo 3. They act like they finished off, but it was a giant plot hole that Cortana's having these issues. And then they have Master Chief deal with it head on in Halo 4, and you see this guy that's been kind of a stoic character start to show emotion. It's a very powerful story, to be honest, Halo 4. And then...
Well, wasn't that the reason people hated the show, though, too, was they were like, and see, the funny thing is, like,
the reason the show was bad was because they never even tried to show stoic Chief. They just showed him without... He took the helmet off in the first episode.
Yeah, and I get why that bothered people. At the same time, I was not willing to let that keep me from giving it a chance. And then I gave it a few episodes and realized it really isn't good.
Dude, it had nothing... The problem was it had nothing to do with Halo at all. Like, it really had nothing to do with Halo other than it was using the IP, and it just felt like a generic shitty sci-fi show where he wore the armor like 3 times.
Yeah, well, I mean, and some of the stuff I was like, okay, because I think I read like the first book, maybe like you remember like those first 3 books that came out. I might have read that one like a long time ago, and I remembered some of this stuff being in the books, and I was like, okay, I can't remember too much, but we'll see where it goes. Like the first 2 or 3 episodes, I want to say they could have salvaged it. They could, and
easily.
I hate that I hold out hope though that they're going to save something, just to watch like, oh, it's mediocre and it could be saved. To watch it just go downhill, and I'm like, why did I waste my fucking life bothering to give something a chance? Like,
I actually been so the show's canceled now, but
well, yeah.
But I heard the second season was actually good. I actually heard the second season was good, and I haven't watched it because me and my wife hated the first season so much. We kept forgetting that I'd put it on, and then like halfway through the episode, we'd forget that it was the Halo show. And then there would be like some, oh look, it's a Halo thing, and then you're like, oh shit, this is Halo. You'd forget that it was Halo. It got so bad. Like it, and like the whole relationship, like they fucked up Cortana from the start because Master Chief doesn't get Cortana until like the beginning of the first Halo game is the moment Master Chief gets Cortana, because that guy hands him Cortana. And the whole point of Reach was they were getting Cortana to the Infinity to get it off planet because it was the only it was going to be their big advantage against the Covenant, because now Spartans would have this this AI companion to help them and then like hack their equipment and stuff. It was going to be their big weapon. And when they jump or space jump or whatever, they end up stumbling upon a ring, and that's a giant galaxy nuke, and then it opens up this other big can of worms. But they just said, fuck continuity, fuck everything, we're just gonna do whatever the fuck we want. And that's the problem too, is like it's one of those things that it's like, okay, so why did you even you got the IP to just not make something about the IP? That makes no fucking sense. Yeah, I had that was like that show Cross that just came out on Amazon. Like, Amazon has Jack Reacher, which is phenomenal, and both seasons were basically just the books. And then Cross comes out, and they're like, yeah, we're not gonna do any of the books. We're just gonna fucking take the character Cross and put him in his own situations, and you can tell that it's like a team of writers writing this shit, and it's not like, it doesn't flow like well at all. It's all over the place. It's a bunch of ideas in one room getting shoved into the show, instead of a book written by one of the greatest authors, you know?
Yeah, exactly, and that's sadly how a lot of Hollywood feels now. Like, and dude, and I try not to be cynical, but then like you said, there's also these people that are like, oh my god, there's a black character, it's being woke, and it's like, and you're starting to sound like you have a problem with black characters.
Yeah,
like,
dude, now you went from like having critiques on like the dialogue and stuff to just being racist. Like,
yeah,
you can call it whatever you want, but like the moment you just see a black character on something, you're like, oh, this is gonna be woke. It's like that was something I noticed with the whole like that new Naughty Dog game. Now, I'm not gonna play anything Naughty Dog makes because Neil Druckmann can't write his way out of a bucket. But so I couldn't care less what Naughty Dog releases. But when they just saw that it was the bald black chick, and they're like, oh, it's woke. I'm like, that doesn't mean it's woke. The fact that it's written by one of the most self-aggrandizing people to ever live means it's going to probably be shittily written. Like, you can
just
tell,
means
well, he wrote the Last of Us TV show, and the problem with the Last of Us TV show is you can tell that there was nobody there to reel Neil Druckmann in, because there is continuity errors through the entirety of the Last of Us TV show when there aren't in the game. Because there was another guy who was a higher up at Naughty Dog that was co-writing Last of Us with Neil Druckmann, and he had to keep telling Neil Druckmann no, and that pissed him off, and then he left, and we got The Last of Us 2. And then the TV show, Neil Druckmann had a lot more creative control on, but he knew
Yeah.
he didn't want to piss off too many fans, so he kept it mostly similar. But it does get all over the place. There's a lot of continuity errors. There's a lot of shit that just doesn't make sense. There's like conversations that go nowhere, and then it just kind of ends. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, for the most part, it's a decent adaptation, but I can tell Neil Druckmann single-handedly wrote this when there was somebody else smarter who wrote the game. Like, it just, you can look at the pacing of both and see, like, one has good tension and great character work. The other one's just like, we're doing stuff, and that's the show. The show is just, we're doing stuff. And that's how Last of Us 2 felt to me. And, like, I had problems with, like, some of the shit in Last of Us 2. I think that, I never really liked the way the whole story progressed or everything, but my biggest problem was the fact that the writing was so fucking bad and all over the place, and that, like, I just felt the pacing was all over the place, and I never felt like I could actually just play the fucking game because it kept getting in my way of my fun because of how, like, chaotic it was.
Is that a PlayStation
Yeah.
Studios game?
Yeah.
They've been way too obsessed with, like, trying to make the most convoluted, stupid stories.
That's just Naughty Dog,
can.
dude. Naughty Dog, like, once they decided to make The Last of Us, and then they made Last of Us 2, that shit was convoluted as fuck. And then Santa Monica decided because of the success of Last of Us, they were like, dude, let's do that with God of War. So then they do God of War, The Last of Us game, which it's the first, like, God of War 2018 is okay. It's like, but it's not as fun as God of War 3. God of War 3 is fucking fire. And then, like, the Spider-Man games can go fuck themselves. I hate those games. Like, why the fuck why did you just rip off Arkham Knight and then nobody called it an Arkham clone? Like, how did they get away with that?
Oh, wait. That's the new Spider-Man games you're talking about on PlayStation.
Yes.
I thought you were talking about the Spider-Man 1 game on PS1.
No, I've never played that. I've never touched a PS1.
Because I was like, dude, I love that game. I was kind of inspired by some of that because there was, like, back in the day, they couldn't, like, render all the way to the ground, so they had this, like, plot point where, like, I think it was, like, Doc Ock, like, gassed New York so you can't see the ground. I'm like, that's genius. Like, I didn't realize that. It's so funny, things I didn't question as a kid. I never questioned why in a lot of superhero games you just mysteriously died once you went below a certain point on the buildings. Like, I never questioned that. I never questioned why Spider-Man could latch on to the skybox.
Dude, to be
I never
honest,
asked these things.
I was happy. Like, my favorite Spider-Man game. So there's two. They kind of fight for positioning, but Ultimate Spider-Man for the PS2, Xbox original. I think Ultimate Spider-Man is one of the most, like, artistically sound games of that era. It still holds up today. A little kind of a grindy gameplay mechanics, but that was like that era. Everything was a collectathon. And then Shattered Dimensions, just because Shattered Dimensions is literally, it's rare for a game to be so good that it creates a comic book line. And basically what Shattered Dimensions wanted to do was the Activision wanted to, or I can't remember which team it was, a Raven or Treyarch. I might have been Treyarch, I think. I don't know. But they wanted to make a Spider-Man game with a bunch of different Spider-Man in it, and you have each Spider-Man be a different gameplay style. So they decided to basically tie them together with a Spider-Verse, right? Kind of like it wasn't like they didn't coin the term, but it was just like a multiple. There was multiple dimensions that they were seeing through, and they were working, and the multiverse was built, like, created in Marvel. Like, the Spider-Verse was the first multiverse in Marvel, right? That they dealt with.
That's kind of what I thought, right?
And it started because of that game. That's why it's not called, like, Into the Spider-Verse or, like, Spider-Man or, like, Spider-Man Spider-Verse, because the Spider-Verse didn't exist. The Spider-Verse existed because of the fact that game came out. which is so cool. Also, the guy who voices Deadpool in the Deadpool game, and he did some cartoons and stuff. But he also was Deadpool in the Spider-Man, Shattered Dimensions or game as one of the villains, and it's an awesome section of the game where you fight Deadpool. And any game with Deadpool is going to be pretty awesome.
I personally, I think one of my favorites. Well, of course, okay. So GameCube era, I really liked the first movie game.
Yeah.
And I loved the cheat code where you could be the Green Goblin.
Yep.
I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah, I do.
And I just like going around shooting people and spearing people in the face.
That
was
was something I found out. Tell you what's funny. I never understood the concept of like and I'm saying I didn't know this until about like 2 years ago. That consoles would release, and this is what we were talking about Wolfenstein, that sometimes different platforms would release with more content that were exclusive to certain content.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that, and like I was watching a video where somebody was talking about the Spider-Man 1 game, right? I didn't realize that Xbox was the only one that had the Kraven mission.
Oh, snap. Kraven the Hunter?
Yeah, Kraven the Hunter was in the game. There's a whole long mission, like, because you know how each of them kind of boiled down to you'd go through a running section, or you would do some, like, fighting enemies, you'd go through a running section, and then you would fight the boss.
Yeah.
It was, like, the tunnels for Shocker, it was the tower for Vulture, and for Kraven, it was a hallway where he was sniping at you. And the Green Goblin, I think you just fight him on the bridge. I don't remember a running section. But the Kraven one was pretty hard, but it was like a fun thing. You got to fight Kraven the Hunter. And I didn't realize that was an exclusive thing.
That's crazy.
Yeah, the more you know. I figured...
Yeah, I didn't know that for the longest time that... I guess like I said, I forgot that Xbox supported 720, and I think that until I heard about that again, I don't think my brain actually comprehended what that meant. That, like, there was a console back then that could play high definition games on an HD TV. Like, that's sort of mind blowing, but then also I didn't realize I had basically a 720p TV as my computer monitor.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, it's like, it was just so the original Xbox came to the market because they wanted to do an in between of PC and console, and they wanted to bring Microsoft to the living room. And I mean, Xbox Live became like one of the biggest things ever. And if they would have just kept on course, I think that they would eventually have gotten to where we're at now, but with a much bigger install base. But the Xbox One had a lot of bad decisions behind it. I think Game Pass, though, is one of the coolest things ever. I fucking love Game Pass. I love it so much. I do think Game Pass is good. It's like I can play. I have a Backbone controller for my phone that I can play cloud gaming on my phone. I can play it on my Xbox, or I can play it on my PC. It's like I have this ecosystem in 3 different places. And like I am downgrading my PlayStation down to like the middle tier or like the bottom tier or something. I don't know what tier I'm gonna do, but I think the bottom tier probably. I'm probably gonna go the bottom tier, whatever like the fucking $10, $12 a month is. Because like I get more value out of Game Pass because I can play it fucking anywhere. But with PlayStation, I have to play it on my PlayStation.
Yeah, and I noticed that so many PlayStation games are coming to PC.
Yeah, dude.
Like the funny thing is, like I've always been a huge Hideo Kojima fan, and I'll admit that like I actually liked the first Death Stranding just because it was so fucking weird that it was a vibe in and of itself. Like
I've heard that,
and
I've heard that. I knew it wasn't gonna be for me, so it was one of those games I just never played because I knew I was gonna hate it, and I don't want to go into a game like that and just be a dick.
Yeah, and I just feel like though it's like I remember it was really funny to me that like when it came out on PlayStation, it was met with this shitty reception, and then it came to PC and people suddenly loved it, and it's like, and I think that was like the real moment where Sony was like, oh, well, people want these games on PC, and like, I mean, I hate to admit that I bought the freaking Metal Gear Solid remaster collection on PC because it's literally just a re-release of the PS3 collection, the HD collection. But I've been
Yeah,
wanting to play it on PC, and I don't want to. I haven't been wanting to mess around with emulators, so I'm like, you know what? I'll buy it. And then I'm like, Hideo's not even getting any of that money, and I hate. It's like when you buy an album knowing that the record label's getting money and the artist isn't.
yeah.
It just feels shitty to do.
I don't know, dude. So I've only ever played Metal Gear Solid 5. I fucking really enjoyed that game. I really want to play the remake of 3 because the old games look kind of like I don't have any nostalgia for them, so I'm gonna go into them and they're gonna be janky, and I'm gonna be upset. Because they already look more janky than like the Splinter Cell games. They always look like jankier version of Splinter Cell growing up, and I was like, and I had one on the PSP and I did not like it. Can't remember which one it was, but I did not like that game at all. And
Was it the card one?
No, it was an actual like. I remember that like it kept locking me into prone position all the time, dude, and I was just like. I was expecting it to be like Splinter Cell, and it wasn't like Splinter Cell, so I was really mad because I'd only ever played Splinter Cell.
It's definitely its own thing, and I feel like Splinter Cell was trying to go for like the realism thing, and then Metal Gear was trying to go for like a. I feel like it was more about overthinking everything. Like I don't know, like I love the Metal Gear Solid 2 cutscene about like what's the, do you actually have free will or are you just told that you're thinking for yourself kind of shit.
Oh, I hear they're great. Yeah, I hear they're great, and eventually I will play them. But I think if the remake's good, I'm gonna play the remake, and then I'll probably play all the remakes. And I know that that's kind of like a lot of people don't like when people say that, but it's like one of those things that it's like why, if it's good, right? If it's for the most part good,
right,
and it tells the same story, but with more modern mechanics. It's like, for me, it's like, why would I make it harder on myself to enjoy an experience? Like if we're getting the story from it, right? That's like this important part. Why would I make it harder on myself? And that's like what I hate about the Resident Evil community so much. Is they're like, well, you didn't really play Resident Evil 2. You played the Resident Evil 2 remake or whatever. And I'm like, so? I get the Resident Evil 3 because they're completely different, right? It's like they cut like a ton of the game out for the third game. But for the most part, Resident Evil 2 is pretty shot for shot. It's just doesn't make me nauseous and give me a migraine. So
yeah, and like I heard that a lot because remember the GameCube did get a lot of like really nice looking PS1 remakes, and that was what bugged me was like, yeah, Metal Gear Solid the Twin Snakes, like I still play that on like I'm trying to figure out how to do the Psycho Mantis fight because it actually relies on you swapping controller ports, but in terms of graphics and gameplay, like holy cow, on PC that still looks good. Like I learned that Metal Gear Solid 2 had like a poly count in the graphics that like was as high as like a lot of like the early Xbox 360 games. So like it looked almost as good as a late PS2 game as early Xbox 360 looked. Like, which is insane. Like, and you're right. There's a lot of jank and a lot of those older controllers. Like, you remember them playing fine, but you really don't remember how they played. Like, okay, the DualShock on PlayStation is cool, but
well, that's like so it's funny, like the Xbox controller that everybody thinks is the Xbox controller, nobody fucking used the Duke. Like, I don't understand why people like act like that was like the go-to controller for Xbox. It's only that's like saying that like because it was only used for like the first year that console was out, and then they in Japan they had a smaller controller. And that was more popular in the States too, and that's the same design basically that the Xbox controller is now. It it's very similar.
Giant brick thing, that steering wheel size controller they had before.
That's the Duke. That's the Duke. That was the one that dropped when the
I
console first
used
dropped.
that thing. It's hilarious. Like
It's massive.
I kind of
It's
I
not.
kind of didn't mind that one. Like it's one of those things where it's like it's more annoying when you're thinking too hard about it, and then if you
Yeah,
just play games,
the problem with that one was to look. They were trying to because Sega was gone, and they said, okay, well, if this will be like the Sega fan base will see this controller and be like, oh, it's like the Dreamcast. So that was
yeah, that's
because
the
they
other
were
thing,
trying.
like,
They did a lot of stuff like Sega. They were like, okay, because they wanted Sega to make their console, but Sega said no, and that they were done making consoles. They said we're done. We're
yeah,
done with this
yeah.
shit. We're just gonna be publisher now, and so Xbox was like, fine, we'll do this, and then they made that controller, and then they found out that the smaller one was more popular, the one that's just like actually ergonomic, and it's like it looks like the Xbox One controller, but without bumpers on it. But it was
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's like most people, everyone I knew didn't use the Duke. I think the only person I ever knew who liked the Duke was my father. My dad loved the Duke. That was his controller. I still have the Duke somewhere in like my stuff. It's somewhere, but I'm never gonna use it because it's massive and unwieldy and annoying. But
Maybe
um,
that is why some people like it though, because when the Dreamcast first came out, like I remember seeing that. I think it was like at Walmart back. You remember back when they had those like demo stands,
mm-hmm.
like where they put the console up and you could play it in the store and like,
Yep.
um, man, I remember seeing the Dreamcast and that was like mind blowing. And the problem is I don't think any of the developers were ready to push what they had to out of that. Like
Oh yeah,
I,
the
I
Dreamcast never got a chance to stand on its own feet. And well,
because I'm pretty
the
sure.
problem was PlayStation came out and did what the Dreamcast was doing. Did not as high end as the Dreamcast, but they were gonna do what the Dreamcast was doing, but cheaper. So the PlayStation just came onto the scene and they basically undercut the market. And
That makes sense.
and
I
they
love
had
the PS2.
and then the PS2 when it came out, like the Dreamcast wasn't gonna compete because the PS2 was doing great. And like the only reason like the reason Sega had kind of just pigeonholed themselves. They'd been trying to play against
Yeah,
Nintendo for a long time, and then it was like the same thing that basically like Sony just kind of showed up, dude. They just kind of fucking showed up because they had made a console for who the fuck did they make a console for?
it was Nintendo, I think.
Yeah, they made one for Nintendo, and Nintendo decided to screw Sony over. So Sony was like, "Fuck you, we'll just make a console then."
Yep.
And there was like a lot of people came into the industry around that time because Panasonic had just with the 3DO hit, and then the Sega had fucked up with the Jaguar, and because of like the
Atari. Atari was the Jaguar.
yeah, that's what I meant. The Atari had fucked up with the Jaguar. Sega had fucked up with the Genesis clip-on bullshit. What was that called? The fucking one with like the you clipped it on and had the discs. Instead of releasing the Dreamcast.
Master Drive.
What?
Was it the Master Drive?
Yeah,
It's like
the
a
Master Drive that didn't fucking work.
Yeah.
So they released that and got a lot of bad publicity, and then they did the Dreamcast, which the Dreamcast was honestly better than the PS1 because like it didn't fucking suck. And then like the 64 was pretty solid, but what the PS1 did was it just was cheaper. It
Well,
was
also
cheaper.
the discs had more capacity for
Had
bigger
more
games. Like
capacity for bigger games. Yep. Well, I mean,
it
the
time ago.
Dreamcast used discs though too.
Oh yeah. You're right.
So the
But
discs,
the Dreamcast was actually that was on the level of like the PS2 or the
yeah.
Xbox.
So
That wasn't like
but the thing about the Dreamcast is it released early, and
yeah,
it died really fast because it released PlayStation 2 and the Dreamcast released to compete with each other, and people
yeah,
were like, well, we already played with the PlayStation 1. You did the stupid fucking Mega Drive during the PS1 era,
yeah,
and Nintendo's over here doing their thing. Why would we buy into your ecosystem when you did like that shit was stupid? So the Dreamcast was dead on arrival. It didn't even make it that whole generation. So, because the Xbox came in '04, or no, in 2001, I mean, they came in '01, and they basically did what PlayStation did and was just like, check it out, dude, we got more power.
Well, you
And
know what's really
they
funny?
didn't win the generation. PS1 didn't win that generation against like Sega and Nintendo, but what it did was it was like, we are here and we have something cool, check it out. And that's what Xbox did. And Xbox basically like fucking knocked PlayStation down a peg with the 360 because the 360 dominated that fucking generation. Like,
Yeah,
it wasn't even close. Like, dude, I didn't know anybody with a fucking PS3. Like,
I think the PS2 might still be the best-selling console today.
the PS2,
Um,
maybe, yeah. I mean, no, the PS3 ended up hedging out the 360 because it was in way more countries than the Xbox was.
uh,
But
well,
if
I
you,
just remember that. So the funny thing is, like, I remember that, like, yeah, Sega, with the Dreamcast, like, I really, really wish I could have seen, because, like, I'm just imagining sometimes, like, I look and I'm like, I'm pretty sure spec-wise, it was more powerful than the PS2. Like, it
oh,
was,
dude, that wouldn't have been hard. The PS2 is like not very powerful.
yeah,
It was it was a slight, it was a step. It was definitely a step forward than the PS1, but it was like not massive. And when you look at like a side by side comparison of what like the you take a game, you most of the time if a game came out on Xbox, PlayStation, and GameCube, the GameCube and Xbox versions would be night and day different, like in terms of specs and stuff. Like,
yeah,
so
like the
there's
PS2.
a game called Dead to Rights, right?
Uh,
The best version of that game is the GameCube version, supposedly, right? The prettiest version, the where it released, because it released as a timed exclusive on the Xbox, and so the best looking version is actually
uh,
the Xbox build. The problem with the Xbox build though is they didn't add in difficulty options to the Xbox one, so they released that bitch just. So the hardest difficulty you can play on the PlayStation and GameCube version is still easier than the Xbox build. And yeah, dude, the Xbox build is fucking hard. It's like Max Payne, like on crack with inverted camera. And uh like and I like got used to the inverted camera trying to play it, but like I got to a point where I'm like, dude, I'm just not having fun. But the GameCube version was just slightly down spec from the Xbox version because the GameCube was slightly less powerful than the Xbox. But it was like it was spec down just a little bit, and it had like the difficulty selector, and that is the highest rated version of that game. It's considered the best version of that game. The PlayStation 2 one though is fucking considered awful because it's not considered awful. It's just like the ugliest and like the worst running, and it's like everything that came out like it was rare that a game looked better on PlayStation than it did Xbox or GameCube.
well, okay, so the thing that blew my mind the most was like, okay, I remember when the Unreal Engine, yeah, I think that was the generation Unreal really started coming into its own as like a massive engine, like powering a lot of games. Maybe not as many as like Quake was powering at the time, but like
Quake and id Tech 4 were the engines, and so it was Gears of War that got Unreal Engine shoved everywhere.
yeah.
Pretty. That was the 360 generation, which Gears of War 1 is on PS3 actually.
Do you remember crap. The Brothers in Arms games though for like the PS2 and the original Xbox.
Yeah, they were made on Unreal, weren't they?
Yeah,
But
I feel like
they
looking
weren't
back
that
at those-
popular though. They were like
looking
popular,
back,
but they
though,
were like I have one on my Xbox through the backwards compatibility program, and I got it just because I'd never heard of it, and they had their fans and stuff, but it was more like those were more in the same realm as Soldier of Fortune. Like Soldier of Fortune, they're cool games. I played Soldier of Fortune recently. That game fucking goes hard. But they weren't competing with in the same realm as like Call of Duty, and because like Call of Duty and Modern Warfare or Medal of Honor, I mean, were fighting neck and neck for that war sim world, and that Soldier of Fortune and Brothers in Arms were just like the other games. Those were like, if you wanted more, you'd get Soldier. If you wanted a little more, you'd go get one of these other ones. But when it came down to like the names that hit was Medal of Honor and Call of Duty.
Yeah, and I still think I just think it's funny though, looking back, like I tried and go back and play the Brothers in Arms games, and I was like, because I remember the people who did like them or did play them considered them pretty good. Like I even remember like back in the day when you did usually trust IGN's opinion, like everyone loved these games. And I went back and I was like, man, it's so funny to me because like even nowadays, dude, I don't know what it is, but like I think ever since they dedicated all of Epic Games resources to Fortnite, I've just had trouble not kind of hating Unreal and seeing all Unreal games as looking the same now. I mean, not all of them, obviously. Like, Shadow Warrior 3 is an amazing game. I don't care it's on Unreal. It doesn't look like an Unreal game, though, is my point. Like, if you didn't see that stamp, you wouldn't know. But there are games now where it's like, oh, yep, I can tell it was made in Unreal. I can tell it was made using the same pre-bought assets as every other game. And I don't mind if you use an occasional, like, I'll be honest, like, whatever, when people use, like, the default, like, blood stains in an engine or something, or people use, like, a wall texture or two from an asset store, like, I understand that, like, even in movies, I sort of started noticing, like, sometimes, somebody falls off a ledge and it's the same Wilhelm scream again and again and again and again. Like, I don't mind that 100%, but I do mind when, like, it's 90% store-bought assets that I've seen in other games. And I kind of hate people calling those games. Because it's like this is an asset flip. You are literally not even doing as much as a modder right now. Like, there are literally modders who put more work into what they're doing. Like, and it's not that assets can't be flipped and that kind of stuff, but it's like it really, like you were talking about standing out in a crowd, it's like it really hurts. You're not gonna make a memorable game if you're using the same art as everyone else. Like, you're just not. No one's gonna remember your game over the same slop with the same art. And like I said, I don't hate Bethesda. Like, I really do like some of their stuff, and I do love fucking around in their games because they they make really fun situations to just fuck around and find out in. Like, that's kind of the point. But at the same time, I don't like when people try and convince me that, Skyrim is like the best game ever made. And it's like,
Well, yeah, and I would agree.
it's
I'm
not
not the biggest fan of Skyrim. I will say that Fallout 3 is probably was like a huge turning point for first-person RPGs. Like, I think it really pushed because like before that there was I'm first-person shooter RPGs, right?
Yeah.
You had like Deus
Borderlands, right?
Ex, kind of, Vampire the Masquerade, which I need to play that, but like Fallout 3 took the idea that like it was just so wild to take a game that a concept that was so simple. That's like, let's do a first-person shooter RPG, but like do it in
Yeah.
like the same style as like a Skyrim, but in a Fallout world. It's so simple,
Yeah.
like, and because of that, we've like, you can't tell me that like without their influence, we would have games like Cyberpunk or, we definitely wouldn't have like Fallout New Vegas. That wouldn't exist because Fallout New Vegas was like half asset flip. And that's something that really bothers me about like the New Vegas fans is they're like, well, no, dude. And then they shit on the Outer Worlds, which is like the same people who made the Outer Worlds were working on Fallout New Vegas, and they're like, no, it wasn't. I'm like, yeah, dude, it was literally Tim Kaine, and then I can't remember the other guys' names, but there's other guys that worked on that were at Obsidian that worked on they worked on the Outer Worlds. The same people worked on it, and they're like, well, it's and I'm like, dude, the Outer Worlds, as dumb as it is, the Outer Worlds suffers from the same problem a lot of games suffer from when you create a new IP on a new engine. It had a lot of decent ideas, but it was a AA game on a new engine for a new IP. Like,
Yeah, and
it's gonna play safe.
I feel like they're like they really started falling behind. Like, it was like the really massive noticeable downturn I feel like that Bethesda had was in terms of just overall quality. It was Fallout 4. I feel like Fallout 4 was when I saw that some of the choices really didn't matter, that like the
Yeah.
building mechanics felt really tacked on. Like, you
Dude,
compared it to
I'm gonna
like,
actually say the building mechanics are fucking not tacked on. They are really, really in depth. Like, they went so hard on the building mechanics that it's fucking insane. The building mechanics in Fallout 4 are insanely good. I will fight you on that. That is one of the things that they focused on. Like, I have some like fundamental issues with Fallout 4. None of which are gameplay. The gameplay is better than like every other Bethesda game before that because they had remade the engine so that the like shooting actually feels really good, but the gun designs fucking sucked. The story choices weren't great. Those were the two. Those were the only two.
choices were irrelevant sometimes.
Yeah.
You couldn't kill like the friendly NPCs.
Yep. Those I would say those are the problem. Like, it was mostly with the RPG mechanics is where they messed up, but in terms of gameplay and customizability and the crafting mechanics, it was all fantastic. All of it was awesome. The gun, being able to like the gun modification was cool. It just sucked that I didn't like the guns, like the look of the guns. Like, the pipe guns were fucking stupid. The way that the regular machine guns looked were like big and bulky and gay.
I had a ton of performance issues.
Well, I had it on console, dude. So,
Okay.
I had zero performance issues because I had it on console. On top of that, like the fact that I can mod a game on console, like that's insane. That's fucking cool. Like, and like you say what you want about Bethesda, but like there's a lot of game developers that wouldn't like take their engine and say, please go make shit for our game if you want. Go ahead. Like, there's so many people that like lock their fucking engines down, and that's something Bethesda's always really supported their modding community. So I do give them that. Um, I think in terms of gameplay loops, like even with the stories being shit in Fallout 4, it is still like one of the best. Like you said, fucking around and find out type of games. You just go around and just do whatever you want. It's fun.
Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
but that's why I can't get that. Like I don't get these people who get like super serious invested. Like, you know what I mean? These people that like, well, okay, I guess that's like a certain subset of RPG fans in general. The ones that get like,
the
you know what I mean? Like
it's
the
like the
ones that, like,
retrospective world. Where there's people who like do the deep in dives and stuff. And I
yeah,
had
where it's
problems with
just like,
them
oh my
too
god,
because
dude,
they took Outer World. Like, I'm an Outer Worlds glazer first and foremost. I fucking love that game. You probably already could tell. But they almost every RPG fan shit on the Outer Worlds because it's not as deep as fucking Fallout New Vegas was because
well,
because
and that's what gets me about like the average, like, you know, like I don't mean like someone who likes Bethesda games. I mean someone who's like an unapologetic fanboy who can't accept that there are a lot of flaws in those games,
oh yeah.
and that, you know, and I think there is something wrong with you when you can binge like 200 hours worth of Fallout and not admit there's something wrong with that game at all. Like I can only get so much enjoyment before I have to kind of step back and say I can't take this that seriously.
Well,
You know, and that every game should be that way. Like I think the fandom has sort of fucked up Fallout to some extent though, because yeah, and I think fandoms fuck up everything to begin with because they, like, we've been getting these, like we were talking about, like how everything has gotten politicized too. It's like everything's gotten so you have to either love it or hate it, and you aren't supposed to question why.
yeah, no,
Like,
it's a big issue. I mean, well, that's like the Starfield thing. Everybody just fucking came out and hated it, and like I've only played a little bit of
yeah,
Starfield. I got like a few hours in. But like
yeah,
when I got in the game, I was like, this is the best performing like performance wise, like on at least like even on console, like dude, I remember when Fallout 4 released, which is the in Fallout 76. But like the main Bethesda team didn't work on Fallout 76. That was one of the other teams. But like when Fallout 4 released, it had issues even on console, right? It did. It's
yeah.
like it's a
Oh
Bethesda
yeah,
game.
dude.
It's like a buggy game, and they're buggy games. But I didn't like
Yeah,
have like hard crashes because it's like a console, right? But they're like buggy games, long load times, all this stuff. So when I jumped into Starfield and everything was like instantaneous, like load times, and like the gunplay actually feels like good FPS gunplay, because like Starfield's gunplay is fucking good. It's like good. I don't. And I started, and like the facial animations look way better than a Bethesda game ever has fucking looked. Everything looks better in that game.
I
Now,
have to be honest. Bethesda's usually like a gen behind on the graphics, and
always,
that's
dude, and that's fine. I don't understand why people want every game to be fucking like this is what
no,
pissed me off about Starfield. There was a lot of criticisms. Like when I saw people that like criticize like, oh yeah, it's kind of a generic story, like or like in the RPG elements weren't there, and I'm like, yeah, no, I was like, okay, I'm like, but how's the gunplay? And like nobody was fucking like everybody was complaining about like shit that has been a Bethesda thing forever. It's
yeah,
like
yeah,
it's like if
yeah.
it was to release a game that was like, oh, it's got too much shooting. You know, it's like,
Dude,
oh, it's like Doom's an they're like it's too arena shootery, and I'm like, yeah, but it's a fucking id game. It's an id game. It's gonna be a arena shootery. Well,
yeah,
but no. Have you played Call of Duty though? I think it needs to play more like
yeah,
Call of Duty,
dude.
and when I started seeing like before Starfield came out, and people were like oh they're like, well, it's better to do what No Man's Sky did. I'm like, why would a Bethesda game play like No Man's Sky? Like, in what world was that ever your thought process that you were gonna get in a
Yeah, no,
spaceship?
I get that, and I kind of get that. Like, it just didn't look like a type of game for me.
Oh, and
But
I
yeah,
get that, dude. I have to say that it's kind of a bland fucking like
yeah,
fucking NASA punk. What a bland idea. But I have to say, like, in terms of like when I went into the game and was like playing it, in terms of combat, it's fucking fun. It was one of
yeah,
those
and
things
that's
that
cool.
I started playing it and I was like, oh, this is fun. Do I care what I'm fucking doing? Not really. But when I'm shooting people with the cool ass space guns, because the guns actually look cool in this game, like they like there's a fucking cool ass like spacey double barrel shotgun. It's all square and spacey, and it like fucking tears holes in motherfuckers. That's cool to me. That's where I'm like, okay, I'm
Dude,
vibing with this. Like, I'm playing it more as like an FPS game at this point. I put it on like easy so I don't have to deal with the fucking RPG mechanics. And when I play it, I jump in and just kill people. And then I'm having fun with the game. And like I'm like, yeah, dude, these guns kind of go hard. They look cool. Um, and that's my extent with Starfield. It's like cool guns, cool combat. This is the best. It's like night and day difference compared to Fallout 4. And Fallout 4 was night and day difference in combat compared to every other Bethesda game. And like me being a combat focused channel or a FPS focused channel, like when I jump into Starfield, dude, I'm like, this is actually not bad. And usually I have to remind myself before getting into a Bethesda game that, remember, this is a Bethesda game. The gunplay is going to feel like shit. And I don't have to do that with Starfield. So I do give it credit on that regard. It's just like, it goes into these talking points. What do you want out of a game? Right? When you go into a game, what do you want out of this game? And when you're going into like a game, like, and you're looking at it, it's like, is this game going to actually give you those things? Like, do a little research before, play some of their other games.
Well, and that's the other thing though too, is they really took a lot of RPG franchises and turned them a lot more action based. And I think the problem is though, you still get these weird ass RPG fanboys that are like, yeah, I played Elden Ring for 6,582 hours. It's like, I didn't even know humans lived that long.
Let's
Holy
be honest
shit.
though, Elden Ring, like all of the Souls games are not really that RPG. Here's the problem too. This is gonna piss off a lot of people, but like all JRPGs and like the Souls games, there's a huge difference between a Western RPG and a Japanese RPG, because a Japanese RPG you really don't have any like your choices really don't matter in a Japanese RPG. You're just kind of fucking existing there. And like I will hear people like glaze up a fucking like JRPG or like the Souls games, and they're like, oh, it's such a good RPG. I'm like, how the fuck is a Souls game an RPG when like the end of the game is always the same as the end of the game always is. Nothing changes.
Well, yeah, but that's what I mean, is there's like these Bethesda fans though, because like, yeah, I can deal with, like I said, it's like I don't mind them, but it's like I can't do this whole like.
That was more a comparison on. That wasn't me defending Bethesda. That was me more getting annoyed that people call like that people act like just because. So if I were to compare like people who I say like the people who complain that there wasn't enough story options and stuff, I'll listen to somebody like complain about that, and then they'll make an hour-long video about how Elden Ring's the greatest thing, and I love Elden Ring. It's one of my favorite games ever made. Don't get me wrong, but I don't really feel like Elden Ring. It has like a lot of RPG mechanics, but I don't make any choices in Elden Ring. I mean, it's like most choices boil down to listen to obscure ass thing that fucking guy says, go get thing, come back and either give him thing or don't give him thing. And then
yeah, but I mean, there are people who seem to play Bethesda games like that though, where they're like, I'm going to just like dive into this world, get super invested, and take this place super seriously. And it's like, no, but if you don't go into a Bethesda game expecting a little bit of jank slop and pretending it's not there, because that
Oh, dude.
I've literally met some Fallout fanboys who it's like they cannot even acknowledge that Fallout is not an immaculate
Oh no, I get that,
like
dude. It's annoying. Skyrim guys do
like
it. The Skyrim guys are just as bad
and
with it.
Doom
They
people
pretend
do
like
it
it's.
too. It's much about that. Like I love Doom, but I can't stand how people are like, yeah, Doom Eternal's the best thing ever fucking made in the history of ever fucking ever. And it's like, no, it's not. It's really not. It's not even the greatest FPS game ever made. Like you were saying, like this John Romero idolatry bullshit. It's like, okay, yeah, cool. John Romero. I don't give a fuck. I'm so done with like, insert name here was involved, therefore project is good. It's like that doesn't convince me. And let's be honest, who did all the work on id's older games? John Carmack. It had nothing to do with Romero. He was such a small piece of that pie. He just had one of the biggest egos, so he went and talked about it a lot more.
Yeah, dude. He was you can tell because like what has like so you look at the people who left id, right? There was
Yeah.
there the only one, well, Carmack's like doing like VR shit now. He doesn't even work for
Yeah,
it anymore.
they're all gone, dude. I
Yeah.
think ego took over and like
But we were talking about like, okay, so there is a bad id game. We were talking about it earlier. There is a bad id game. It's called Rage, and that game fucking sucks. Rage is
I was gonna
trash.
ask, like, have you even tried that? Like,
yeah, I have a video on it. I fucking hate Rage. I think it's a dumb fucking game. I think it is a bad game. It is not good at even the slightest. There is not a single part of that game that is fun. It is boring. It is lame. It is fucking uninspired. Literally, it feels like id saw Fallout and Borderlands and said, we can do that, and then didn't do that. I fucking hate Rage.
Okay, so
it is
another thing.
boring.
I don't think you've ever played Wolfenstein 2009.
I have.
That one.
I have.
Oh, dude, that one's one of my favorites.
That's a good game. I haven't beaten it. Again, it's one I own, but I haven't finished. I like the hub world. I like. It's got a like pretty decent combat. It's the problem. I think that Microsoft, now that they own all the studios that worked on all of those, because the problem with those Castle Wolfenstein and the 2009 one was Activision published those, and they were made in house by Activision, and id Software owned the rights, and they were like leasing the rights or something. It was like it's a rights issue is why those games disappeared. But now literally everybody who's ever worked on Wolfenstein is under the Microsoft umbrella, so they can bring them back in time. But
yeah, I don't know why they don't. I look back and it's so weird to me to see so many Wolfenstein fans that are like, I hated the hub world and the RPG mechanics, like the merchants and the currency and the upgrading your weapons. And I'm like, are you shitting me? I loved that because I kind of felt like it took the one thing that I felt was a little too. Like, my biggest problem with some of the, like, Bethesda type games was just that they were so open that I'd often get sidetracked fucking around that I'd eventually not want to finish the actual story.
Yeah, well,
like, because they have a story, and I never cared after a while. Like,
oh well, and the thing for me with like Fallout was it wasn't even that I liked the story. It was like I wanted to see everything. That was like Fallout. I just wanted to explore every inch of that map. Fallout 3 was like a game that I fully immersed in, and it was like a drug, dude. I had to keep playing it. And like I played it like Fallout 4 was already out by the time I played Fallout 3 for the first time, and I just kept exploring, and like I'd go into a place and it was just scary. It was like some places were like combat, like I was like feeling like an FPS game, and then other games was like a horror game, and there was just so much diversity of what like gameplay styles that I just couldn't stop. And the idea of being like Washington DC, I just loved that game. And Fallout New Vegas I actually didn't like because I grew up in Nevada. So it used to annoy me that why the fuck would I play a game that literally is my outside. It's like, oh, dude, I'm gonna fucking get a game called where I just run around in sagebrush and shoot shit. You mean what I do on the weekends already? That was my thought process with Fallout New Vegas. And I just never played it. And, like, I played it once and I was like, I already thought sagebrush and dirt were boring. So I was like, okay, I don't want to play this. And then after I left Nevada, whenever I get homesick, I play New Vegas now. But, yeah, dude, Rage. But I just want to, like, say one more time, Rage is fucking terrible.
That's hilarious. Yeah, I kind of literally forget about Rage sometimes. And the funny thing is, like, the first and the second Rage look so vastly different that I also sometimes don't know which one anyone's talking about. Because,
So,
like,
the funny thing is, Rage 2 is made on the same engine as Doom 2016, but it's not made by id. Id helped with some of the gun designs and the combat. So that's why the combat feels like Doom 2016, because they were working on that combat for Doom 2016. So they just kind of threw it in Rage 2. But there was another studio working on Rage 2.
is it Arcane?
I don't remember. To be honest with you. I played a little bit of it, and it just kind of loses its appeal pretty quick. The combat's better in Rage 2, though. Rage 2 actually has fun combat. Rage 1 doesn't. Rage 1, every enemy's spongy as fuck. So Rage 2 actually you can. Yeah, dude. Rage 2 you can actually kill somebody in a meaningful amount of time. But I haven't beat Rage 2 because it's such a massive game. And compared to the first game, and I didn't like, and I was going to, I had a buddy tell me Rage 1 was good. And that he liked Rage 1, but he didn't like Rage 2. So I said, okay, I'll play Rage 1. And I just did not vibe with that game. I could care less. I don't even remember most of what happened. I just remember not liking it. It was up there with, like, it's like in that list of games in my head that, like, when I go back on my channel, I forget that I played those and made videos on them. Rage is one of those. I recently just went through my first season and, like, ranked them, the games I played, like, in the last year. The Homefront, the Revolutions, like that. It's just fucking uninspired slop. There's another game that I felt was just uninspired. I don't remember, but yeah, dude. Anyways, I gotta get off, dude. It's like 4 and I'm fucking tired and I gotta pee.
I was thinking about that. I was like, holy crap, it's like 2 in the morning.
Yeah, it's 4 over here, so.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, dude. I didn't realize it was that late, and I have so much to do tomorrow, so.
No, I know that feeling, dude. Like, I'm like, holy shit. And then there's that part of you that, like, almost gets defeatist, and I'm like, fine, I guess I just don't.
Luckily, I already have. So tomorrow my plan was to make a couple of videos, and I've already edited out all the clips and everything. So the video's already put together. I just have to do audio, and then one video I have to edit clips and, like, make the whole video. But I'll get it done. It's no problem. It's fucking easy.
Yeah, and that's like, yeah. I mean, I keep telling myself I gotta get stuff done, and then sometimes, like, it takes me an extra day or two to get all my stuff done because I overestimate my motivation the next day. Like, every time I have to do something the next day, I always stay up late. Yeah. And then I always feel like I'm slow the next day. And then I always feel like by the end of the day, like, there's 1 or 2 things I didn't get done, but whatever it was, wherever I needed to go is closed. Whoever I needed to talk to is, like, not available anymore. Like just whatever it is, like.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm 1 step behind on a lot of days, like. Or like I said, if you ever have to drive really far, those are the nights you don't sleep.
Yeah, for sure. But anyway, buddy, I'm ending it right here.